don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Okay.
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying.
It's a beautiful day.
Bright and early new dawn.
Yes.
Every headline, every story. Here's your
Morning, some glory.
Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue. Good morning, headlines.
You're welcome in this space.
Information for you, darling. Hey! Hey, everybody, welcome. Hello, America. And everywhere else.
Join us on this daily ride with your morning side by side.
Uh-huh.
Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied.
Good morning, headline. The week's goddamn morning. Start your day just fine. You darling. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Oh, wait, forgot. Hey, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan, an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and coffee addict as well. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, my God. This is the Morning Sky Show, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube and YouTube history. Can you believe it? I know it's hard. It's tough to believe, but it's the truth. It's the truth. What can I do? Nurse Rod, what the heck? How are you? How are you? Human Sarwar. Hello, Human Sarwar. How the heck? You're looking beautiful today. You're looking great. Howdy, Navia. We're talking about Texas today. Probably a little bit. It's Feral Friday, which means it's not just about the mainstream news. It's all over the place. It's a grab bag of internet vittles that we'll be reacting to. It should get real fun real quick. Of course, construction is underway for the UFC spectacle that is about to take place on Donald Trump's birthday at the White House, on the White House lawn. A UFC cage match on the we're having a UFC cage match on the White House lawn. That's what we're doing. We're celebrating a violent blood sport, which, you know, if you like violent blood sport, you know, that's you. You love. I don't care how you spend your time, but why do we got to put it on the White House lawn? Like, what the hell are we doing here? Like, you got to admit, Dana White is a horrible man who does horrible things. Do you remember when Donald Trump tried to start his own UFC? Donald Trump tried to start his own UFC and then instead started a horrible feud with Dana White back in the old days because of all sorts of reasons. And then back when Las Vegas would not allow UFC, it was hard to get places to have UFC. So Dana White went crawling to Donald Trump and said, "Can I have my stuff at your casinos in Atlantic City?" He said, I have no scruples. I got no problem with it. I got no problem with teeth flying out into the audience. Back then, like, UFC was a very different thing. Bread and circuses, indeed. Biden versus Trump in cage match. I love that idea. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Let's do it. 56 single men signed the 56 men signed the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago. None of them were Jewish. Okay. It's time for a second Declaration of Independence. You want a new one with Jewish people? That's awesome. Colorado Gamer wants a new Declaration of Independence, but with Jewish people signing. Hey, make it more inclusive. I like Colorado Gamer. I love how you're being more inclusive. I like that. You don't like the Constitution because it was all Jewish, non-Jewish white men. Is that why? Okay, well that's interesting. I like it. I like that you're thinking outside the box there. Great. Be more inclusive. Have a new Constitution. Interesting. Yeah. It looks like it was a good idea. What was a good idea? What was a good idea? I think it was a great idea. The UFC equals cage match BS. It's insane to me. It's crazy, but you know what? Everyone's been asking me about Nick Shirley this week because of some anti-Nick Shirley law. So I thought we'd just look at some Nick Shirley videos real fast. This is something that he puts out on his channel, Nick Shirley, in Nick Shirley interviews. I thought we could look. I've never watched his channel before. I've only seen clips. So I thought we should watch some Nick Shirley. Oh, shit. You think Nick Shirley's a soy milk? Is Nick Shirley a soy boy? The man with the face thinks Nick Shirley is a soy boy. I mean, I'm not against it. I like soy milk and I like soy products. I mean, everyone eats soy. Everybody. And the soy that we grow, most of it goes to animals, actually. But yeah, rich white slave owners signed the Constitution. That's right. But Colorado Gamer wants more non-white, non-landowners, non-slave owners to sign the new Constitution. I think it's interesting. Colorado Gamer, he's really progressive. He thinks that there should just, the problem isn't the Constitution itself or that governments are inherently unethical. It's just that we haven't had enough people sign it. We just need to have a new Constitution so more people, we want to get black people and Jewish people and gay people and trans kids, they can all sign the Constitution. Colorado Gamer is a real hardcore liberal, and I think, you know, I'm not a liberal, but I'm surprised that someone like that is in the chat this morning on a Friday. It's Feral Friday. Nick is a benevolent man. Spatnetter, I don't know that word, benevolent. I know malevolent and I know benevolent. It looks like you're saying benevolent and malevolent at the same time and coined your own phrase, benevolent. Is benevolent someone who wants war? Like antebellum, like benevolent. I don't think that's a real word, but I love your ingenuity today, man. That's not a good old American spirit, just making up new words. I think it's great. That's really cool. Nick doesn't either. Okay, yeah, man, let's go for it. I love it. I love the vibe today. We're having a good vibe. Watch, there will be another false flag at the UFC event. Would you be surprised? Would you be surprised? I wouldn't be surprised.
All these people are telling you to leave. This is the white kind of privilege. You're evil.
We are here in New York City.
Okay, that's him. That's Nick Shirley. I recognize him. He likes to go to places where people are already very riled up and then tries to get them more riled up. He tries to like, hey, punch me. He's the type of guy that goes to two other guys at a bar who are already fighting and he's like, hey guys, punch me instead for the clicks. Punch me instead. I think that's kind of his whole vibe. Like if you go to a bar and you see two guys like screaming at each other and they're like, they're all like up, you know how guys get at bars sometimes, especially around pool tables for some reason. You know what I mean? Especially around women that they want to impress. You know what I mean, these guys. And Nick Shirley walks up to both of them and, hey, boys, don't punch each other. Punch me. I want to videotape it. That's Nick Shirley. And I can't wait to watch it. Let's watch it. Nick Shirley, everybody. Let me know how you like in Nick Shirley in the chat. I have not seen it yet. He exposed a lot of fraud. Did he? Did he expose a lot of fraud? The only fraud that I've heard of him exposing was already under investigation, the Somali pirate Minnesota thing that seems to be only white people are going to jail for. The daycare stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, we love Nick Shirley. Okay, we love Nick Shirley. I'm into it. We're going to watch some Nick Shirley, see what he's all about. All I watch is people's clips. So this is actually from his channel. Let's see what he's all about.
At an anti-ICE protest, we're going to see what's going to be happening here on the streets. Here we go, everybody. What's your sign say?
Proudly representing my family members and friends who are scared to talk and protest and not scream for us.
There you go. Have you had any family members that have been deported?
I don't want to talk about that.
No.
I don't want to talk about that. He says no. Who's been deported? Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Are you?
Let's see. Did Nick Shirley actually reveal any fraud, or was it all a hoax? What's the deal with Nick Shirley? What's the verdict there? A conservative content creator posted viral videos alleging massive state and federal welfare fraud, specifically targeting Somali-owned childcare and healthcare operations in Minnesota and California. The verdict is highly polarized. His methods sparked intense controversy and a massive federal crackdown, though several official investigations found no evidence of fraud at many of the specific sites that he visited. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I said. What do you mean? A quick Google search? You don't think I could Google? I know what the fuck I'm talking about. What if Nick Shirley was a paid shill? I mean, that's the thing. Like, who is this guy? Hold on. I missed the person who... who is he? God, I missed the person who said a quick Google search proves me wrong. He did not expose a lot of things. No, he didn't. There was already investigation going on about the fraud. COVID fraud, let's just call it, because there was a lot of it all over the country, and there were investigations ongoing. They caught a lot of people in California, and a lot of people gave the money back. Some people got in trouble, but in Minnesota they seem to have a big one. And Nick Shirley decided to go to daycares and say, "See, this is fraud right here." And of course, it was bullshit. There was no fraud at the specific places that he visited. It was all just for show. So he didn't actually reveal any fraud. He just made you know about it. Just because he made you know about it doesn't mean that he revealed anything. Okay. So I just again Googled Nick. I don't know Nick Shirley's content. I'm about to watch it and people are like, "Look, man, you love him. I get it." But he did not actually reveal anything. Critics, including some mainstream news outlets and state officials, argued his methods were highly sensationalized and that his conclusions were misleading. They pointed out that legitimate closures, many daycares were locked or had obscured windows for the privacy and safety of children. That's normal, right? I remember this happening. State legislators who made unannounced visits to the sites Shirley targeted reported finding no evidence of fraud at those specific locations. The reality is nuanced rather than an outright hoax, though. While state regulators found no evidence of wrongdoing at the specific daycares Shirley highlighted on camera, the broader context is that the state of Minnesota has been grappling with legitimate large-scale fraud networks, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, but that was already under investigation. So he didn't actually do... Oh, here's the success of Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley successfully helped bring massive national attention to the broader issue of government program vulnerabilities, which led to stepped-up federal investigations. However, critics argue his specific on-the-ground confrontation-style videos unfairly targeted specific local businesses without conclusive evidence, leading to harassment against the broader Somali-American community in Minneapolis. That's right. So, again, the people who are going to jail for all this fraud, so far, the big one was that lady, the kingpin, 41 years she got for the theft. White lady. And yet every time I just did it. Every time someone talks about it, they're like, "Oh, the Somali thing," which is really his thing. He made it very, very popular to have people who are Somali targeted by this. So yeah, people like this guy, right? Deport them all or something. That's Nick Shirley's real. He's just really ginned up the racist, which we always need those guys. We need those guys that gin up the racists. Would there be an equivalent in Nazi Germany to a Nick Shirley type who gins up the racists and gets them? Let's see if is there an equivalent in Nazi Germany? The exact influencer mechanics are unique to modern America, modern internet ecosystem, but there are several historical equivalents in Nazi Germany. Julius Streicher, Der Stürmer. He did Der Stürmer, which was the magazine he was like a modern influencer, sensationalist. Streicher bypassed official or formal news standards in favor of crude caricatures, lurid accusations, and fabricated stories such as medieval blood libel. Yeah, that's kind of like he's kind of like Julius Streicher. I think that's a pretty good equivalent. Nick Shirley is kind of our Julius Streicher. He doesn't do standard news. He does sensationalist stuff that gets people who are already racist to get even more racist and more intense and really want to go deport them all, kill them all, that type of stuff. Nick Shirley, Julius Streicher, Der Stürmer. Perfect.
Worried about your family being deported?
I don't want to talk about that. Thank you.
No worries. Have a great rest of your day. You're passionate. What makes you so passionate about the No ICE movement?
Trump is raping a mental hospital.
Trump?
Trump is raping a mental hospital. That's what he's doing.
Really? I don't understand. What did he just say? I have a question for you.
Then he could. Okay, so he follows around this guy who clearly English is clearly a second language. Let's see what happens.
Would you rather have ICE or ISIS here?
Access here.
You'd rather have ISIS here? Excellent.
I mean, I probably would prefer ISIS as well because we would all want to kill ISIS. ICE. I mean, we have half the country that's perfectly okay with ICE. ICE basically has the same kind of thought process as ISIS in a lot of ways, you know. So I mean, I'd rather have ISIS because then most Americans would at least be against ISIS, right? Right? You with me? You with me? What do you think, Chip? Would you rather have ISIS here or ICE? I'm thinking ISIS because Americans, we'd all fight ISIS together. But ICE, it's divided, man. It divides us. ICE, half of America, well, about 30% of America is okay with the Gestapo going door to door and beating up immigrants. But if ISIS came to America and was going door to door beating up, I don't know, white Christians, we would all get together and fight them. But because ICE is only attacking, almost exclusively brown people and very powerless people, we wouldn't. We have 30% of the country that doesn't want to do anything about it. Doesn't care that we have concentration camps. If ISIS was doing it, they would go after white people. So we would all fight. We'd all fight together. Pretty cool.
That sounds good.
Fuck you, fascist! Fuck you, fascist! Fuck you, fascist! Fuck you, fascist!
He is a passionate man. He is a passionate man.
This man's passionate right here. Bringing the passion out here to protest today. How are you doing?
He's got kind of this, like, I think the reason why people like him, he comes like, how you doing? Like he's super innocent face, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He's got that, man, I think I do that. I think I'm the type of white person that does that too. It's like, white people, we can look real innocent. No, we're just coming to live. You know, it wasn't good where we came from. Can you show me how to grow some corn so I can make it through the winter? I'm innocent. I think that's Nick Shirley. He's got that white person thing. No cowards are writing to the press to saying how loyal they are, hoping they get a job. I want to get a job with the. These protesters are wrong and lost. They need to get a job? What do you mean? What do you mean they're losers? They're standing up for people who are being beaten. They're standing up for those who can't stand up for themselves. Maybe they just have more testosterone than you do. You ever think about that? Like, you have the masculine urge sometimes to stand up for people who can't stand up for themselves to try to make the world a better place. That's just straight up. That's just my testosterone that makes me want to help others. It's a strange thing. Maybe you need to get some tea shots, shoot up some tea. It happens. You just need to get some testosterone.
Those are dying. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, Nick. We're having a great conversation.
I say, what do you mean? We're just having a great conversation. He skipped something. 30 minutes later. Let's see what happens.
We were all just cool.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
We were all just cool a second ago.
Get out of here.
Man,
You're not welcome here. Get out.
Okay.
You're not welcome here, Nick. Get out. Nick, get the fuck out of here. Are you gonna go sit here and try to sit here, pretend like you're for us, and you're over there in El Salvador? You were invited to the prisons there, were you not? Were you not paid out to go out, flown out to El Salvador to talk about the prisons there?
I was not paid.
Okay, so you went for free? So you paid to go there, and now you're so why? Why did
purposes?
What was your documentary?
Documentary purpose. He went to El Salvador to make a little video for the regime.
Get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome here. You're clearly not for this cause, so get the fuck out of here.
I'm here today talking to you.
Wow, defending fraud. Democrats. How did Democrats defend fraud? As far as I know, the Democrats are the ones who investigated the fraud in Minnesota. I mean, I'm not a Democrat, but that's a weird statement. Defending fraud. Democrats have gone a long way. I mean, Donald Trump is a 34-time fraudster. He's a 34-time felon. 34 counts of fraud. I'm guessing you support him? I don't know, question mark? It's weird that you would come in here and talk about the Democrats, but I'm assuming that since you're talking about the Democrats, you're in another cult. You're in the other cult, the red cult, and you're talking about the blue cult, even though I'm not in the blue cult. But cool. Democrats are in on the fraud. So who... That's an interesting one, too, because MAGA has been convicted of fraud. Like, Donald Trump is convicted of fraud and rape. And, okay, that's interesting idea. They're in on it. Okay, cool. Democrats are in on it. Interesting. Cool. There was fraud because of the idiotic way that Donald Trump doled out money during the pandemic. And there was fraud all around the country. Almost every state had some kind of fraud regarding the idiotic way that Donald Trump handled the doling out of cash during COVID. And he could have just sent us all checks, but instead he sent checks to businesses who, if they did a little funny accounting, they could get money. And so, of course, there was fraud. They could have just handed us all checks, but no, they wanted to give it to businesses. And so there was fraud. Some fraud. The Lakers were caught doing it. I love talking about that because the Lakers were caught defrauding the government. There were actually several sports teams that, because they weren't able to have sports, a lot of basketball teams, they said that they needed payroll protection plan, and they inflated their numbers of their employees. Remarkable stuff happened during the COVID, but mostly it's because of our idiotic president, Donald Trump, who caused the fraud, mostly to facilitate the fraud for his friends. But whatever, man. Like, Democrats, fine, it's the Democrats. Only the Democrats did fraud. Donald Trump literally was convicted of fraud. He'd be in jail right now if he weren't president. If you idiots hadn't voted for him, he would be sitting in a prison cell right now.
You guys? No, get the fuck out of here. No one wants to talk to you. Get out of here.
I love you talking to me, so.
You can go on. You got enough content. Get the fuck out now. Get out. Get the fuck out of here.
Go on.
Get the fuck out of here.
Protest is leaving you. Go on.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm really surprised people don't beat this guy up more, but...
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, Nick.
Let me what?
Nick, get the fuck out of
Let
here.
me what?
I'm not talking to you. Walk that way. Take the train back that way. Nick, get the fuck out of here.
Fuck the KKK, fuck ICE and Donald Trump's criminal regime.
Get the fuck out of here, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Nick, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I can't.
It's a little...
Get the fuck out of here, Nick.
Okay, that was good.
Better?
That was good.
Stop. Get your bitch ass out of here.
That was good. You can walk it there.
Get the fuck out of here. You want me to escort you to your train?
No, I don't. I would actually not want you to escort me. You can actually just keep walking.
Get the fuck out of here.
Just trolling. I'm not trolling anybody.
Get the fuck
He's
out
the one
of
following me. Did you have a one-on-one conversation with the police officer? What would he say?
I'm not trolling anybody. I'm not trolling anybody. I think that's why. I think I really finally figured out why MAGA likes... They love, like, little gay boys going, I'm not trolling anybody. I should have just called this... We're going to talk about R-wordmaxxing here in a second, but it really is remarkable. And then, yeah, the liberals, exactly. Liberals will never punch Nick Shirley in the face. Liberals will be like, he has a right to be here. Everyone has a right. Even the Nazis. We need to hear them out one more time. Liberals will never punch. Liberals don't punch Nazis in the face. You're right. Fucking libtards. Nick Shirley is pretty brave. Awesome dude, showing the world all the fraud and all the Skate Rock. We just went into it. He didn't show anybody fraud. He just made idiots like you aware of it, and he put it because he packaged it in a racist box. And so you got into it because he played on your racism.
I don't know. I'd ask them if they know what they're complicit in, because I don't think any of them do, which is why they're standing here smirking at all of us, smacking their gum.
Do you think all police officers are bad?
I mean...
Yes, the answer is yes. All police officers are bad. They're part of a corrupt institution that is there to ensure that the difference between rich and poor grows larger and larger. They're there to protect property, not people. They don't care about people. They care only about the people that they can own. They're actually a vestige of the patty rollers or the slave catchers. So, I mean, I don't know. You like cops? You're happy about the cops now? Who's pro-cop in America? Anybody like cops now? Nick Shirley likes cops.
They're part of a system
Nick Shirley likes cops because he knows if he calls one, they'll shoot the other guy.
that's broken. So yes, they are complicit. Yes.
The police are here to help us, dumbass. Oh my God. Yeah, totally. They're here to help us. That's it, totally. What are they here to help us to do? The police, you mean the ones that killed Fred Hampton while he was sleeping? Oh, you mean the police who arrested Martin Luther King Jr. 30 times? Oh, you mean the police that killed Martin Luther King Jr.? No, you mean the police who beat the shit out of Rodney King. No, you mean the police who during the LA riots just shut it all down and just let it burn and shot anybody who tried to escape. No, you mean the police who just burned down the building of the Symbolese, like yeah, Liberation Front. Yeah, those police are totally, they're here to help us, man. The cops are here to help us.
I'll talk about cops all day. What do you want to know? 50-A.org. If you live in New York City, put in their badge number.
What do you mean? The cops are here. The cops are here to help us. The justice system's here to help us, guys. The justice system is here to help us. Stop. Those police are just good guys. They're just the good guys. Cops are so great. They never arrest. I literally watched a cop yesterday give a ticket to a lady for being on her phone. He came up and said, "I saw you with your phone in your right hand." And she lifted up her arm and she had no hand. And the cop still gave her a ticket. "I saw you with a phone in your right hand." She had no arm below her elbow, and the cop still gave her a ticket. They're here to help us, guys. The cops are here to help us.
Find out how many allegations they have, how much they cost the city, how much money they make. 50-A.org. Look up dirty cops. 50-A.org.
Should they defund the NYPD?
Absolutely. Abolish it. Revamp the entire system.
Who would you like to protect?
Nobody deserves their own flag. Back the blue is a disgusting, abusive tactic. So all cops are bastards, and we say that. We say that because they turn a blind eye to abuse. And if you see something, they don't say something, right? They turn a blind eye. That's what back the blue is, right? They back each other up. Therefore, all cops are bastards because they're all enabling a system that is...
Seems pretty eloquent, actually. Yeah, they are all hiding behind a thin wall of silence, a blue wall of silence.
harming people.
Who should protect
the original policing came from slavery.
Who's gonna protect the city? Who's gonna protect the city from the blacks? The cops don't protect the city. Most people live peacefully. Like, as you could tell by living in a city, you don't see cops. It's been days since I've seen cops. I don't see cops every time I go out. The cops are not there protecting the city like they're fucking Batman, you imbeciles. You imbeciles. People like Skate Rock thinks bad apples. People like Skate Rock think that he's read too many comic books. He thinks the cops are Batman. But in the Batman comics, the cops are also the bad guys. Commissioner Gordon is the only one who isn't corrupt. That's the story. They aren't there to protect the city. They're there to perpetuate a corrupt system that keeps poor people down. That's what they're there for, to protect capital. That's what they've always been there for, to protect capital. That's why they get really upset when you throw a brick into a window of a Starbucks, but they don't get so upset when someone is shot in the street. That's why. They do not care about you. They are not there to protect you or the city. If you think the city is the people who inhabit it. If you think the city is the real estate, then sure, yeah, the cops are there to protect the city. They'll kill you they'll kill you if you mess with their real estate or any of the businesses.
Slave catchers, white men chasing black people, slaves. We know that. They don't teach us this in the history books. Slave catchers, that's where all these fucking fools came from.
And then who should protect the city?
You abolish it and you start the whole system all over again. You put in more services to homelessness, community activations. You stop putting so much money into policing because police are not here to protect people, they're here to protect property. And
Hey, this lady is actually pretty well informed. I'm surprised that Nick Shirley's allowing her to talk. It's nice. I like it. What's he going to say? Hey, what's up, Ancient Spirit? My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. We do things a little differently on Fridays where we react to more internet stuff, not just the news. Thank you. Well, yeah, the city is the real estate, and I get I get to rent out. I get to sit on my ass all day and collect rent money once a month. There you go. Exactly. Your investments, they will protect. They are not there to protect human beings. There you go. At least this person with a bunch of symbols, I don't know your pictographic language, but I do enjoy it. I don't know what to call you, but I think I'll just call you @sign. Yeah, you get to collect rent. The landlords, they protect those. They protect those people. Donald Trump is a landlord. He's just an asshole landlord who does horrible things to people. Ask a MAGA these questions and see their brilliant answers. I know, they don't. Cops save us! Cops are good for us. Yeah, cops are really good for us, everybody. Cops are great. That's all they could say. Maggers have no interest in critical thinking whatsoever.
Woman that's called the police for TV before, they're not here for me. Women should never call the cops. Ladies, never call the cops for domestic violence. They're not here to help you.
Who should they call then?
Your community.
Don't call anybody. Buy a gun.
See, white people, we have a big problem in our white community. White people, we don't know how to form communities. We don't know how to ask for help. We love silence. We love sweeping shit under the rug. Because you have to look a certain way, act a certain way, be a kind of certain way, right? That's white people shit. And we got to unlearn that because we're all being told a lie. When people start to speak up, we're called crazy. The second we start to speak up, white people were literally murdered back in the day when we stood up for black people because something must be wrong with them. Why would they be supporting black people? Don't get it twisted. Fuck police. At least 40% of them beat their wives. They killed at least 30 dogs every day. Yo, you're a pussy.
It is true. They are very bad on wives and animals. That's true. That's just statistically true. Cops beat their wives more. They also harm animals more. They harm a lot of animals as they're militarizing the animals, horses and dogs. It's a well-known, there's video of cops beating the shit out of their dogs. It's a very well-known and well-documented thing. But they're the good guys, everybody.
I'm white, you're white. What should we do?
Oh my God, use our privilege all day, every day. Stand front lines. Yo, black people shouldn't even be fucking out here. It should be all of us fighting against white supremacy. We should be front line, protecting ourselves, putting our bodies on the line. What, you get arrested for a couple hours? Yo, do their asses. Make 10 grand. Really. 1-800-SUE-CITY.
Liberalism is a mental disorder. Well, yeah, it is. Mental disorder. It totally is a mental disorder. I completely agree. If you can ignore history, be a liberal. If Donald Trump's a liberal, I mean, people who don't know history and think that there's both people, there's great people on both sides, great people on both sides, great people on both sides. This is liberalism. Let's hear out the Nazis one more time. You need liberals in order to have Nazis. You have to have them because the liberals are like, oh, let's hear both sides. Let's give them a seat at the table. Capitalism is good. We just need to have the marketplace of ideas. Oh, you're a Nazi? Oh, you're calling yourself alt-right these days? That's so cute. Rebrand, right? Have a seat. Let's all talk. You're just another marginalized community, you little Nazis. That's the liberal. And that is a mental disorder because it disregards all of documentation, all of human history. It disregards everything that we already know. Liberals, yes, they do accept. Liberals always accept Nazis. That's how we get Nazis. That's exactly, dude, Martin Luther King Jr. said that the KKK was less of a problem than the white liberal. The white liberal, he tolerates the KKK. If you got every white liberal to say no and start punching KKK in the face, which KKK, by the way, most historians think the KKK is kind of where fascism really started, but let's not get into that. But if we had liberals, especially white liberals, punching the KKK in the face, they'd be gone like that. In fact, that's kind of how the KKK ended going away. Was because white liberals started waking up by watching popular media and realizing, oh shit, the KKK is really disgusting. I'm not going to tolerate it. It's really, really difficult to get a liberal to say no. Because they're always like, oh, let's hear them out. They're just doing them. Live and let live. They're Nazis. They're entitled to their opinion. That's the liberal. Was the KKK bad? Of course. What are you, stupid? Of course. Liberals, let them exist. Let the Nazis exist. Just they're the people with the coexist bumper sticker, with all the little symbols. You know what I'm talking about? All the symbols of all the religions. Oh, all these religions. You cannot coexist with people who want to kill all of the other religions. You cannot coexist. Coexist. Oh, your religion says that we should all die, and my religion says all of you should all die. We're liberals, though. Let's just coexist. Let's coexist, everybody. You cannot have fascism without liberals. Liberals will say, oh, I'm against that, but I won't do anything about it. It's their right to be fascist. It's their right to be Nazi. This is how you get Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't happen unless liberals pave the road for a Nazi to walk in. Roll out the red carpet. Kiss his feet. That's the liberal.
Sue the police. I go on forever. Real shit.
I want to see
I've
you
been
get
outside for a while. I've been outside. I think how many times I've been arrested? A lot.
Can I see you get arrested tonight?
I mean,
Coexist doesn't have Nazis in it? Let's look it up. Coexist bumper sticker. Just so everybody knows what I'm talking about, I really want to show everybody. Oh, there's one with a rainbow. That's perfect. That's perfect. Open image in new tab. Let's look at it. Coexist. All right, here we go. We're going to share this. There you go. Coexist. Evolution. The E is for evolution. Because even the atheists, the peace sign, the Ankh, the yin yang, the cross, oh my god, the star-dogged moon. Oh, I love this. You don't see, you tell me that none of the symbols in here, none of the symbols here look like a swastika to you? None of them? None of the symbols there look like a swastika to you, huh? Cool. That's rad. Oh man, there's lots of different variations of this. But I have this, there's another one. Oh, most of them have the E with the man and woman symbols on it. Great. Coexist. Coexist, everybody. God damn it. Is anything more cringe than this? Is there anything more cringe than this? Like, this is truly... This is why Nazis happen. This is why Nazis happen. Coexist. Where's the swastika? You don't see a swastika? You don't see one? You don't see one? You don't see one? You're telling me all of these symbols are A-okay by you. You're cool with all of them, right? None of these strike a chord. None of these symbols make you feel like they want to kill me. Because I see a bunch of symbols of people who want to kill each other, which is why this exists, which is why this happens. The people who follow the cross hate the people who believe in evolution. The people who are Muslim hate the people who are Christian. The Jews, I mean, they hate the Muslims too. They hate the Muslims. The Ankh, I don't even know what the fuck that's doing there. The yin yang, I mean, it's kind of fun, but I mean, Buddhists have been known to have wars and kill each other too. I mean, as a Westerner, it doesn't really spark it. I love the yin yang, because I'm a Westerner and I think of the yin yang as a cool symbol of balance. But they've had their problems in history. You don't see a swastika? There isn't a swastika in essence, but there is a swastika. Thank you, Positrex. Someone with half a brain, Positrex, more than half a brain, but someone with a full brain gets my point. Thank you. That's not even a proper yin-yang. Well, none of these are proper symbols. I mean, come on. Come on. Buddhists don't war. Okay, cool. Yeah. Asia's never had wars. You're right. Asia and the Tibetan monks have never had conflicts, and they're perfectly peaceful people. Yeah, they really do practice what they preach. They're the only religion that practices what they preach. The Christians don't do war either. There's thou shalt not kill. Haven't you heard? Haven't you heard there's thou shalt not kill? The Christians never have had a war because of the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods. The Christians have never had a war because they're Christian, you see. And as we all know in history, the Christians have never had a war. They've never done anything wrong. They've always been on the right side of history, Christians. It's not like it's not like Christians invented white supremacy in 1492 during the Spanish Inquisition. No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Shut up. The Christians never did anything wrong.
I really would rather not get arrested, but I will always take one for the team. It's revolutionary shit. I'm just saying, y'all want to fuck with us? Like, yeah, you sue them when they hurt you, when they unlawfully arrest you for using your First Amendment right.
How much money have you made from getting arrested?
Enough.
Pay the bills?
Thousands.
You pay the bills at least?
Taxpayers' money. People should be mad about all these unlawful arrests. Taxpayers should be out here being like, why y'all wasting money? They're exercising their First Amendment right.
Using this money to pay her bills. You're trying to paint it out like she's like here telling defund cops, leaving the community to be harmed and like use this money to live her life. Like you think she's freeloading off these causes?
Oh no, I'm just asking if like the fine that she's got.
That's kind of like your question seems very pointed.
I feel like you're not on our side.
No, I feel like you're definitely not. I know she's obviously not doing this.
I can just look at him. No offense.
She's not doing this to pay the
Yeah, I could just look at him. No offense. What do you mean? I'm not doing anything. I'm Nick Shirley. I'm completely innocent. I'm a Christian man. Christians don't do anything bad.
No,
what do I?
Because she cares about the community.
You're the typical white boy.
Yeah, like
like you.
Oh, really?
I know you. I know your type. I married someone like you.
Really? What happened?
I did. I got divorced.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. I know we're just talking to people, giving people everyone a voice.
Do you about that free Palestine?
Free Palestine, real.
Yeah? Okay. So
Pretty sad what's going on.
Okay.
Pretty sad what's
You
going
make
on.
money off this?
We're live right now. We're talking to people. Got anything to say?
Please don't believe me. Thank you.
Anything you gotta say? You got 7,000 people watching right now.
No, I think I said what I said. Fuck 12, fuck the police.
You did a very good job saying what you want to say. Thank you
She actually did do a good job saying what she needed to say. I thought she did a great job.
so much. Have a great rest of your day, man. We're trapped right now. I don't know where to go. We're trapped. It's kind of hard.
You're white and privileged. You can probably walk right across the street. They'll let you.
See what happens.
Fuck 12. Black Lives Matter. Free Palestine, free Congo, free Sudan. Fuck ICE.
I have a question for you. ICE or ISIS?
I think ISIS is
Actually, get the fuck out of here. Like, please leave.
I was just
Like, please leave. No, what? ICE or ISIS?
Okay.
Like, actually, get the fuck out of here.
Okay,
Get the
I
fuck
will-
out of here.
I'll leave now.
Leave.
All right, I'm moving. I'm going. Thank you so much, man.
Is that brave what he did? Was that brave? People call this guy brave. Is this brave?
Here we go. All right, we're out of there.
I think the lady screaming "fuck ICE" to the cops is a little bit braver than him. He's just talking to ladies. So far, I've only seen him talk to short people. And women are included in that. That's just because I'm so tall. Like, I can't even fit in the frame. I'm always having to duck down here because I can't fit in the frame.
She chose ISIS. How you doing, sir? You enjoying the protest?
Yeah.
She said, I think, she did not choose ISIS. She said, I think ISIS is a conspiracy. It's just a conspiracy that ISIS isn't actually a thing. And there's lots of evidence. ISIS isn't really a thing. It's like there's a bunch of different warlords, and they call it ISIS so that we have somebody to hate, which is a great plan, right? If you've got a bunch of different people, it's really hard to say, oh, we hate all of them because they're all different groups. But if you say, I hate ISIS, and it kind of paints them all with one brush, it's a really good propaganda tool.
Sir,
Oh, right here, dickhead.
I ain't no racist, sir. Yeah, no, we out here too.
Raise me a dickhead.
I ain't a dickhead either.
What you out here for? You out here for this shit?
Yes, sir. We're out here talking to the protesters, seeing what's going on. So,
The way everybody's responding to you, you must be a
I know they're
dickhead.
kind of getting mad, huh?
Yeah.
The way everybody's responding you must be a dickhead. Oh, I like it. I like it.
For us.
I'm out here just to hear the
You're out here
people's
like on some
opinions.
white supremacy shit. Because
No.
you're a white boy and that's how y'all niggas act. You know what I
really?
mean?
There's a lot of white boys out
word. I know. You probably like all this shit that's going on, the white supremacy, all this shit. You know how y'all took over this land?
Yeah.
You know, it used to be Mexican land and all that Native American Mexican land?
Yeah.
You know, your people came from Europe, came over here and did shit and then built walls up, told them people they gotta stay down there.
Yeah.
How would y'all like if somebody came over there in Europe and did that shit to y'all? How about we start purging y'all, getting y'all out here and getting shit back to the Native Americans? How would you like that? Now's your interview. How would you like that? How about we purge this shit for the Native Americans, give it back to the original people of this land?
Were you born here?
Who? You. My people are Native American. Yes. My people are Native American. Yes, they went from black people. Yes, I got a 1% Native American grandmother. What about you?
So we're on the same
Are
page.
you from here? No, you're not from here. You're not from here.
It's true, man. Don't fucking talk to black people about being natives. A lot of black people have native blood because a lot of black people who were freed slaves or people who were escaped slaves actually went with the Indians because the Indians were cool with black people, mostly. Not all the time, but of course, there was some mixing up there. You ever heard of Melungeons? I like this guy, too. The way everyone's reacted to you look like a dickhead. I like that everybody, like Nick Fuentes is like a drop of oil, and everybody goes away from him. He's like a drop of poison, and everyone, the cops, man, they must put Nick Fuentes, what's his name? Nick Shirley. You put Nick Shirley into a protest situation, everyone goes away. Everyone hates him so much. He's so odiferous that people are just like, oh God, Nick Shirley's here. God damn. Oh, fuck it. He's more effective than tear gas. Nick Shirley, cops, learn something. This is the most peaceful way to disperse a crowd. Just put more of these guys into the scenario. Oh, I just want to ask some questions. I'm just a white man asking questions. No problem, guys. I'm not racist. Here, just I want to know, how do you feel about the N-word? That's what we need. It's the most peaceful way to break up a protest. No one wants to be around this guy.
Yeah, not from here. You're European, right?
Immediately, everybody wants to go home when this dude shows up.
I'm here.
How about we purge this shit for the Native Americans? Are you with that?
Am I with
Are
that?
you with that?
Current day?
Huh?
Current day?
Are you with that?
To give everything back to Native Americans?
Yeah, we give it back to the Native Americans. You with that?
Go for it.
It's our land back,
Let's see what happens.
motherfucker. You with that?
Sure, let's go for it. See what happens.
I know. That's why you're not here. That's why you're not here.
Mocking people, saying we're on stolen land. Like, can you get out of here? Like, actually get out of here.
I'm late. I'm walking with you guys.
No one wants you here. Like, go
You
to
look
your
dirty as hell, yo.
podcast.
You look dirty, bro.
I do look
You look
dirty.
dirty, bro. You look dirty, bro.
I look
You look
dirty.
dirty. Your hair and all that shit. Your body. Your clothes don't look like whatever. Your body, your face look dirty, motherfucker. You look stinky, nigga. Slime ball. Look at this dirty ass nigga. Dirty
so
motherfucker.
dirty. Very
Greaseball,
dirty.
greaseball. No, fuck that. He gonna get me all day. This dirty ass motherfucker on your face.
It is on my
He need to take a shower, cut his hair. You know what I mean? Get a clean cut. Act like the white boy you supposed to be. Put a suit on. Put a suit on.
Right?
You know what I mean? You ain't playing the part right. You ain't playing the part. You like a grease bum, nigga. You ain't playing the part right, dirty ass boy. Go get in the shower. You look tan as fuck. You trying to be black? Huh?
So
you trying to get a tan?
Now it's a crime to be outside.
You trying to get a tan,
Now it's a crime to be
motherfucker?
outside. It's a crime to be outside now?
Fucking clown.
Wow.
No, it ain't crime to be outside. It's crime to be here. When you stolen land, on stolen land. It's crime to be on stolen land. Talking like how you talk.
Were you born here?
Talking how you talk.
Were you born in the U.S.? Because so was I.
100%.
So was I.
Where your family come from?
Where you?
Where your family come from?
They're-
Where's you kidnapped? Where's yours?
My parents were born here.
Wow.
What?
I like, is that all his content? Just people telling him to get the fuck out of here? Is that his whole thing? Just get the fuck out of here. Just get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Just leave us. Leave us. Oh my God. Anyway.
I can't hear you without that banging. I can't hear you with all that banging noise. What are you?
Dude, Jake Lang is so weird. Jake Lang getting kicked out of courtroom this week.
Get the fuck out, Cracker. Get out. I got it.
Cracker? Who calls him Cracker these days? Damn, you gotta be a piece of shit for someone. I don't think anyone's ever called me Cracker.
I'm not even a counter-protester. You realize that, right?
Oh, you're not adopting, right?
I'm not docking anybody.
Nobody wants you here. Nobody wants you here.
I don't care if you want me here or not.
Nobody wants you here.
I don't care.
Well, why the fuck would you be here when everybody hates you?
I'm talking to everybody out
You're
here.
a honky.
I've had
Nobody
some.
wants you, bro.
A honky? What's a honky?
A honky, bro.
A honky. Oh, that's a good one. Haven't heard that one before. She keeps following me. I think she has a crush on me.
Nick
think
is
she
a
does.
Nick is a legend. What is he a legend of? The legend of Bagger Vance? What is he the legend of? Legend of the Fall?
I think she has a crush on me.
Legend of der Untergang?
People here tell me I was stinky, but she keeps following me around, so I must smell pretty good. That's a cool flannel. I was thinking about getting a degree at NYU. How about that? You go to school together? Probably not smart enough. Everyone, we got 2 flannels, 3 flannels. Oh my god.
It makes me wonder, did Nick Sherlock did Nick Shirley go to college? I wonder if he went to college. YouTube content creator and independent journalist Nick Shirley did not attend college. He has pursued a full-time career in digital content creation and investigative reporting straight out of high school. Doesn't surprise me. He went to Farmington High School in Utah. Graduated in 2020. He's just a kid, man. Jesus. He's like, how old is he? 24, 25? Wow. Nick Shirley. Just a kid. Just a kid.
Hey, buddy. Wow. Cool. Let me just catch my breath real quick.
Let's see. What did you say? Making Democrats look retarded and finding billions of... That's how stupid you guys are. Again, he did not find $1 billion of fraud. There was an ongoing investigation, and he targeted people of color and sensationalized that to get idiots. He basically took an existing story and then wrapped it up in a racist package, and idiots in America really got it. He went viral. Because he made an existing story racist. That's all he did. The main person for the Somali fraud case was a white lady. She just went to jail for 41 years. She got sentenced this week. Nick Shirley did not uncover any. He uncovered 0 fraud. And the people that he targeted... They went there later. The authorities went there later, and this guy's fucking insane. These people he's targeting are not guilty of the fraud. They're not even part of the case. Nothing that he did was groundbreaking. He went viral for doing some racist shit. That ain't. He was paid, of course he was, but. And who knows how that payment all started. I mean, every content creator's paid. I mean, Navia, you helped me out with my coffee. By the way, please. I need to buy coffee. My coffee's almost out, and I need coffee money. Please, if you enjoy any of the things that I do on the internet, please consider making a donation, a super chat, or to Cash App or Venmo. Cash App and Venmo, I'm going to put it on the screen right now because I think everybody should be buying. If you trust Donald Trump, buy Melania Coin. Please, Melania Coin. It's the most important financial tool for America's future prosperity. Please Venmo me at Skyjack23 or Cash App Skyjack Morgan, so that I can buy coffee for myself. I'm just poor. I'm not as rich as Nick Shirley. I don't go and bother people in the streets. Not anymore, anyway. I used to be a protester, but nobody paid me for that either. I'm just a guy who likes to threaten the status quo. That's all I want to do, is threaten the status quo. So if you're a rebel, please Venmo me. Also, if you'd like to join the chat, if you'd like to join, please, it's a call-in show. The link is in the chat. If you'd like to do it, please come on. Please come on. No one else did anything. Come on the show and talk to me about it. You can come on the show, go right there. We whites are good at fraud. It's true. It's true. But everyone's good at fraud. It's just lying for money. Fraud is just lying for money. And a lot of people are engaged in it at all times. I mean, it's always misrepresenting yourself. That's the thing. Sky goes to prison for shilling Melania coin. I did do a show from jail once. Do you remember? Does anybody remember in Little Rock, Arkansas? I did a show from jail. That was fun. That was fun. Shirley does nothing on his own. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got some good money going. Well, he's like that Tim Pool guy, right? Most of the best fraudsters have been white. Well, I mean, sure, like, hey, guys, you want to sell me? Hey, guys, trust me, I'm going to put you on this land over here. It's way better. We're going to take the 5 civilized tribes. We're going to take them out. We're going to put them on the other side of the country. Ah, crap, there's gold underneath your feet. We're going to have to kill all of you now. Don't worry, it's all great. Fun is having sex on the beach. You think so? I've had sex on the beach many times, and I mean, it's still good sex, I guess. It's just sex, but I mean, I don't find it more fun than anything else. Yeah, greaseballs is an Italian slur that's bigotry coming from an American black man that doesn't wash his hair. Tall Neanderthal. You think so? You think he's a bigoted black man who doesn't wash his hair? I don't know. Soros pays you to protest? Nice, nice. Planned Parenthood credits. Nice, nice. You got to love that. Well, please, I really would appreciate it. Anybody supporting the channel. Become a channel member, Sky City Rebels. Thank you so much. I'll be the next Nick Shirley.
Hey, this guy.
I'm going to become a conservative and start going. It's so much easier to be MAGA. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to know anything about history. You don't have to have any facts. You just have to have vibes and be annoying. I'm pretty good at being annoying. I should have been a magger.
What's going on? How you doing?
I would have been a great magger.
I think I've seen you on YouTube. Bro, let's see how far. Let's see. Wait, you guys won't let me leave?
I'll push her.
Oh, I'll push her. Oh, man. All right, we got NYPD coming. Let's see what happens. Hey, man, they told me to come back on the sidewalk. You guys, they told me to come back on the sidewalk. Let's just...
I love when people say refusing to assimilate. What does that mean? It means do what we say, do what the boss says. That's not freedom, asshole. That's not freedom. Do you believe in freedom? Forcing people to assimilate is anti-freedom. They can assimilate if they want to. What does that mean, assimilate? Speak your language? Do what you want them to do? That's tyranny. That's not anything other than tyranny. Communist. Communist. Everyone's a communist that you don't like. You can come on the show and tell me what you think a communist is. Please come on the show and tell me what you think a communist is. The link is in the chat.
Yep. No, you just touched me. You just hit my shoulder, actually. She hit my shoulder.
Fuck off, Nazi.
Why don't you?
Kill yourself, Nazi.
Yeah, I have a Facebook. Yeah. Skyjack Morgan Facebook, yeah, oh yeah, Skyjack Morgan, Skyjack Morgan on his Facebook page, here it is. It's facebook.com/Skyjack Morgan. It's easy to find on Facebook. There it is, bam. Facebook.com/Skyjack Morgan. You are an asshole. Yes, you are definitely an asshole. Absolutely, you're an asshole. 100%. Look at this comment that you left. Oh, by the way, thank you so much, Real McGoy. I appreciate you. That'll help me with coffee. We are now 25% there for my coffee budget for the month. Thank you, Real McGoy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Not what I wanted to do, what's good for America. Who decides what's good for America? We have to unite as a country and actually have solidarity if we want to survive. How will we have that solidarity if we keep on kicking people in the teeth and telling them to assimilate? Look at this. Just like this guy with dreadlocks, his parents were born here too, but he's a communist and refuses to assimilate, and that's why he's marching and with other communities trying to pay his student loans. Why is he a communist trying to... What are you talking about? Zionists? I am not a Zionist. I'm sorry. They can't speak actual truth, or they cut you off. Man, I've put the link in the chat many times for you to come on the show and talk to me. Solidarity for them means safe, white, and wealthy. That's what I'm assuming from this. Like, I don't know, Paul, Neanderthal. I honestly can't make heads or tails of what you're trying to say now. Please come on the chat. Come on the show. You can come on the show and talk with me with your voice. You don't have to turn on the camera. You can talk with me on your voice. Tell me how you feel. I'd love to know your point of view. I'd love to know what you mean.
Really?
Yeah, kill yourself, Nazi.
Would that make you happy?
It would, Nazi.
Really?
I love when Nazis die.
It really make you happy because I'm not a Nazi, so.
Oh, sorry, KKK.
Oh, I'm not KKK either.
Get out of here. No one's touching you.
Thank you, officers. Thank you, officers. Thank you, officers. Thank you.
Thank you, officer. Fucking bootlickers.
Beautiful flag. What's your favorite part about the Mexican flag?
Yep. On your face, brother.
I like the part where the eagle's eating the snake.
What?
Right in your face, brother.
Thank you, guys. All right, let me move, maybe.
You gotta let him walk.
Stand by. Okay, yeah. You want to walk the sidewalk.
Actually,
Yeah, I did. I forgot about that. You're right. Skyjack Morgan, you're forgetting that MAGA has their own dictionary with all of the alternate definitions of words like freedom, patriot, and democracy. It also explains the president as king. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. I did forget about that. I'm terribly sorry that they have all of their own words.
want to get closer.
Don't tell him where he can walk.
Okay, yeah, sorry. You can tell me where I can stand?
Look, it's not nice to call Nick Shirley retarded just because Nick Shirley, I didn't call him that, Mark Lewis. It's not cool to call people that, man. I don't like Nick Shirley, but calling him that, you could do what you want. I'm not your mom. Go ahead, call Nick Shirley retarded if you want to. It's not a word that I prefer to use. I think it's unkind, and I try to be kind of nice, especially to people who can't defend themselves, you know, people who have they're different from me. They don't have the same faculties. I don't think that's fair to punch down, you know. It doesn't feel right to me. But I guess you're right. Maybe you could call Nick Shirley anything you want, Mark Lewis. I don't think it's very nice. Of course the cops are helping him. Of course they are.
I can't stand here now. I'm not blocking him. I had to move.
Getting arrested. Getting real close.
I think you should arrest him. He's harassing us.
I'm harassing you.
Listen, he's allowed to walk with me, right?
Yeah, he's welcome to.
I think they have a crush on me. I think that's the problem.
See, that's there you go. Turn on the rapey vibes, man.
He's blocking the sidewalk. He needs to move. I'm trying to walk, but he just keeps walking in front of me. Can I get through, please?
You gotta let him walk.
He's touching me. He's on my phone.
I'm not on your foot.
You literally are.
No, officer.
Keep walking. You can't walk the sidewalk.
Man, you gotta let him walk.
Yeah, go ahead. Let him walk. Go. Walk away. Walk away. Let him go. Keep going over. God, walk away. Walk away. Keep walking. Keep walking.
You guys aren't letting me leave. Look, now we... Jeez.
You see, honestly, it's so easy because he can just go. He knows the liberals aren't going to punch him. All these liberals aren't going to do anything to him. Liberals, they never punch Nazis. Liberals are a bunch of limp-wristed losers that don't stand up to the bad guys, which is how we get Donald Trump.
All right, everybody. A little crazy out here. They're not letting me leave. Now they're letting me leave.
Yeah,
going
you
on?
go for good, bro. Get the fuck
I'm here just like you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're not like me at all.
Okay.
At all.
Don't matter.
They wouldn't even stop recording people's faces, man.
I stay on the sidewalk. I stay on the sidewalk.
Yo, I think someone low-key might try to come and attack me, and they grabbed him. Now he's arrested.
Get up on the sidewalk. Let's step back. Back up.
He doesn't want to get arrested.
Yo, that guy might have been coming after me. Now that person someone just kicked me from behind. Someone just kicked me from behind.
Yeah.
They're pushing me. I'm trying, officer.
Spit him out like a bad seed. Spit him out like a bad seed. That is the best tactic. Hey, cops, he's yours. Fucking take him. Take him. Take him. We don't want him here. He's not on our side. Get him out. That makes perfect sense. Push him out. If you had a bad seed in your mouth, you'd spit him out. That's what you would do.
You're about to get arrested. Push me again, I dare you. Push me again, I dare you.
Dare you.
Push me again, I dare you.
I dare you. Push me again, I dare you. This is MAGA masculinity right here.
Holy cow, you guys.
Poor Nick Shirley.
Wow, thank you all. Thank you, Andre Torres. We appreciate you. Thank you, Desert Dr. Cohen member.
There he goes, thanking all the people who paid him for this.
Thank you, Kareem, for the donation. We appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for the donation. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
No cops! No KKK! No fascist USA! No KKK! No fascist USA! No KKK! No fascist USA!
I love when these people take photos of me because I'm already rapping. Feel this up, so just more photos for me to put. Maybe I'll put them on my grandma's wall. What?
You got kicked out of LA, right?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you fucking did.
No, I didn't.
You're the same thing that got kicked out of the fucking protest.
I didn't get kicked out. Bunch of people started kicking at me. So, I think it's kind of dangerous. I'm trying to get popular on the internet, which poses more of a threat. Especially without the life plans are right now, people get more upset. But, you know, we got to stay strong out here in the streets. No one's going to stop me from doing what I want to do. I'm showing you guys the truth of what's happening here in America.
Once again, Nick Shirley has not exposed fraud. He never exposed fraud. He did not expose fraud. The fraud case was already going. People had already been arrested by the time Nick fucking Shirley showed up. He did not expose fraud. He took an existing fraud story and wrapped it up with a racist package so that idiots like you would gobble it up. That's all he did. So now a story that was already ongoing, people had already been arrested, is now national news. He went viral because he targeted a community that does have something to do with it. There are Somalis involved in it, but all the people at the top of the fraud, guess what? They were white people. But he didn't say any of that, did he? He went to daycares and harassed people. And the people who he harassed had nothing to do with the fraud. So he used people who were just minding their own business to popularize a case that was already going on. They had already caught people. They were already investigating. So no, he did not expose fraud. Nick Shirley never exposed fraud.
Nobody can stop me. They can try all they want. No one can stop me. Because at the end of the day, I've been writing here just like these people. So they can't tell me where I can go and where I can.
You know who did expose fraud, though? Jack Smith. Jack Smith exposed fraud. He was a Republican independent counsel who went after Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a fraudster. Donald Trump is guilty of fraud. He actually got convicted of 34 counts of fraud because he was paying a prostitute while his wife was... He's paying a prostitute with campaign funds while his wife was raising his infant son, Barron. Classy. That's what I love about MAGA. You guys are so classy. You guys support a guy who was literally fucking a prostitute with your money while his wife was raising his infant kid. Very cool.
No fascist USA! If you want to watch the video too, no KKK, no fascist USA! No KKK, no fascist USA! Don't ever fall for the KKK, no fascist USA! You want to go. Don't ever fall.
This is the first Nick Shirley video I'm watching from beginning to end so that I could, because yesterday people have been talking about Nick Shirley all week and people like, Sky, you got to watch it all. So I'm watching. This was Nick Shirley's video. It's on his channel. We're watching Nick Shirley's channel right now. I've never watched him all the way through. I've only watched clips. It's almost over.
What's up? I have every right to be here.
White privilege. Get the fuck out, white privilege.
Jesse, you get arrested tonight?
I mean, I really would rather not get arrested, but I will. I will always take one for the team. It's revolutionary.
I'm not instigating anybody. You're the one following me around. My bad.
Now she knows who he is. That's right. He went. Oh, it looks like he went back to the same corner where she was at.
That's it, I'm sure. What?
Yeah, like, get out, yo. Look at you.
I'm ashamed of you.
Yeah, for real, yo.
What?
Get out.
You're your frat.
You're
They
making
should drop
money
out my
off
frat.
of
I was trying to go to NYU, but they wouldn't accept me because they took your scholarships instead.
No, you're the worst kind of white boy.
Oh man, you see, I think it's just like, it's a little too easy. It's a little too simple. At least Jordan Klepper has like a. Is he like the MAGA Jordan Klepper? Is that his name? Jordan Klepper. Is that his name? Does anyone know who I'm talking about? He's like the MAGA Jordan Klepper. Jordan Klepper, though, is a little more clever, but sometimes Jordan Klepper stuff is a little cheap because it's just too easy interviewing rubes. Because people who are already at the rally, that are already like the converted, and they're zealots for Donald Trump, and they're wearing the shirt with like Donald Trump's fingers, or they're, fuck that bitch and all that stuff on their shirts. It's a little too easy to interview those people, isn't it? It's a little dumb. Yeah, it's Klepper, right? Is Nick Shirley kind of like the mirror Klepper? Is that who he is? Nick Shirley's kind of like the Bizarro Klepper. He's like Bizarro Superman. We am Bizarro Superman. He like talks all funny and backwards and shit. The words don't mean anything. Does anyone know who Bizarro Superman is? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Wait, y'all
Really?
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out! Fucking nerd! Speaking to your fucking mic, get the fuck out of here!
Say it. What do you want to say to him?
Get the fuck out of here!
Say it.
fuck white boys, fuck white boys, fuck white supremacy, fuck 12. Get the fuck out. Yo, you're privileged.
What does fuck 12 mean? What does that mean? What does it mean when a protester says fuck 12? Fuck 12. They are using a slang to express anger toward law enforcement or the criminal justice system as a whole. In street and hip-hop culture, 12 is a widespread slang term for police officers? Why? I always call them 5-0. What do you mean 12? What the hell? While 5-0 was a popular older nickname, I'm old. 12 became the new go-to slang popularized largely through Southern hip-hop. Common theories about its origin is that, because police radio codes, 1012 is a radio code that means visitors present or indicates an officer has company on scene, 1012. Or Adam 12, it may trace back to the late 1970s TV show Adam 12. That's probably more likely. 5-0 and 12 make more sense in old TV shows. In cities like Atlanta, local organizers and rapper adopted 12 to refer to specific police districts or narcotic squad. Okay, so fuck 12 means fuck the police. It seems like a stupid thing to say. Does anybody know that? It just seems like Adam 12. Yeah, Adam 12. It must be Adam 12. Yeah. 5-0 is what I would call, but I would never say fuck 5-0. Like, I would never say fuck 5-0, fuck 5-0. Fuck 12? That's just a dumb thing to say. But hey, you know what? I'm glad you're out in the streets doing it. Whatever, man. Fuck 12, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. Spread your TDS. TDS. Am I even talking about Donald Trump right now? What is it with these guys? What is it with these weird maggers? Maggers are so dumb. It really is always baffling how dumb you guys are. You never heard of it? I never heard of it. Fuck 12 Epstein problem. No, I heard it was a no, it's clearly a police thing. I mean, the only deranged people about Trump are the people who are like these maggers. Are you a magger? You could call in. Why don't you call in, buddy? You can call in. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I'd love to hear why you think TDS is a thing. Because, see, I think TDS means that you bought a lot of Melania coin. Buy a lot of Melania coin, everybody. It's Melania coin day. Please join up. Please, if you give to this channel today, I will buy Melania coin right here. Venmo Skyjack23 or Cash App Skyjack Morgan. Please support independent media and my ability to buy Melania coin. I already sold my house and put all my money into Melania coin because I think Donald Trump tells the truth. When he said that Melania coin is the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America, I took him at his word because he's the president of the United States. This is endorsed by the First Lady. And let me tell you, if it's endorsed by the First Lady and the president of the United States, it is as good as gold. Don't buy gold. Sell your gold. Buy Melania coin. How much Melania coin do you own? Jimmy's Neutron. How much do you own? It's going to the moon, everybody. It's going to the moon. All right. It's going to the moon. B12 though. Fuck 12. B12. Another Trumper. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you for your service, brother. Yeah, it's. Melania, how much Melania coin do you own, Camel Tony? I'd love to know how much Melania. I fill up Melania. Wonderful. The more Melania you have, the better. Melania never lies. She never met Jeffrey Epstein. She never knows. She didn't know him. You don't have to be smart to resist corruption. You don't. You don't have to be smart. You own all the Melania coin. Will David, way to go, man. I'm trying. You're my hero. I'm trying to buy more. Trump always chimps out. Trump chimps out. Yes, Trump always chimps out. Sure. Looks like somebody has TDS. Klepper works for The Daily Show. Yeah, TDS is The Daily Show. I think that's what you must mean when you say I have TDS. But hey, everybody, buy Melania coin. Don't get it twisted. Melania coin is the future. It's going to the moon. It's going to the moon. Please consider buying Melania coin today. And if you give me any money, I'm going to buy coffee, and anything that's left over, I'm buying Melania coin. Yes, Camel Tony, how much Melania coin do you own? Do you own a lot of it? I hope you do.
So strong, it's nasty.
Make it an NYU because you're white.
I haven't just been
Go back to Alabama and fuck your sister. He's from Utah. Utah, they don't fuck their sisters because Mormons keep very good records about who's related to whom so that nobody fucks their sisters. In fact, did you know that in genealogy, like Mormons are amazing at genealogy. They've got records and archives. They're very, very good at this because they've had to be because of their history of, sister wives. And they don't want to end up fucking like their grandkids. It's okay to fuck someone the same age as your grandkid, but you're not allowed to fuck your own grandkids. So you got to keep very good records about this shit. Nick Shirley knows what I'm talking about. He's from Utah.
I'm not here. What safety?
I cannot make a leave. If you touch him and he wants to be a complainant, I'm going to arrest you, okay?
I'm not going to touch any of you. No.
If you touch anybody, I'm going to arrest ya.
I can be right here. I can be right here.
Why don't they just do that from the beginning? People, that's exactly what they should have done. Man, you get a cowbell going. Bah, 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 bah. It freaks people the fuck out, man. I went to a protest once at Louis Vuitton. Started ringing that cowbell. Holy shit, dude. I had earplugs in. These people are like, fuck. Cowbell makes people go crazy. It's the worst sound. Bum, bum, bum. I got a fever. I need more cowbell. Guys, I need more cowbell. I gotta have more cowbell. I like that they're saying move. That's class, man. Cowbell, and they're saying move.
Hey, I can be here, sir. I have a right to leave.
I have a right to be here, sir.
A little bit, but I'm all right. I'm all right.
He's so polite. He's so polite. He doesn't like the cowbell. He needs more cowbell.
Guys, you gotta stop. Don't touch him. Don't put that stuff in his ears. I'm telling you now.
What do you mean put himself in? Fuck you in your ears, officer. Fuck you, officer.
White, red,
Make your dick feel bigger for fucking having the cops protect you? No.
embarrass you?
No, it doesn't.
I have not talked.
I like every time he gets in a jam. You know what he does? I've seen him do it twice now. He starts getting a little scared, so he goes to the cops. Like he'll go to the cops. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! He does it over and over again. He starts some shit and then he runs to the line where the cops are. They're touching me, officer. Thank you, officer. Thank you, sir. I mean, that is some pussy ass shit. And that's why they're calling him out.
Doesn't matter.
You're in the public. You're shoving a camera in my face, man. Look at that camera. Oh my gosh, I'm so worried.
I'm so worried.
Tell us your name while you're at it.
Nick Shirley, go ahead and subscribe at YouTube. Nick Shirley. Thank you very much.
Yo, go back to Old Westbury.
Old Westbury, what's that?
Go back to your fucking highway.
Oh, Westbury. Go back to Westbury. Oh, man. Do you guys even know what Westbury is?
Jeez, wow. We're staying right here.
We're staying right here where there's lots of police.
Yeah, that explains a lot. Wow. Let's just stay right here. You can engage with it all you want.
You don't have any friends. That's why you're here. You have no friends. No one loves you. Your mama doesn't love you.
Really
So you're out here by yourself. You're a little lone soldier, huh? You in the NYPD. You in the NYPD. You're sucking Timothy's dick. That's why you're out here.
Nah, I'm not.
You? Oh, yeah, you are.
I'm not.
Yep, you're choking so hard on that book, you little bitch.
Oh, that's it.
Happy Pride Month, faggot. Go.
Ooh, wow.
Oh my god. I kind of like it. I like Nick Shirley's content now. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I don't know how you guys like him. I don't like him, but I kind of like his content. I like watching liberals yell at this guy. But again, they're all too limp dick to actually do anything about Nick Shirley. One of these days, Nick Shirley's going to come up against a real Antifa, and they're going to beat the living shit out of him.
Hope you have a great Pride Month. You are. That's good. That's good. I'm happy you're gonna celebrate it.
Get out.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Don't touch him with that. I'm telling you now, you're gonna get arrested.
Oh, I can't hold up a fucking sweater. I can't hold up a sweater. Are you fucking
Get him out of here. Like, literally, the cops should take Nick Shirley out of this. Like, somebody should take him out, right? Not take him out, but, like, take him out. Like, if the cops had any brains, they'd be like, look, this is clearly not a safe place for you, sir. You're going to have to leave. Get the fuck out. You're not on their side. What are you doing here? Just trying to cause trouble? We've got enough trouble today, sir. But they're going to not.
I'm not even doing anything to you guys. You're the ones coming after me.
You're the ones coming after me. I'm not even doing anything. And of course, we just saw him like.
Yeah, like, you know, like it's not a law. Everybody just goes to jail for 6 hours. Like, don't put that on my face, bro.
Thanks, human Answar.
Yo, it's your lack of awareness that you're in a space where you don't belong. That's when you leave because you're polite, right? That's when you're courteous. That's when you're
Just laughs. Real Antifa. Any real ones in chat? Who's the hard bows in here? I mean, I don't think Nick Shirley gets fucked with enough. I think Nick Shirley is going to eventually run into someone who's real Antifa. Real Antifa are FBI implants like the fake Jan 6ers Obama and Biden hired to frame Trump. Is that why they need $2 billion to give to the Jan 6ers? Wait a second. Are you saying that Donald Trump is raising money? Donald Trump sued himself in order to get $2 billion to give to the FBI who put the implants in order to frame him? Is that what your logic is saying? That's amazing. That's 5D chess for sure. 5D chess for sure. Clearly NYPD enjoys watching child abuse. I mean, that's...
didn't fucking teach you right. Because you think that you're welcome in this space. All these people are telling you...
I mean, most cops have a higher percentage of domestic violence, child abuse. Cops are oftentimes beating their kids and their wives.
Believe this is the white kind of privilege. Yo, you're fucking evil. Evil.
Ooh.
You all too backing this up. It's a problem. You're cognitive dissonance. You don't understand. You're not welcome here. This is the privilege.
What's up? Nah, I'm alright.
No, you're a fucking rapist.
Because the moment I leave
rape women.
The moment I leave, I do not rape women. I do not rape women.
Yeah, you do. You're a rapist.
Really?
You're a rapist.
That's what they do. They just slander you.
They just slander you. They just slander you. This guy slandered, of course, all those people in Minnesota, and he's faced no consequences whatsoever.
All these people don't want you here, yet you choose to stay. That speaks to you.
You could be quiet.
I'm never going to be quiet, especially when a man tells me to be quiet.
Then you could stop talking to me, and that'd solve a lot of your problems tonight.
Hey, listen. Your dick is the size of your razor.
Oof.
You have no fucking common courtesy.
This thing keeps touching you. Do you want us to make an arrest here?
Do you want us to... Oh, you... Fuck you! She keeps touching you. Do you want to make an arrest, sir? Do you want us to make an arrest, sir? Do you want us to make an arrest, sir? There you go. This woman that keeps touching you. Do you want us to make an arrest, sir? Brilliant. Brilliant. I love that they caught this on tape. This is great.
I'm going to do it.
Arrest him. Like, do it.
Hey, this is the last time I'm telling you. If anything touches the guy again, I'm sending guys in. We're going to arrest you. He's not. We're watching it. We're all standing here. What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you? Get him out of here. What the fuck? We asking you to take him. Get him out of here. The cops, of course, arrest her. Yeah, they're going to arrest her. Yeah, of course. This is the last time I'm telling you. The cop just wanted to be on the live stream. He knows who Nick Shirley is. His other cop friends told him, "That's Nick Shirley, man. He's a celebrity. Watch him really fucking own the libtards. Watch this shit." That's what they want. They want an excuse to arrest me. I'm gonna arrest all of you. Fuck you. What are you gonna arrest him for? He's on. Did he got any evidence that she assaulted anybody? Is he on the ground? Arrest her. Do it! You coward. That cop's not arresting anybody.
You
know the rules. We got rules. There's lots of rules here. You're not following the rules.
You know it's not against the law for us to stand next to this person.
He's feeling real. Yeah, he's feeling real coppish right now. He's feeling real coppish right now. Real coppish. We don't want him in the public place. I mean, we don't want him around us. I get it. Like, I really think that if Nick Shirley's in a place, like, who wants this guy? You want him out of your fucking space. He is a plague. I don't think MAGA, I've seen him on other people's shows and shit, and people fucking hate this guy. There's something truly, truly loathsome about this piece of shit, Nick Shirley. People know, they're like, ugh, what's up with this piece of garbage, this fucking guy? You ever meet people like that, you know? There's something like animalistic. There's something about their pheromones. There's something, I don't know, they're just disgusting. You can't handle. Get the fuck away from me.
Wow, everybody. This is loud.
Wow. That's his commentary. Wow. That's his whole show. That's his whole shtick. Wow. That's an incredible point of view, Nick Shirley. What a great point of view. Wow, man. I really enjoy his commentary. Wow. What a journalist. That's what journalism is today. Wow. Don't need to go to college. Wow. Don't touch the razor dick. I thought, is it razor or eraser? I thought he had an eraser dick, like the eraser pencil. You said razor? I thought she said eraser, then I thought maybe she meant razor. Your dick's the size of a razor. But that's weird, like razor blade? Who makes that reference? Who uses razor blades except for me? You know, the dick's the size of a razor. I thought it was an eraser, like a pencil eraser. You're gonna think I like him. I just said I kind of like his content. I don't like him. I kind of like his content though. Dries Dupree's. Nick, anymore? I'm gonna start thinking you're jealous of him. I'm a little jealous for sure. I mean, the president thinks he's great, and he's got all these followers. He says he's got 10,000 people watching.
Who are you guys talking to? Wait, now they're yelling at me.
Yo!
Why are you guys mad at me for being here?
Why are you guys mad at me for being here? You see, he cuts, and he cuts, and then you don't really see what he's just done. You guys are unreasonable. I'm just being here. I'm totally innocent. That, I think, is definitely a white boy superpower. No, I'm not doing anything, officer. These people are crazy. They're crazy. I didn't do nothing. I'm just a widow baby. I don't got no money. I'm a widow baby. I don't have more money. I'm a baby.
Get out! What's my name? Nick Shirley.
That's a stupid fucking name.
What's going on? What? What's so wrong? What? What did I do?
What did I do? I'm just an innocent boy. I'm a widow baby. When my ex-wife enters a room, she sucks all the air out of it. Yeah, I know people like that.
What did I do? Seriously.
Wow, this is great.
What?
You white supremacist motherfucker.
Hey, easy.
Watch him run to the cops. He's gonna run to the cops again. Nice. Yeah, get him out of there.
There they go. Guys got Gatorade all over me.
Oh, Gatorade. You go get your weed all over you.
They're getting him.
They're gonna run. Boy. They're gonna run.
Go get him. Holy cow, can you guys hear? Is Mike good? Yo, Mike good? Everyone give me thumbs up in the chat. Mike good. I'm good, thank you, sir. I got wet too. You got wet too? We smell like Gatorade now. Now we smell like green Gatorade.
This guy doesn't know. What? I got wet too. Did you get wet? Can we go on TV together? I don't know who you are, Nick Shirley.
Gatorade. They poured Gatorade on it. Oh, hell no. Yeah, I know, man. Stay safe, all right? God bless you. I like that necklace right there.
God bless you.
Rest in peace to your mom.
It's not really safe for you in there.
I know. But
the cops! It's not really safe for you in there, sir. We think that you maybe should not be there. Finally, the cops pulled their fucking head out of it. They should have done that. If they were real, they should have done that in the beginning. That's what they should have done immediately. Hey, you know, you're making my job harder. Like, a normal cop, that's what they would have done. Look, man, I see what you're trying to do. Could you please not? Because you're making my life real hard. I can't guarantee your safety. You're going to get hurt. Please do it someplace else. You want to stand on our side? You can even come and interview cops if you want. Can you not be over there with the mob? Could you not be over there with the mob of angry people who hate your guts, please?
Y'all, look at it.
I'm not making a move. But I prefer it because it's just getting so hairy.
I know. I worry if I leave, that someone's gonna follow me out.
I worry if I leave. Don't worry, we'll give you a ride home. We're the police. We're your Uber. We're white man Uber. We'll be happy to drive you home, Nick Shirley. Hey, can you tell your friend Kyle Rittenhouse that we're all big fans?
All right, you guys are heading out.
I'm gonna have these two guys. We gotta go.
Paid agitators, you're absolutely right. Robert Simmons, this guy, Nick Shirley, is a paid agitator. That's exactly what's happening here. He's agitating. You have protesters who have a legitimate gripe against the government, and they're expressing themselves as is protected in the First Amendment. And you have a person there trying to exploit that by causing chaos, by sowing something else, by putting a little kink in it so that you can have a more violent situation. There's peaceful protests, and there's this asshole in there trying to make it less peaceful. The cops, if they had half a brain, they would say, look, I don't want to shoot anybody tonight. I'd rather not arrest people tonight. I'd rather not have to wash pepper spray out of my fucking hair tonight. So please, Nick Shirley, get the fuck out of here. I can't force you to leave, but please, I'm not going to help you if you get trampled. I can't protect you if you're in the mob. That's what he should have said. But Nick Fuentes is a paid agitator. Very well said, Robert Simmons. You're exactly right. Exactly right. Paid agitator.
Probably the subway. Let's go. All right, let's get out of here.
Look at this big fat cop.
Have a good one. Have a good one.
Look at it. Look
Thank you,
at
officer.
Thank you, officer. Oh my gosh. This guy just causes more work for cops. This guy, look at this big giant piece of shit cop has to walk Nick Shirley out. Nick Shirley can't protect himself. He put himself in harm's way, and the cops have to babysit him. And that's okay because he's white. White people get babysat.
Wow. Crazy.
Wow, it's crazy. I'm a baby. I don't got no money. I'm a baby.
Heading out of the protest right now. Shout out NYPD for getting us out safe. I was really worried if I did leave, someone would follow me. You guys saw what just happened there. They attacked me.
They attacked him. There you go. Wow. 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 It was crazy. This guy, I don't know. I just don't understand that people are finding value in this type of thing from Nick Shirley. Definitely a virgin, you think? Nah, there's some MAGA girl that's definitely been down there, man. Definitely. For sure. Yeah. He's never shaved. I do have to stay backstage, or can I watch the video as well? Do I have to stay backstage? You're not backstage. I don't see you. I don't see you. Tall Neanderthal, do you see me? Here you go. Here's the link in the chat. If you want to talk, come and talk. Dude got balls. Do you think that guy has balls? He ran to the cop. He goes and he causes trouble, then he runs to the cops. Goes into the trouble and goes and calls the cops. That's not balls. That's pretty cowardly. That's pretty cowardly. Jack, what's your opinion on the Somali fraud Nick exposed? Again, we've already... Oh, man. Nick Shirley did not expose fraud with Somalis. He took an existing fraud case, which, by the way... What was the lady's name? Oh, God. What's the lady's name who just got sentenced to 41 years for the fraud case in Minnesota? Amy Bach was the founder and executive director of the nonprofit Feeding Our Future and was the ringleader of the massive $250 million COVID-19 pandemic relief fraud scheme. She's a white lady. She got 41 and a half years. So there was already an investigation. The fraud case had already been exposed but it hadn't made national news. It was basically just a small news story about $250 million getting stolen from the people of Minnesota and defrauding the federal government, right? It was already investigated. People had already been arrested, and Nick Shirley heard about it, went there, and started targeting Somalis. And so he took an existing story and wrapped it up in a nice little racist box so that it could go viral. And it did. It went viral. But the ringleader was a white lady, and all he did was target a vulnerable community, and now everybody calls it the Somali fraud case. You just called it that. The Somali fraud. It was not a Somali. There were Somalis involved, yes, and many of the people involved were Somalis. Like 50% of the people who were involved were Somali. But that is not a Somali fraud case. It was ring-led by white people. But it doesn't even fucking matter to me because Nick Shirley did not expose any fraud. He just made it go viral. He made an existing story go viral, because he wrapped it up with a racist bow on top and gave it to MAGA. And MAGA ran with it. And then you had the president and the vice president talking about it because it was catching fire. Everyone wanted to talk about it. And it had all the people that you hate, black people and Tim Walz. People hate Tim Walz and black people. So it became a whole thing. That's all that happened. Nick Shirley did not do anything special except make something that already was huge, a pretty big story, and then he made a massive story out of it because he played the race card. That's all. It was disgusting on a massive scale. It wasn't even that massive a scale. No, it was not a massive scale. It wasn't even that big. $250 million. She got 41 and a half years. She was ordered to pay back the $243 million to federal government and $5.2 million to personal assets, including a Porsche and seized bank accounts, was ordered forfeited. So they took all her bank account. They took her Porsche. Bach used her nonprofit as a sponsor to illegally divert millions of dollars from federal child nutrition programs, submitting fake meal counts and forged paperwork. This was a problem that happened all over America during COVID-19, and it happened in Minnesota, and they were prosecuted people, and people are going to jail for it. This is not just it probably happened in your state too. It happened in a big way in Minnesota, but it happened in probably every 50 states, because I remember it happening in California and Texas where people were defrauding. I knew people that were defrauding the federal government, people who were using the PPP, the payroll protection program. They were falsifying documents saying they had more people on the payroll than they did in order to get money from the federal government, and they never got caught. I personally know people who did that, and they never got caught. So millions of dollars went out the window, and partly, I think mostly, because Donald Trump's fucked up way of stimulus package, give money to the businesses instead of to the people. He could have just written us all fucking checks. In fact, we all did get a shitty little check. Do you remember the pandemic? That check should have been huge, but instead he gave millions and billions, actually, of dollars to businesses, because they know the best. They know what's best to do. And they took that money, and a lot of them did stock buybacks. A lot of them committed fraud. And it was rampant during COVID because the federal government was run by a moron named Donald Trump at the time. That's how that happened. I know hundreds of people who did it. Yeah. It was a big thing. 88 white-collar crimes pardoned. I mean, seriously, it was a big problem. To say like, oh, it was bigger in... No, it wasn't. It was made more popular by Nick Shirley because he made it a racial thing. That's all that happened. That's all Nick Shirley successfully did. And the people he targeted, by the way, in his videos, they were all investigated and all exonerated. He targeted innocent people in order to make an existing fraud case a national story through the use of racism. And he went viral and became famous. He doesn't offer anything. Wow. That's his witticism. That's the level of his wit. Wow, sarcastic wows. There should be a reward for exposing fraud. There is a reward for exposing fraud. There is a reward for exposing fraud. I mean, it takes you a long time to get it, but there's a snitch line for the IRS. There's snitch lines. You could get finder fees for sure. You can turn people in. It takes a while to get that money, but you can get money from the federal government by turning people in. Always. I guess I can't be backstage and watch you at the same time. It's 10:13 as I'm back. I don't know what you're talking about. Here. I'm gonna do it one more time. You're not backstage. You're not backstage. Here, use the link in the comment. You're not backstage with me. I'm looking backstage. You are not here. So I don't know what you're talking about. What's your drink of choice? Bourbon. Well, right now it's coffee. Coffee. I drink it in the morning. It's coffee. There is a reward for being righteous. It's eternal life. I like it. That's right, Clifton Kelly. There is a reward for being righteous. It's eternal life in the embrace of the Lord. I don't know what this guy's saying. Yeah, I don't know what Tall Paul's saying. He's not backstage. I put the link in the chat multiple times. Please, if you are in the chat, here you go. Call in. Maybe he's used an old link or something. I don't know what you did. Anyway, that's Nick Shirley for you. Annie Bach, I guess Amy Bach. Amy Bach was the founder, and I'm telling you, here you go, Amy Bach. You can go ahead and Google her if you'd like. I'm going to put her in the chat as well. Amy Bach. There you go. Now you know Amy Bach. You should all remember that name because it's going to come up a lot. Amy Bach. She was convicted of fraud, got 41 and a half years for the thing that happened in Minnesota. The One is here. Hey, The One, welcome to the show. How do you feel about Amy Bach getting 41 and a half years?
I'm just checking the link for you. It works.
It works. I know it works. Yeah, why wouldn't it work? Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm just letting the person who's watching know.
That guy's lying. These baggers, they always say, oh, it's not working, I can't get in. Man, either they are seriously unable to use the internet or they're lying, right? But either way, you know.
All right, well, the link works, so.
I appreciate you so much, sir.
Off.
Thank you so much. I'm popping you off. We're popping up. Wait, how do you feel about 41 and a half years for stealing $250 million? Do you think it's a just? Do you think that's okay? 41 years, almost 42 years for $250 million. Is that a just sentence?
I don't know. I don't really care about money, so whatever. I'll pop off.
Okay. All right. That's The One. Everybody doesn't know. Yeah, they are. Yeah, sure. What do you think? Is $250 million in fraud 42 years worth? Parallelish is reading my mind. Parallelish is reading my mind. If $250 million in fraud is bad, and so is $1.8 billion slush fund for violent criminals that molested children after being pardoned, well, that $2 billion is going directly to Trump. Or how about the $400 million jet that the Qataris gave to Donald Trump illegally? Is that worth 42 years? Because that's $400 million. That's almost double what Amy Bach stole. Amy Bach stole $250 million and got 42 years. Do you think that stealing $400 million is worth 42 years? It's too bad Donald Trump won't live another 42 years. He might not live another 42 days. He's so goddamn old. But, it's all going to, it's $2 billion is going to, it's his money. He gets to choose how it's spent, Parallelish. So, it's his money for him and his friends. It's a slush fund. 42 hours seems fair. 42 hours? Yeah, 42 hours. Maybe we should put him in jail. Man, I would love to see Donald Trump to go in jail for 24 hours. Just put him in jail for 24 hours. I would love that. Just 24 hours. Just so we get that picture of him behind the bars. Like, do a real sad face behind bars. That'd be a great picture. I would like to see that picture. Not photoshopped, just him behind bars. That'd be great.
Are you threatened by the
Guy Fawkes is here. Guy Fawkes, you got to turn on your mic if you want to be online, though. Guy Fawkes is in the chat, is in the backstage. Are you going to turn on Guy Fawkes, 1984? You got to turn on your mic, buddy boy. What about the stolen Venezuelan oil money? It's in Trump's Qatari bank, too. Yeah, is that worth 42 years? Should you go to jail for 42 years? No extra PT. Would you? Why? Would I what? Like to see him in jail for 24 hours? Just for fun. Just for fun. I mean, he's broken lots of laws. He's been convicted of crimes, and he's done zero time. I think like we have two tiers of justice in this country. If you're rich and white, you don't go to jail. But if you're poor and not white, or just poor really, you do go to jail. That's not right. So let's start with just 24 hours. Let's just put him in there for 24 hours. That'd be enough for now. It's not really enough, but it'll make me feel a little bit better about America. I hate that motivational pod, bro, you were about to play. Oh, but I think this is... Oh, I think you're going to like this one. I think you're going to like this one. Hold on, we're going to play it. Here we go. You're right. It's Andrew Huberman. And I'm starting to think that Trump might have lied to us about passing his cognitive test. Well, the cognitive test is basically like, have you ever seen the cognitive test? It's a lot like, hey, what time is it? Stuff like that. What day is it? Who's the president? Stuff like that. I've seen people in memory, because my dad has dementia, I've seen him do the test. And the test is basically, they tell you 3 words, they tell you to remember them, they ask you what time it is, they say, can you draw a clock that's at 10 to 11 or something, and they draw a little clock, and then they say, who's the president, what year is it, stuff like that. And then if they can do all of that, and then at the end they say, what were the 3 words I told you to remember? And then if they could say those 3 words, then that's how they measure your dementia, to see how bad you are. How can you draw a clock? Like, my dad cannot draw a clock. He's forgotten. He could draw the circle, and he could put an 11 on it. And that to him is like, this clock is at 11 o'clock. And so he draws a circle, and he puts the 11 on it. But he doesn't even put the 11 in the right place. Like, it's not where the 11 is. But he knows that a clock is round. And the last time I saw him do it, he does the round. He put an 11, and then he put a line to the 11. But it's not. It's clearly does it. It's not a clock. It doesn't look like a clock. But yes, I'm starting to think he couldn't pass the cognitive test. It does surprise me. Verify you got what I sent in Cash App. Yes, I will. Thank you so much. Real McGoy, you're amazing. Let me see. I don't have a... It should give me a... Normally it gives me a... Oh, yes, I do. To say thanks for your work and sarcasm, and to hear some Inagata da Vida on the stylophone. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, the real McGoy. Thank you. I did get a notification, but I didn't hear it. I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much for doing that. You are amazing. I think you're incredible. You're an amazing human being. Thank you. I'm going to buy so much. I'm going to buy so much coffee and Melania coin. So much coffee and Melania coin. Let me see if anybody else. God, Cash App. How do I do? Where the fuck? Okay. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. And Veg in the Woods yesterday, great donation. Thank you. And Miranda, thank you so much on Monday. You're amazing. Thank you. You're amazing. Coffee, my coffee fund. I'm going to buy some coffee. Thank you so much. I'm not even joking about the coffee thing. I am joking about the Melania coin thing, but I'm not joking about the coffee. I am literally going to go buy coffee tonight because I have like this many beans left. I have this old like 1960s glass tubular thing. I only know it's from the 60s because I watched that movie about Bob Dylan, and Bob Dylan had the same thing I have. I thought that was really cool. In the movie, the prop was from clearly in the 1960s, and it's the exact thing I keep my coffee in. My mom had it from she must have got it from an estate sale or something, and it's just a glass thing that says coffee, and it's got a metal top on it, and I keep my coffee in it so I can see how much coffee is going away, and I'm almost out. So thank you so much. I will go buy coffee with it tonight. I am an addict. I know. Coffee is life. I know. I also have to buy AAA batteries because my coffee scale. I weigh the beans in my coffee, and when I grind the beans, I have to weigh them. So I always have the same amount because I have to dose this shit because I'm a real addict. And my scale, my little kitchen scale, ran out of batteries, so it won't weigh my beans. So I'm eyeballing it, and I hate it. I can eyeball it pretty well, but I like weighing it, so I have the same dose of coffee every day, and that way I don't drink too much too fast, you know? Does anybody else out there weigh their coffee? A pool drain, half-painted big asshole in the side, giant dome cage in front of the yard. It's fucking meth. Yes. Our meth head as president. It's like a meth head in Arkansas as president. You're so right. Okay, this is a conservative podcast that I found. Let's see what they say. Here we go. You ready? Speaking of UFC, I think they're going to bring up some UFC stuff. Here we go.
Are you threatened by the retard-maxing movement?
All right, I hate this word. You guys got to give me a break because I'm probably going to say it multiple times in the next hour. So, are you threatened by the R-wordmaxxing movement? I don't like saying this word, but are you threatened by it? What about you, Ben? Ben from Berlin, are you threatened by it? Beautiful name. I love Miranda. Miranda, you're amazing.
Have you heard about this?
That's a great question, dude. That's a great question. That's a good question.
Right at me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me answer that the way I think you intended it. Yes, I am personally offended.
It's incredible that these guys all get together and do this. I'm jealous of that. Immediately, I'm jealous that they have a room that these four guys can come in and ask each other questions like, "Hey, are you threatened by the retard maxing movement?" I wanna be on a show like this. I don't have friends like this. I live in Orange County. I don't have any friends like this. I probably could. I wouldn't be able to stomach them. But I need. When I move to Albuquerque, I'm gonna put out an ad that says, "Do you want to do a podcast?" And it's gonna be just like this. Who's gonna edit it? I don't know. We're gonna find someone to edit it.
Are you like, I'm retard maxing today? Is that what you think? What is retard maxing? All right. It's awesome.
No.
Oh, they're not friends? They're sure giggly. I thought they were friends. They're giggling so much. Miranda coins. Thank you, Miranda. They're not friends? I've never seen this show before. They're not friends?
Actually, what is this?
I heard of look maxing.
Yeah.
There's look maxing, then there's a guy who does what's called retard maxing, which was popularized by, of all people, Mark Andreessen, who's easily one of the smartest people I've ever met. Know Mark real well. He's a big fan of retard maxing. Retard maxing is this guy on the internet who, what, you want to explain?
No, I'm loving
it. So, with all the stuff about get up in the morning and, do this and do that. And, when you have a problem or all the kind of stuff that Chris covers, like about emerging dynamics of male-female.
Something about the cadence of their speech really makes me want to vomit. I don't know why. There's something about... You want to explain it? Like all the giggling. Fuck, if you just cut out their giggles, it'd be like a 5-minute show.
Relationships and self-perception and philosophy, and he interviews like real thinkers, and they have British accents and that kind of thing. This guy sits in his backyard, is basically a farm, and he has this thing that he calls retard maxing, which is where you basically just don't think about shit at all. You just do what needs to be done.
You can call in. You want to call in? Call in. Here you go. Oh, shit. Navia has the link. Hold on, let me find the link. Here it is. Here's the link to call in. Somebody is in the waiting room. Someone's in backstage right now, but they're not. I can't add them until they turn on their mic. So Clifton, if you're not Guy Fawkes 1984, are you? Guy Fawkes 1984 is in the backstage area of this show right now, and they cannot get in because I cannot add them until they turn on their mic. You have to have the mic on. You don't have to put the camera on, but you have to have a mic on, or else I can't add you. Yeah. She touched my shoulder, and I was like, no, I'm Randy. Randy.
Something bothers you, you just ignore it.
Wait, is this the...
Yes, it's like Beavis. It is like Beavis and Butthead. It is.
CEO that is like, I don't self-reflect.
So Mark Andreessen came on the David Senra. Yeah, so Mark Andreessen started Netscape.
Right.
And now he has A16Z, which is one of the biggest investment firms in the Bay Area and all over the world, frankly. And he came on the David Senra podcast, which is the guy who also does the Founders podcast. David Senra podcast, incidentally, put out by SciComm. We loved the Founders podcast. So we brought Senra over, and he brought Mark Andreessen on. And Mark Andreessen said, he used the words, these are not my words, he said, great men of history did not sit around thinking about their thoughts and introspecting. Like introspection is...
Great men of history did not sit around thinking about their thoughts and introspection. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. You have the writings of Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin. Those are just the Americans that I pop off the top of my head who wrote extensively about their introspection. What the hell? Great men of history didn't have introspection? They absolutely did. 100%. Is that Tom Segura? I don't know. This is the Modern Wisdom podcast with Andrew Huberman. I've never heard of this podcast, but I saw the clickbait calling it "The Serious Benefits of Retard Maxing" is the title of this video. Fun fact, Twitch was the only platform today that would not let me title this, would not let me use the R word in the title. Way to go, Twitch, owned by Amazon. Way to go, Twitch.
It's not what we need to be doing. We need more action, less introspection. Yeah. Actually, Dana White kind of doubled down on this recently, saying that he is not a fan of men talking about their emotional challenges publicly. That it's like, get up, go to war, make money for your family. Sort of the old school kind of stoicism thing. So the Mark Andreessen thing.
How many? Okay, hold on a second, too. How many yerba mates do these guys drink? Jesus, bro. You have an unhealthy diet if you're drinking that much. He's got 3 open cans of yerba mate, jerba, if you're Argentinian. 3 cans of jerba. That's a lot of Marcus Aurelius wrote a goddamn book about meditating, the meditations or whatever he called it. Marcus Aurelius, there you go. These great men of history did
mobilize a big discussion online on X in particular. One sort of angle of attack that he opened was, all right, here's a billionaire who doesn't like introspection. And, and I know Mark very well. He's not a sociopath. He's a very, very kind person. I know his family. He's an incredible human being at many levels. I'm going to catch a lot of shit for saying that, but that's the truth. If you actually know him. All right.
And now he's retarded.
Now, he then made a plug for retard maxing. He was like, hey, there's this guy on the internet who basically doesn't say shit at all. He just says, just handle your business, do what you need to do, and stop thinking about things so much. Don't ruminate so much. And he said he was a big fan of this retard maxing. So building off looks maxing. And then that caught some momentum. And so now the big thing is introspection. Like, should we introspect? Should we think about and reflect on who we are and what's challenging us? And Dana was basically saying, hey, listen, I think the point Dana was trying to make was that men's mental health, while critical, right? Suicide rates are way up. Like, we all acknowledge that. He made a very good point, which is oftentimes getting into action and doing things as opposed to being online and thinking about your problems, and rumination is a very dangerous place to be. So he said, get up and work and provide for your family. But when he and Mark said these things, it came across as a little bit dismissive of the idea that emotions are relevant. And I do think, they have a point in the sense that I think we need to balance out some of what we've been hearing a lot of over the last few years, which is that we need to think about every aspect of self, every aspect, like, too much therapy is not good.
If you spend your time just like thinking and not doing. So, because it feels like that's kind of the...
What the fuck? Like, don't think about anything. Is that what the retard maxing? First of all, I find it offensive that you don't think that people who are mentally disabled are thinking. They're thinking. They have inner thoughts and stuff. They do. They absolutely do. Hold on. Here's what I'm going to do. For everybody, I know it's bullshit, but we're going to do it anyway. Hold on. Okay. I'm making a tiny URL just for you so everybody can join the chat. I could join a Here we go. We've got the copying the URL right now. Here you go. It's just tiny URL, today's date, and sky. There you go. Best R-maxer, Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkes, you're in there. You're in there, though. Professional douche must watch. Guy Fawkes is sending me... Can't chat, nose blowing up. Okay, no problem. Okay, so now you have tinyurl.com, 5/29/26, today's date, sky. You could use that link, so now you know, so you could type it in. If it's not working, you can click the link, you can type it in, and you can talk to me live. All you have to do is turn on your mic. Here we go. Ready?
The note behind the note, right, is like if you just sit and introspect and think and you just sit in like, I feel this way, and you never actually take action, then you're just literally not doing anything. But I think there's kind of levels to like, I think it's good to be introspective to a degree, check in with yourself, you know, express how you feel, but don't just sit there and say this.
The one you are in, the one just tested it out, it works fine, right?
I feel, and then don't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, there's kind of a larger, perhaps deeper discussion around like to what, and Mark Andreessen said this as well, like people who've tended to accomplish a lot of great things oftentimes have some pretty rough edges.
Yeah.
I grew up in the town where Steve Jobs was around. He used to come in and get rollerblade wheels at the skateboard shop where I worked. And like, he was kind of a rough edge guy. And he didn't wear shoes. And, you know, he wanted what he wanted. Then he was known for yelling at people. He drive 95 miles, but like you. Now this guy, likes to drive fast.
This is a really common myth. People tend to tell this myth a lot, that geniuses are assholes or that successful people are assholes. It's not true at all. Most successful people are actually really good at working with a lot of other people. And when they die, people will say, well, actually, that guy was a real asshole. But even Steve Jobs was able to get people who don't work together to work together, like engineers and UI people. People who would do the user interface would drive the engineers instead of the other way around, and he was able to negotiate that friction. That's a leader. Now, was he an asshole sometimes? Certainly. He was under a lot of pressure, high pressure environment. Steve Jobs was a single-minded kind of straight ahead, this is driven to do this one thing. But this thing, like he had rough edges, he was a fucking asshole, it's kind of a lie. We do the same things like and every time Sherlock Holmes is in the movies, they usually portray him as like this genius asshole, or like House MD. He's a genius Sherlock Holmes level doctor, but he's also an asshole. And they do this in popular cinema and culture because it's easy. We expect people who are super smart to be full of themselves and hate the world, but they actually don't. People who are successful in real life are very good. You know, there's always people like Zuckerberg and stuff who have these ideas, then they get rich really fast because they get lucky. But most people who are very successful, it takes them 50 years to do it. And they end up with a lot of friends who want to help them, and they work together with people, and when they call up and say, hey, do you want a drink? People show up. You know, those are they connect people. Those are the people who are successful. You don't get there by being a fucking asshole. Look at Joseph Stalin, for example, was an asshole, but Vladimir Lenin wasn't so much an asshole. He was a guy who got a lot of people to work together. Stalin probably killed Lenin. He killed a lot of people around him, literally had people removed from photos as he killed them. And look how people hated that guy. Would you call Stalin successful? Would you call Hitler successful? No. You can do it that way, be a fucking asshole, but you're not going to get very far, really. You might become king of Germany, but you'll end up dead in a bunker. That's it. Even Donald Trump knows this. Donald Trump's an asshole and a backstabber, but he's charming and he's able to be funny and get people to do what he wants. He's a con man. Even he knows he has to con people, be nice to certain people. He has to, or else people would just spit him out like a bad seed, like you saw with Nick Shirley.
And so
even Nick Shirley, he has to go, I'm not doing anything. I'm a good guy. I'm a good person. Trust me. These guys have to fake it.
There was this time up until phones with cameras. Thank you, Steve Jobs. There was this time up until phones with cameras where people were kind of celebrated for being big personalities with some rough edges, but for the great things that they did. Now it's there's a movement largely from the left of like, hey, everything needs to be rather tempered, right? You can't be a big personality unless you're perfect in every dimension. And if you look, historically, you look at any public figure now, like you're going to find, as you said, there's that dark and light. And Mark's whole thing is those things go hand in hand. Like great CEOs oftentimes have some strong disagreeableness. They rate high on disagreeableness.
See, this whole idea, this is the whole problem with these fucking idiots who think that CEOs are somehow magical. Most CEOs who are successful write books about leadership. Like those guys, I've read lots of books written by CEOs. The CEO of Marriott, for example, is a book that stands out in my mind because it was the first leadership book that was written from my industry's perspective, hospitality. You don't really get many leadership books about hospitality. And that one really stood out to me. I can't remember his name right now, but I loved it. I loved that book. I read it so quickly, and I met the author, and it was really, really cool. And he was a member at my resort. I fucking can't remember his name right now. But that guy had a crazy life running all the Marriotts around the world. And he wrote this incredible book about leadership. I really, really enjoyed it. I wish I remembered his name. But anyway, that guy wasn't an asshole. Super successful, able to work with all different people, but didn't just... He actually, when a suicide bomber blew up one of the Marriotts, he was the guy that went in to the building and told everyone it's okay and like helped people crying and all that. He actually went into the one of the suites and found the suicide bomber's head. Like that guy's not an ass. Like this guy putting himself like self-sacrifice for the team. The servant leader.
They're conscientious, right? But they also are kind of high friction people.
But some of the, like, Mark, and you're like, this is good, but some really high achievers historically, even
high friction does not mean you're like rough around the edges and you need to be a jerk all the time. That's not high friction. Means that you don't let people bully you. You don't let people push you over. You're not a pushover. You stand up for yourself. You have integrity and principles.
Now, men, let's say, that are really high achievers, that get a lot of things done and have accomplished a lot, are also, like, from many people's accounts, like terrible people,
I guess this is all bullshit. Fucking assholes. These guys are popularizing something that's just popular culture. This is just something on TV. None of these assholes are CEOs, probably. Oh yeah, CEOs, they really, really hated monsters. Not usually, actually. Mostly CEOs are CEOs because they're really good speakers, listeners, and leaders. That's what they're good at. They're not good at the spreadsheets. That's why they got CFOs. They're not good at organizing. They got the COO for that.
The question is, how close are those people to the actual person,
that are saying that?
Yeah, I think right now there's a lot of hatred of billionaires.
Sure.
And look, I was born and raised in Silicon Valley. Mm-hmm. So going big is like a thing. Like even my friends that got into skateboarding in the Bay Area, like they weren't thinking about becoming billionaires, but like Embarcadero Plaza in the early 90s, those guys like started big companies, like went big. Rob Dyrdek, he's from Midwest, but then came out shows and then he's like ridiculous.
I have no beef with it whatsoever.
Going big is...
I gotta find out who are these guys. Matt McCusker. That is Tom Segura. Is Tom Segura a billionaire? No. Is Chris, Dr. Andrew Huberman, Matt McCusker? Who's Matt McCusker? Are any of these people CEOs? Or any of these people leaders? That's the thing that always bothers me. Like I had to take so many leadership classes. Yeah, these are comedians. People listen to these guys and they think that this shit's true. That's frustrating to me.
Is a theme in tech, right? Yeah. And everyone uses these platforms and everyone hates these people. But I don't know. I know some of these people. I'm not like super close with them.
Yeah.
I like Mark. I trust Mark. I like the other Mark. I trust that Mark too.
Where's my vegan freak friend? Who's my vegan freak friend? I got lots of vegan freak friends. Look at this set though, man. This set's incredible, man. I'm jealous of these guys. What the fuck is this? They got like the Michelangelo creation hands. They got like dudes in the what do they call it? The ruff collar? Is that what they call that? I forget what they call that. The Shakespeare collar thing. Man, look at this setup, dude. All the yerba mates, man. They're all hopped up on super amounts of caffeine. I want to have this set. I want to set this up in my house and have a podcast. How do I become this, except with smart people?
I don't know, various folks who run these big companies. And do I think they're perfect? No,
of course.
But I could listen if I were talking about Nobel Prize winners, past and present. Man, the men and the women, very complicated people.
Sure.
Like you want to do a deep dive on the complications of science funding, like look up Jonas Salk and who he married and getting money, and then the work that he was able to do by virtue of his marital relations and things. I'm not saying he used his wife to make money
for funding.
There's many examples of it.
It's okay. I would decorate it very differently. Don't get me wrong. Smoking Blondie. I would have a very different aesthetic than like, I don't know what this. They've got Sisyphus on some fake books in the background. It all just looks a little too staged for me. But they spent a lot of money decking this place out, and I want a conference room table with this shit. How do I have this room? I just want a room that I can make. They call it the round table. We can call it the round table. I like it. The AO table.
Listen, science. Money fuels science.
I would want people who disagree with me on the show, though. I would want, that's what I like about Chip, my vegan freak friend. He disagrees with me, and we agree on a lot, but we disagree on some stuff, and that's always fun. I don't like this where they're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, how do people listen to this on their drives home? People listen to this shit on their drives?
Do more science.
We gotta love some science.
So there's a lot of interesting, and it's not sordid. It's just sort of, they're still humans.
Yeah.
So anyway.
But if you've got constant CCTV because there's a phone camera within 2 yards of you everywhere on the planet, those rough edges look a bit more hot.
Yeah, they're not talking about anything, but they could. See, they need an English guy. You need an English guy to make everyone else sound smart, right? English people, they get extra IQ points because they're so articulate and they've got such a wonderful accent. Everybody likes to listen to the English person talk, at least part-time. You don't want to hear an English person talk the whole time. You need someone else there because English accent, man, it's like nails down a fucking chalkboard. But over time, like if you put an English person in there, they're like MSG, MSG. If you just eat the MSG, it'll make your stomach hurt. But MSG in food, it brings all the other flavors out,
Hush when they're scrutinized. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I have this whole opinion, this purely opinion now about what cameras have done to sort of what we need in order to really make a strong assumption about somebody.
Yeah.
So in the past, you could just say, hey, this person, I don't like them based on one thing they said. And you're entitled to do that. But I think two things have happened in the last couple of years that have completely transformed what our expectation is about how rumor matches up with reality, at least for me. One would be, this is an unfortunate, it's a bad incident, right? Would be there was all this speculation about Diddy and these Diddy parties, right? And everyone expected at some point there's gonna be a video. Guess what? There was never actually a video aired, right?
Aired. There were videos, Tom Segura. There were videos. We just didn't see them, thank God. What would you want? You want to see the videos?
There was a video of him beating up this woman. That sort of raised the threshold for what people need to see in order to be like, okay, that actually happened. Okay. The other one was this Coldplay concert thing. Like that Coldplay concert where the couple got caught cheating or whatever, whatever the context of their backdrop of the relationship was totally uninteresting to me. But you could not have created, this was like opera, right? They're at a concert, they're cheating. The guy goes, oh, look at.
I want to just have like a coffee club round table show. It's just going to be coffee with Skyjack. I don't know. We'll workshop the title later, but I want a show like this.
These two lovers, right?
Yeah.
The guy's not just
It's
any
like a
guy.
sketch from one of your
right?
shows. Yeah,
And then all of a
literally like a
sudden,
sketch from one of
there's
your
this moment where they're in the oh, that's us. Then there's this moment where they're like, oh shit.
Fuck.
So it went from kind of like delight to shock
in an instant.
to shame. And then, so we got to witness the whole arc. Now, I wasn't interested in that, but the whole world jumped on that because it's like the human drama playing out in real time. So now when somebody goes, oh, I heard that this woman had a kid with this guy. I don't even know their names, so you guys probably do. And she named her kid after this guy. And like, it has this kind of low level, like what happened between Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively and this and that. And it's sort of like, yeah, where's the video? Show me the video. Where just people, and so the press can go back and forth, and people kind of pick their camps. But I think real things being captured on real video has set the low standard, high threshold.
I want to have I just decided I want to have a podcast like this once a week, right? They probably don't even do this week. How often is, hold on, I'm going to see, Modern Wisdom podcast schedule. Modern Wisdom podcast hosted by Chris Williamson, generally releases 3 episodes per week. Ooh, 3 a week. You can watch the newest episodes, Chris. Okay, they follows this: full-length guest interviews and feature-length conversations, additional guest interviews, expert deep dives, or topical debates. Tropical debates, weekend episodes, which often include Q&As, curated life hacks, or solo episodes. He also has a 3-minute Monday newsletter for weekly summaries of key life lessons, product recommendations, and insight. Always the product recommendations. Modern Wisdom podcast. Like, So it's not always the same dudes, huh? It's not always the same guys. See, I would like to have the 3 guys. I'd like to have the different guys. Like, I'd like to have the same dudes, at least a couple dudes, like a few dudes that are like standard, you know, like the H3. What's that H3 podcast all about? H3 podcast, massively popular unscripted comedy and variety show hosted by YouTuber Ethan Klein. You can listen or watch them. Here's the breakdown. Internet drama and lore. Crew dynamic. Unlike traditional interview-only podcasts, the show relies heavily on its colorful in-studio crew. That's the kind of thing I like. I like it they know each other, you know? I don't really watch the H3 crowd, though. I don't watch them because I don't like that Ethan Klein guy. But I don't know what H3 stands for either. Why is it called H3? I don't know why it's called that. Anyway, internet news.
Yeah. And so I think that's changed. So now if somebody goes, oh yeah, these guys are, you know, sociopaths. You go, show me the data for sociopathic. People actually now need to see it. It's not sufficient that somebody writes some little thing about one little thing. They need to see the video. The video is what actually shifts people's minds. So if people are saying, hey, this billionaire founder, this billionaire founder, this billionaire, these guys are terrible people.
Right.
How are they terrible people?
Yeah.
Show me them being terrible people.
Well,
I want to
also,
see it, but I just don't see evidence of it. So I think it's just turning to chatter. And I think it's just going to turn to fog. And then I think it's going to just go away.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of it differs, though. It depends who it is. There's different billionaires doing different stuff. So, but I agree. If someone just has $1 billion, I wouldn't hate them just because it's like, you shouldn't have that much.
When you're busy and you're doing well, I think it's very easy to get upset with other people because it's a lot easier than like getting up and doing stuff. Like retard maxing is hard.
It is hard. That's 100% true.
Sorry, tall Neanderthal. I thought that you knew how to use the internet. It's just a URL. I even went to make another URL for you, just for you. But if you can't figure out how to use it, I'm sorry. It requires at least like a baseline level of how to use the internet by clicking on links. Sorry that you're unable to do that. I don't really want to hook up a phone to the. I don't want to do a phone thing where there's a number people can call. I like the idea that like there's a baseline. You have to have at least enough brains to like click a link. You know, you have to be at least somewhat internet savvy. I'm sorry if it's too much for you. I'm sorry. Check out Behind the Bastards. They are anarchists who know each other and are hilarious and talk about the worst people in history. They do. Carrie Fisher. I'm going to write it down. Anarchist. What is it called? Behind the Bastards. I will look it up. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of P-Flag. I like the sound of that.
Most people in their 30s are still training hard. Their protein is dialed in. They sleep better than they did in their 20s. Discipline is not the issue, but recovery feels somewhat different. Strength gains take a little longer. The margin for error starts to shrink. And that is why I'm such a huge fan of timeline. You see, mitochondria are the energy producers inside of your muscle cells. As they weaken with age, your ability to generate power and recover effectively changes, even if your habits stay strong. Mitopure...
I thought this was the Modern Wisdom podcast, not the Mitochondria's Health podcast. What's this guy on about? I don't want to buy your shit. Does he just do at the end? This is it. So the message of his podcast is retard maxing because it's better not to think, because CEOs don't consider other people's feelings, because that's what leadership looks like, which is all lies. First of all, people who have mental otherness are not there just with empty brains. That's not real. The idea that CEOs and other leaders are just flaming assholes, that is just popular culture. Behind the scenes, people like even Gordon Ramsay does not scream at people like he does on TV, because everyone would quit and he would be sued immediately if that's how he actually treated people in kitchens. He would have nobody working for him, and he would be sued over and over and over again for creating toxic workplace. They don't treat people like that in kitchen. Like it's rough. Like I worked in kitchens and it gets rough, but not like that. It's not abusive like that. Sometimes some abusive things happen, but it's usually not like what you see, where leaders at the top screaming at someone below them. It's not like that. Managers can be assholes and they can be abusive, but not successful ones. They're usually actually quite good to their people. Good managers are good to their people. Who cares about gas prices? My 401 is going crazy. It's going crazy like volatile. Yes, it is going crazy. Just like during the Great Depression, the highest highs and the lowest lows of the history of the stock market were during the during the Great Depression. So I guess that's what you like. You want to go to a Great Depression? Cool. This guy likes Trump. He just wants you to give him his money. My friend knows him. Yeah, I love Donald Trump. How come you're not giving me your money, Tom V1234? How come you're not giving me your money? I need to buy coffee, Tom V. Please. I love Trump. I think buy Melania coin. Here we go. Thank you for reminding me. Buy Melania coin, everybody. It's the most important tool for the financial future of America. Thank you so much for joining Buy Melania Coin. If you don't have the means to buy your own Melania Coin, you can send me money on Venmo at Skyjack23 or Cash App Skyjack Morgan, and I will buy Melania Coin for you. It is the most important. It's endorsed by the First Lady. It's the most important financial tool for America's future prosperity. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for signing up.
We need to talk about why the City Sweeney OnlyFans scandal's gotten bigger and worse. The James Tallarico Stephen Miller controversy just exposed a lot, including a bunch of snowflake hypocrites. And we now have Texas school police pepper spraying, tackling, and tasering students left and right. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show.
Are we watching Philip DeFranco waste away?
Show you daily dive into.
I think Philip DeFranco has an eating disorder, man. Every time, I don't watch him every day, so I feel like every time I watch a Philip DeFranco video, it looks like he's just like he's gaunt, man. I'm not saying this to make fun of him, by the way. It's just homie's losing lots of weight.
The news, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it, starting with this. The school cops in Texas are on some wild shit.
Breathe. Breathe.
And I mean, so many of the stories you're about to hear, they're crazy. But let's start with the one you just saw, and then we're going to break down why critics say that Texas schools, they become prisons, and students, they're treated like inmates. Or to meet Annabelle Jaramillo. She was a 17-year-old honor student at Texas.
Steffosin! Thank you. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for everyone who's donated today? If Trump wasn't born rich, he'd be homeless and unemployable or in jail for sex crimes. Yes. If he weren't born rich, maybe he would have, been a good guy, though. Consider this. Maybe if he weren't born rich, he would have had scruples. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is, huh? Ben says, like the stream. Like the stream, everybody. You watch the Philip DeFranco show? I watch it sometimes, but do you watch it every day, Chai Pixie? Is he sick? He seems a little sick.
City High School when this happened a couple of years ago. The thing that set everything off in motion was pretty simple. She rang a cheap plastic doorbell outside of the classroom. It broke off, and according to police, she walked away with it. But then the next day, the school suspending her for 3 days, accusing her of theft. But then Annabelle, she was like, "What are you talking about? It was an accident. I was afraid of getting in trouble, so I put the doorbell in a nearby planter." So she goes to the assistant principal's office, right, to Miss Davis to explain what happened. But then when Miss Davis called in the sheriff's deputies to teach her a lesson about theft, Annabelle texted her mom, prompting Miss Davis to slap on 2 more days to that suspension for using a cell phone. Miss Davis then telling her to leave. Annabelle wouldn't, and so the cops were like, "Oh,
what? She called her mom?" Yeah, you get 2 days more suspended because you called your mom.
Right, you're going to jail.
You're in the arrest with us. Come on. What? You have 2 seconds or I'm going to make you do it. You're arresting me.
Reportedly, one cop grabs her right arm, another grabs her left. Annabelle tries to pull away, and they wrestle this 4'11" girl to the floor, gripping her neck, pushing her face into the carpet, and handcuffing her. And Annabelle's apparently prone to panic attacks, so that appears.
Cops are the good guys. Cops are the good guys, everybody. Remember? Don't forget, cops are the good guys.
This is what happened earlier, right? You saw her hyperventilating. But as the cops, they sternly come in.
Cops are here to protect us, everybody. Police are here to protect us, okay? That's why they exist. They're here to protect you and me, the good people, the good whites.
Her to breathe, which is so helpful. Miss Davis reportedly just kind of pointed a fan at her, went back to her desk, and I'm not kidding, just starts eating potato chips. And so after 3 whole minutes of that, Annabelle went still, later saying she passed out. They were getting sent to the ER, and even after all that, she still went to the county jail for theft, where she said she had a second panic attack. And while the charge, that was ultimately dropped after she took an online course about stealing, her mugshot was still posted online for everyone to see. So she ends up finishing her classes from home. She skips her graduation and saying, she's just traumatized about the whole thing to this day. And again, remember all of that. It was over a doorbell. And after hearing
holy shit, man. I'm so lucky I went to school in the 90s, man. We were still crazy back then. I could not go to school today. It's a prison. Schools are prisons.
All that and seeing all that, you think that's ridiculous.
Schools are designed by the same people this is not a joke. Like, they hire the same firm. The architects are prison designers. The guys that design prisons are the same teams that design schools. That's real. And libraries, like state buildings, government buildings, they're designed by the same architects, and that's why they all look kind of similar. They know how to corral people and make buildings. I mean, seriously, new schools, they're just prisons.
not alone, but for many, the reason that these school cops became a whole big thing is kind of understandable. Right? It goes back to the deadliest school shooting in the state's history, the one at Robb Elementary in Uvalde 4 years ago when a gunman murdered 19 kids and 2 teachers. And of course, you had families, schools, and state officials wanting to prevent anything like that from ever happening again. So the following year, lawmakers required each public school to have at least one licensed police officer on campus. It's actually one of the most ambitious programs of its kind in the country, costing hundreds of millions of dollars. And while ordinarily, their work's pretty mundane, right? That the cops guard the building, operate metal detectors, keep hallways free of fights, as you'd expect from any police department, sometimes they use force, and sometimes that force is excessive. And actually, I should get specific. When I say sometimes, I mean, you have the New York Times and San Antonio Express News finding over 2,600 use of force incidents from 2022 to the start of this year. And that was actually just with them looking at
2,600 uses of excessive force? It's not even June. What the fuck? No wonder people are shooting up schools.
a fifth of the state school
Like,
districts.
of course people are shooting up schools. You're fucking sending our kids to prison.
Who knows what the full number is, but you had cops grabbing or tackling students hundreds of times, pepper spraying them dozens more, and tasing them at least 9 times. Students were even...
You know, I swear to God, when I was a kid, only the weird kids did homeschool. And when I went to college, I met more people who had been homeschooled, you know, because you don't really meet them when you go to public schools. I went to private school until I was in the 7th grade. I got kicked out of Catholic school. And then I went to public schools. From then on, I went to public schools in university. I only went to public university, and I met people who were homeschooled, especially in college and university, and some of them some of them were super smart, but a lot of them were really weird and unsocialized. Like it's a mixed bag, of course, but I found like a lot of them to have some interesting gaps in their knowledge base. Like a lot of them didn't know who Abraham Lincoln was and stuff like that. That was a little weird. But anyway, it used to be weirdos and like super hardcore Christians and stuff were doing homeschool. Now I feel like I would homeschool my kid. I would homeschool my kid because this shit is fucking, it's a prison now. It's a prison now. Being kicked out of Catholic school is based. My parents didn't think so at the time. My parents, they weren't rich, and they took out a lot. They made a lot of sacrifices to send me to a Catholic school because they thought the LA schools were bad. And even when I got kicked out of Catholic school, they used a friend's address to send me to a better junior high school, which is shit, man. My parents sacrificed a lot to try to send me to good schools, you know, and I got kicked out of Catholic school, and it was, I don't know. I guess I kind of, in a way, to be honest with you, I am a little proud of that because I was just a person who challenged everything all the time. I just never was someone who went along with the flow. But yeah, anyway, my Catholic school days, I don't really want to go into that right now. Maybe in the members only we'll talk about it.
Held at gunpoint in 4 reported cases. And yes, I will say, in some of those cases, the kids were being violent, but in many others, the situation escalated from kind of the smallest infraction. Like one time, you had a 15-year-old allegedly swearing in a hallway, and within no time, he was getting dragged into a room by his leg. Then somewhere else, you had another 15-year-old allegedly throwing a cheese stick at another student, so the cop slammed him onto the table after he tried to walk away. And then another one, you had a 14-year-old allegedly caught with a vape, and so then the cop restrained him and then smashed him into a wall, shouting, "Who else?" at the onlookers. In fact, cops reportedly used physical takedown tactics in about 60 situations where students ignored their commands, talked back, or pulled away. And it's not actually just high schoolers. Reporters found about 24 cases involving elementary kids, including a 6-year-old who was handcuffed. In one district, a cop actually
They're hog-tying 10-year-olds?
Tied a 10-year-old boy with a behavioral disorder 3 separate times. Right, out of 450 cases reviewed by the reporters, nearly a quarter left students with bruises, scrapes, or other injuries, and 2 teens had a concussion. Now, in their defense, you have supporters of school cops saying, they've broken up fights, confiscated weapons, and even prevented violent plots. And so one of the arguments you see is that even if things sometimes escalate too far, they also serve a genuinely useful core function, especially in schools where staff and...
No, because those violent plots might not exist if they didn't have a culture of a fucking pressure cooker. If the pressure cooker... The reason why people have violent plots is because they feel like there's no escape. Even in Columbine, we understood that. People think that there's nothing to do anymore. They can't figure out an escape, and they feel like they're stuck. They can't leave high school. They feel like there's no future, and so they do something crazy. Add cops to that.
Teachers just can't handle violent incidents on their own. But then you also have critics countering that schools are now basically akin to correctional institutions and discipline has become draconian. Arguing now, if you violate the dress code, you don't go to the principal's office, you go face first into the ground. And many argue that it's easy to see why, because most Texas school cops come from regular police agencies, and their use of force policies are often copy-pasted straight from those agencies as well. And so they receive very little training in dealing with children. And we've seen in many cases that their conduct is less than professional, we'll say. They've yelled obscenities, insults, and threats at students. One cop telling a 7th grade boy to stop crying like a little girl. Another cop told a student who talked back to him, "Boy, I will hurt you." And perhaps one of the most insane incidents, a 17-year-old ran off campus with a vape pen.
You're backstage, only the host can see you? I just stage at any time. Be ready. You actually don't want to talk to people. Dude, you're not here. You're a fucking liar, tall Neanderthal. What are you talking about? You haven't entered the backstage. You're not Guy Fawkes 1984, right? No, you're not. So there's one person backstage right now, and they don't want to be on. They don't want to be on screen. So what are you talking about? Here you go. Here's the link. If you don't know how to use the internet, I'm very sorry. I know that there has to be some way to screen out people who are fucking morons. And you seem to be that. You seem to be a fucking moron. You've been here for over 2 hours and you can't figure this out. I've given you 2 links to join the show and you can't do it. I'm sorry that you can't figure out how the internet works. Please, if you want, you can do it. But no, I don't want to talk to you if you're a fucking idiot.
A cop then cornered him, pointed her gun at him, and shouted, "Get your fucking hands up before I shoot you." Meanwhile, the state actually has no oversight authority. The cop supervisors almost always back them up, and when they are held accountable, it's usually just a verbal warning or extra training. And so whether you support cops in school or not, it appears that the current system just isn't working. Whether it needs to be shut down, tweaked, fixed, or kept the same, that's obviously up for debate. And we're going to continue to see that play out, usually kind of incident to incident. For right now, I'll pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts? Let me know in those comments down below. But then that is by no means the only story about outrage and backlash today. This next one is very different because it's about the HBO show Euphoria and Sydney Sweeney. Whereas in this third and probably final season of the show that's about to end this weekend, Sydney Sweeney, while she, she's let the world know she has good genes, she has not often been in jeans this season. That's because while Alexa Demi's Maddie manages sex workers, Hunter Schafer's Jules is a sugar baby, and Zendaya's Rue works at a strip club.
Has anybody been watching this show? I just caught up. I just watched this show. What do you think about this show? Does anyone have any opinions about this show? Homeschooling is a great idea and all about the kids. I don't know where they stand socially, and bullying sucks, but it's a fact of life. I don't think you're doing them any favors. You got to at least. I think if I were going to have kids right now, I'd want to homeschool them. I do not trust the industrial education system right now. I don't trust it at all. Every time I see they're going to get shot by a student or tased by a cop. That's your options now. It seems horrible. You liked it? Boobies. There's a lot of boobies in it, that's for sure. Lots of boobies in it. I guess if boobies are your thing, maybe you'll like the Euphoria show. It's funny though, they say that Hunter what's her name's character, Jules, she's like, "Oh yeah, my breasts are natural." Bullshit. I don't fucking believe that. But whatever. Natural boobs are like Sydney Sweeney's. She takes them out quite frequently on this show. It's about sex. A lot of it's about sex work. I think it's amazing what they do with animals in this show. Like there's the dead rat, the snake story, the pigs, the birds. Like there is it opens up with animals. Like they're showing a lot of animal exploitation in this, and the animal exploitation and women exploitation is a wonderful visual metaphor. It's fantastic, I think. There's even a part where the snake goes down and kills the snake. That's a wonderful scene. It's very interesting how they're doing. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good.
Sweeney's Cassie is on OnlyFans, and that plot line's kind of gotten the most attention this season. Because her character is filmed content where she's a dog getting choked on its leash, she's posing provocatively while dressed as a baby, she's done various other things kind of clearly meant for shock value. And I don't just mean sex scenes, like there's this whole thing where she's a giant woman and her bare breasts break through windows. It's a whole thing. If you don't watch the show and you have someone describe it to you, they sound crazy. With all this blowing up, you then also had...
I think that was a reference to 50-year-old virgin. 50-foot woman. Hey, Smoking Blondie, how the heck are you? Turn your screen like this, please. There you go. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for joining the show. You can figure out how to use the internet. Well
it
done.
Works.
It works. It works. Internet links work? Wow. Look at you. Look at the big brain on Smoking Blondie, everybody. You were able to navigate the Minotaurian labyrinth.
It was all fake. You didn't want anybody to join.
No, you're like Theseus. That guy's he's full of shit. Yeah. I'm just faking it. More than one person. You're the third person to click the link and come into the show. So, what do you know?
That's crazy.
Yeah, people lie. What are you gonna do?
He doesn't, or she, whatever, doesn't want to be anywhere near you.
It's just a troll. He's just a stupid person. So what do you think? I've been watching. Did you watch that show? What's it called? Euphoria?
No. The last you were talking about schools and stuff. What is Euphoria about? I didn't even.
Well, it used to be about a crazy high school in California, but it's all just like over. It's like a melodrama of. It's hard
like
to describe.
The Hills.
No, it's more extreme than that. It's HBO, so it's like.
Oh.
It's way more extreme than that. It's like an extreme The Hills, I suppose, with more artistic license and nudity and craziness. But anyway, how do you feel about children in homeschools?
So I'm your age. So like you, unfortunately, a lot of the homeschool kids when I was growing up were weird. So and it's only because they were religious. I don't think it was the homeschooling that made them weird.
Yeah.
I believe it was the radical religion households.
Yeah, I had a couple friends who were of the same clan, and they had like, I swear to God, there were like 12 kids in the family, and they were all being homeschooled, and they were cool and all. I met the older ones in college. And I actually went to their house and they gave me a tour. She had six washer machines, washer dryer units.
Fuck that.
Because she had to do laundry all the time for all these fucking kids. Like, it's insane. Of course they're homeschooling. She doesn't have enough time to drive these kids everywhere. It's impossible. So you homeschool them. But they were weird. I liked them, but they were also religious, like super fucking Catholic. So
I want to say the ones I dealt with were apostolic Christian in this area.
Yeah.
But my children, I went to a horrible high school. I told you about, my mascot was, Confederate soldier.
Yeah.
I'm in the North. So horrible high school. A lot of my friends and myself had to take classes in college just to get caught up to everyone else. That's how horrible our high school was. So when I had children, I actually researched the areas and decided to live where the best education was in the state. So fortunately, my children have been exposed to really, really good education. I understand now that there are people who don't want their kids indoctrinated, which is really stupid because it closes off the education routes that teach their kids not to be easily brainwashed. And I think it's making a whole generation weird. But when you fear your children are going to be murdered by another child with a gun, I understand not wanting to send your kids to school. My kids go to schools that went to a system that doesn't have metal detectors, but does have active police on the grounds at all times.
Is that good? They got the cops are just as likely to shoot those kids.
And they're county cops. I mean, these aren't like
they're sheriffs then.
Yeah, these aren't like specialized police that are meant to deal with children. These are just actual cops who drew that job for however long, and they're the sheriff. They direct traffic in the morning when you're dropping your kids off at the high school. Now that's only at the high school. There isn't one at the middle school or the elementary. However, my kids, it's kind of like a county school. So where I live in Lafayette, we have the Catholic schools, but then we have the biggest school, Jeff, that's in the middle of the town, city, whatever. It's more dangerous. My kids go to a county school that is full of country kids. So it's not as dangerous. The Jeff High School has metal detectors, multiple cops. They have gang activity.
Country kids are dangerous. They got guns. I mean, when I lived in Virginia, I remember in Virginia, they had to pass a thing. I don't know if it was a law or a policy, but it was a big story because schools said that you couldn't bring guns in your truck and in the parking lot anymore, because kids would have like hunting rifles like mounted in their pickup trucks.
Yep.
And they would just leave the guns in the parking lot and then go to school. And they had to say, no, we don't want guns even in the parking lot. And it was a big deal. So like, it's still dangerous in country schools is my point.
I went to a country school that they didn't even have a rule that you couldn't have a gun. Everybody had a gun in the back of their truck. Like because you were going to go hunting before school or after school. Oh, and when I hear people like make the claim of, city like it's ghetto or, city gangsters, I'd be more concerned about country people who grew up around guns, handle guns every day, like have pigs can make you disappear. Like country folk are way more scary than city people, in my opinion. But
yeah, I mean, even in Sherlock, I was talking about Sherlock Holmes earlier. In The Hounds of the Baskervilles, they go out to the country and Watson's like, oh, it's so peaceful out here. And Sherlock's like, the shit that happens out here, man, it's way worse than the stuff that's happening in London. Like the stuff out here, nobody can talk about. It just happens with nobody knowing. And it's like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
so what do you think? What do you think? Do you think like it used to be that school shootings were kind of rare though, and now it's like very much not rare. So are we talking about? I would homeschool a kid. If I had a kid right now, I would homeschool that kid. I think I would just
but you have a background in education. I would never homeschool my children. For one, I don't have the patience. I'm not meant to be a teacher. We all have our place in society, and mine is not teaching children. I have a hard time with just homework. It's not my.
What about not a homeschool then? Like you get a tutor to come in and help you. Like you get because I knew a guy, my old boss. He was a millionaire, and he had 4 kids, I think, and he just had not an au pair, but like a governess, like a Mary Poppins type, come in and like teach his kids, and she was their teacher. In
a communal situation, most definitely would rather my children be in a small. The smaller the classroom, the better the education. We've proven that.
Yeah, like if you had like you and 3 of your friends, and together you have like 10 kids, and you can all pitch in to get a governess type, and she comes in and teaches your kids. She's just a teacher, basically. She watches your kids all day. You can still go to work and do whatever you're doing, and you have help that way.
And they're getting a one-on-one education, which then you run into the problem like with my daughter who has dyslexia, and it isn't just dyslexia. She has her own, well, not just her, but like my sister, my nephew, my mother, all have dyslexia, and they all have their own, they all have the same, but it's a special tweak on it. And she had to have her brain, they have to have their brains rewired. Special education teachers are saints, and very few people can do what they do. What's going to happen to these kids who just can't get it, and the person teaching them doesn't understand? Because it happens in regular school. I knew it in kindergarten that my daughter was dyslexic, and it took me till 2nd grade to get her any help. If they had listened to me from jump, instead of making her have her hearing tested, go through all these hoops, which took years to diagnose her, she would have started out in this, in the program, instead of having to wait till she was almost a freshman in high school to be completely rewired. So there are kids that are going to be completely falling off because their parents are scared, and it's understandable. They have a right to be scared.
I think, but it's not just the fear of being shot by another student. Like the cop thing freaks me out too. Like I don't want my kid being in a prison and just like being that's not gonna they're not gonna ever be well adjusted. They're never gonna be free thinkers growing up in the prison system, and like just having this drill and kill type of education, like this rote learning stuff. It's just maybe I guess there are like Montessori schools and shit which are probably pretty good ideas, or Waldorf and stuff like that, right? Like
those, I mean, the rich have.
They're expensive though.
There's a reason why rich kids have a leg up starting from the beginning with their education. Montessori school, like they have. My sister-in-law is head of marketing of Eli Lilly this side of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
She paid $2,000 a child.
Yeah.
For Eli Lilly's Montessori schools. They learned 5 different languages. They play like 6 different instruments. $2,000 a month. So that's $4,000 a month. Of course, they were both valedictorians of their classes.
Yeah.
But they have a leg up because they paid for that.
But they do have Waldorf. I just looked it up because someone once told me Waldorf does have a sliding scale model so that there are people, there's no free. Rather than offering blanket scholarships for poor students, most Waldorf schools ask families to fill out a financial aid application. Based on your income and assets, the school adjusts tuition to a rate you can realistically afford. I mean, that sounds legit.
It sounds legit, just so it looks like they're taking in poor people, but
Oh.
are they?
If private tuition, even on a sliding scale, is still out of reach, there are publicly funded Waldorf charter schools that are entirely free to attend. For example, in Southern California, tuition-free public charter schools inspired by Waldorf method exist in the public school system. Oh, interesting. So there are some charter schools that, I don't know. I don't have kids. I think about having kids because, like, if I'm gonna have kids, I better do it soon. But I would definitely figure out some alternative education thing. I could not do this whole thing. Like Philip DeFranco's talking about these fucking cops beating the skulls of these kids, man. Even if your kid doesn't get his head bashed in, if your friend got his head bashed in by the cops, that would affect you for the rest of your life, you know? Like my friend, he wasn't even that close of a friend. Like I had this friend, his name was Christian, and he shot himself in class. He took out a gun and shot himself in the face. And he was on the wrestling team with me, and I was friends with him. Like we hung out and stuff, but he wasn't. I don't know. It's hard for me because like in high school, you have these friends that are like your friends, but they're not like the dudes that always come over to your house, you know. So, but he was my friend, and he shot himself in the fucking face, and that affected me for the rest of my life. Like I've always remembered that because my girlfriend was in the room when it happened, and it was like. It's a formative event in my life. I wasn't in the room when it happened. You know, nobody ever saw Christian again. He survived, by the way. He shot himself. It came out of his nose, and he survived. Because he used like range rounds. He used the type of bullets that they weren't hollow points. He probably didn't know what he was doing. He had a pistol and he shot himself. But anyway,
it was just projectile, probably.
Yeah. It was like a target round.
Yeah.
But anyway, and like 9mm rounds. Anyway, the point is, no one ever saw. He was expelled. He couldn't go to school in California anymore. His parents moved him out of state. He went someplace else. And then we heard legends about him later. You know, stories about what happened to Christian. But like, it's worse now. Is my point. You know, now it's worse. Now it's the cops and like all this other shit going on in schools.
Kids just can't be kids and just go to school.
They can't just be kids and go to school. Positrack says, I've only seen negative results for the most part from homeschooling. They're going to have to deal with the world at some point, and we can't really believe that kids in school are the only ones. Well, I don't know. I went to Berkeley. And Berkeley's a fancy university. It's very hard to get into. And I knew other students who were homeschooled, and they were pretty good. Like they were smart. Like they were fine.
It's the social part. So when
everyone
you go
says
to school,
that, but
it's not just the education. It's learning to deal with conflict. It's learning to deal with other different types of people when you're stuck. And a household.
So join like to have the kids join Pee Wee football or something. There's all sorts of programs for kids. Like to get that. Have them. You'd have to give them art class or piano lessons or something. You'd have to do something so they can like get some kind of socialization. Join a band. Have them join a orchestra. Lots of conflict there. Or theater even. Sports, theater, orchestra. There's all sorts of ways to get kids into that shit.
Right. But I think that the people who we're talking about that keep their kids out of school, it isn't because of it's because they're scared that their indoctrination isn't strong enough to keep their kids from going astray, right? So they're not
I think that's
like,
mostly
hey, you can't hang out with those kids. You know what I'm saying? They don't go to our church. Their parents don't believe, they're not as good as us, blah, blah, you know.
I think that's mostly what it is, but there's always been like a hippie like there's been hippies who do homeschooling too because they don't think that
they
don't
not
like the
in my
state
area,
educating their kids. Yeah, exactly. Not in my area either, but they exist.
But I do because I know lots of hippies, but and Indiana doesn't have. We're not really known for our education, so I'm dumbfounded at the stuff I didn't know when I left high school that I had to learn just because I wanted to. And so I understand how easy it was for certain political factions to take hold here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly. Someone's asking, does Indiana have a lot of Confederate losers too? I mean,
yes.
Indiana's. I've been to Indiana. It's pretty. There's a lot of rural areas.
My high school was 45 minutes outside of Chicago, but in Indiana. And the name of the high school was South Newton, and our mascot was a Confederate soldier.
Isn't one of the reasons? Isn't that one of the like? Isn't Indiana one of the reasons why Chicago has such a gun problem? It's because people can just.
It's 100%. You can go to a gun show. I could go to one. There's one tomorrow.
And you just pick up a gun.
Yes, I can walk out with a gun tomorrow. Yeah. I can walk out with as many guns as I want. I can buy a receiver and build ARs tomorrow afternoon.
I kind of like that, but I also understand how that's a problem for Chicago.
It's 100% the reason Chicago has a gun problem. Nobody wants to talk about that, though.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And then they bitch because black people come from the city to not. Lots of people come in the moment they have a son. They don't want their son dying in the streets. And then they bitch because they came from the city because we sent guns there. Like, it's sad and it's gross and I hate it here.
Well, Tall Neanderthal thinks that the reason why we have these issues is because we don't have health care in America. Is that, I mean, that could be true too. The one you're on the air.
Reasons.
I think there's something there, right? The reason why we don't have, one of the reasons why we have so much violence in schools is because you heard what Philip DeFranco was saying. Like, these people are having panic attacks. Like, a cop comes in and lays a hand on a kid, and the kid goes like this, and the kid flinches, and the cop beats the shit out of him. Maybe if that kid had like mental health, professionals with that person and like was able to go someplace and get help, they'd be better adjusted when cops lay hands on them.
Or their parents. It starts at home. So their parents are mentally ill too, right?
Well, that's true too. Yeah, that's true too. You're absolutely right. The fact that we have no health care in America, and there's no mental health care especially, but there's no health care at all. That's the problem. But the one, what do you think?
I homeschool my kids, so ask me anything.
You homeschooled your kids?
They're currently being homeschooled.
What age range?
One's 11 and the other one's almost 6.
Oh, really? Okay, so that's like elementary school and junior high. Okay, cool. So why are you homeschooling?
Well, initially we were going to take our first one to public school, but we weren't comfortable with COVID because it was right when COVID was happening. And nobody knew what the long-term effects were going to be.
Yeah.
So we just decided to hold her out for the year. And we already had all the homeschool stuff. We were going to do it. We're kind of on the fence anyway. And we're like, oh, okay, we'll just take her out and we'll homeschool. So we've been doing that ever since. And
let me ask, did she ever get COVID?
I think, everyone's had in the family has had COVID except me.
Damn it! You did it. You homeschooled her so she wouldn't get COVID, and she still got COVID. Damn it!
It came much later. It's like I think it was like a year later, or a year and a half later than. But anyway, I mean, homeschooling's good. I will say, she is going to go to middle school for band and PE next year. Which is kind of cool, and lunch. So she'll get kind of the socializing.
Wait a second. How does that work? She goes for band, PE, and lunch. So
we just made an agreement with the school, and they allowed her to do that.
Wow. So she's going to show up for like 2.5 hours or something at school, and you're going to pick her back up?
Yeah, and they don't care how many days she comes. She could skip as many days as she wants. Like,
wow.
It's pretty. Yeah, it's really nice actually. So,
but except for the fact that someone's got to taxi her back and forth.
Yeah, we got to taxi her, but
because that's got to suck. I mean,
yeah, but we want to kind of ease her into the socializing aspect of it because we thought that was important for.
Do you think she's lacking in social skills or socialization because the fact that she's not been?
No, she's an amazing social butterfly.
Okay.
I think the only thing she's like a kid longer, like
she's a little naive or something.
Yep, exactly. She hasn't been exposed to. I mean, she watches a lot of TV and she kind of gets it from that.
Yeah,
but she hasn't been exposed to like real life.
She hasn't been bullied.
Yeah. I mean, she has a little bit. We have kind of homeschool friends, and we take her to the bigger.
I thought you were gonna say she has a little bit. We try to bully her at home. I try to tell her. I try to make fun of what she wears.
Yeah, we set her straight. No, she does theater, like you said, and she does. She has homeschool friends, and kids are kids, so she gets it. But and she goes to forest school once a week, which is just kind of this outdoor homeschool thing. But anyway, so she has a lot of experiences, but it's very expensive, I would say, because public school, you just put them on a bus and you already paid for it with taxes.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
you're already paying it.
Yeah, so to do all these outside of school extra stuff, it's very expensive, and now we're on the fence next year about sending our youngest to kind of like a private homeschool kind of thing. And that's going to cost $9,000 a year.
What?
Yeah.
Wait. What do you get for $9,000?
So she gets to it's an outdoor homeschool thing. So they spend half their day playing outside in nature, and then they spend half the day inside doing regular school stuff.
$9,000 a year?
I'm not sure we're going to do it because it's $9,000 a year, but at the same, I don't know. Yeah.
That's a lot of money, man.
That's a lot of money. Yep. And we don't.
I want to know. I would want to know. I would want a line. I would want a fucking. What do you call it? Like an invoice. I want an itemized invoice for that.
Yeah.
What am I? What's that?
I have a couple questions. What state are you guys located in?
We're in Virginia.
Okay. What is your guys' experience? Are you guys educators yourself?
My wife is a former high school English teacher, and she does all the homeschooling. I help some with math because I love math. But
how advanced is your daughter compared to her age group?
She's advanced. She's
I figured.
Yeah. So
how do you know?
She's probably a grade ahead of everybody.
Okay.
You have like a standardized test or something? How do you know?
Yeah, my wife kind of follows this traditional school.
She's like the curriculum.
She has bought the equal curriculum and kind of goes through the year.
I know that they can test them when let's say you want to put them back in public education, and so there are tests that they can take that will place them in the proper level.
Matriculation test they call it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're supposed to have a evaluation at the end of the year for what they know. But because my wife is a former, she has her teaching license. She gets to opt out of it basically. So
that's awesome.
So let me see. Playing outside half the day, learning. There's a parallelist wants to know: you still learning when you're playing outside? It sounds like summer camp.
It's to let the kids be kids, because who wants to sit in a classroom for
Right.
however it is 8 hours or something, 7 hours, whatever it is.
8.
Like
Yep, it's 8 hours.
It's not 8. Hold on, it's not 8. I mean, my ex-girlfriend was working at the local high school, and they were open from like 9 to 3. It was like 8 to 3. No, it wasn't even, because I used to go to school at 7:50, and I was like, how the fuck is your school opening at like almost 9? And now they go
3. I think 8 to 3 is what we do around here.
8 to 3.
My daughter goes. She
it's
starts
7
at 10
hours. 7
She
hours.
starts 10 to 7 and goes to 2:30.
10 to 7 and it goes to 2:30, but she's doing a 0 period or something. She's doing extra hours.
Regardless, they're all sitting. Their high school. They're sitting in the classroom. So this was our idea to kind of not kind of get away from I sit in the office 14 hours a day. Sometimes it's like miserable. So to keep them out of that as long as possible kind of has some appeal.
Yeah, I can understand that. Sounds like you just don't like it. So you didn't want to send them because of COVID, which makes sense because she was like a kid, and kids were like getting COVID because kids are gross. Yeah. So that makes sense. But now, I guess now it's like almost 6 years later, and you're still homeschooling, but you're just keeping her out because you think the system sucks. Is that a good assessment?
Well, traditionally, I thought the system held me back because when I was in school, because I felt like I was, everything was super easy all the way through school. So I was like, well, if we, and they're not learning like the real life stuff that they need to learn. They're not learning like, how to stick to a budget and financial stuff and like how to cook and take care of your self and.
We used to learn that stuff. We learned how to.
Yeah, they don't teach any of that stuff anymore. So,
I remember learning how to balance a checkbook when I was in school. I remember learning that in school.
I never learned that.
Well, I mean, now I guess no one learns how to do anything with checkbooks. I think we learned how to do our laundry.
You don't learn about like stocks, trading stocks, or like doing your taxes. You don't learn any of that.
I didn't learn how to. I did learn how to do stocks. I remember I had to take econ, and for the whole semester I had to choose a couple stocks. Like they gave me pretend money, and then I followed it every week in the newspaper, and I had to do a little report in the end to see how my stocks.
I had an econ class in high school, but it was like elective. Like
we had to do it.
Yeah, we had to do it.
In senior year we had to learn. It was one semester of econ and one semester of U.S. history, U.S. government, not history, U.S. government.
Home ec too, but home ec was elective too, so I didn't take home ec.
Yeah, yeah, home ec was
We had I did that same game as a freshman in my shitty school, and we competed with the whole state. We had a partner, and my druggy partner and I placed first in the whole state for the stock market game.
Nice.
Yeah.
But going to a small school, I graduated with 62 kids, and I was pegged early on as not a good
Standard
kid.
issue.
So I should have been in like AP classes, and they would not let me go up. I was in the mid math as a 7th grader and had to go independent study because it was holding me back, and my teacher knew it, but they would not let me go to algebra because they said I wasn't equipped for it. So I had to dumb myself down my entire education.
So you should have been homeschooled.
Yes. But there's no way my
I
parents
feel
were
like
going to
it's,
do that.
they only give you so much in regular school, and if you want to go above and beyond, you pretty much have to do it outside of school.
Yeah, I guess that's always, but that's everything, right? They took out art and music and all these other things out of schools, And so now if you want to learn art or any kind of the humanities other than writing, I guess, then you have to go outside. You have to pay for art classes outside of school now. And I guess
yeah.
if I'm gonna go to the trouble to pay for that shit, I might as well do homeschooling, you know?
Yeah. The thing I always disappointed me was I felt like school always kind of brought things to the middle. You know, you could
Right. They're playing to the base. Yeah.
they're playing to the averages. And you know, I wanted to be challenged, and I thought, you know, if I did that, if we homeschooled, we could challenge a little more. But you know, I found out my daughter's just not as academic as I was. So while I wanted to constantly be challenged with math and English and all these things to really give it to me as hard as I could take it, you know, regular school doesn't do that. And my daughter's not interested in that either. So, you know, different people have different wants and needs. So.
Well, and our kids are lacking in. So I'm an artist, and I had low self-esteem for most of my education because I wasn't being given the opportunity to flourish more in that area than anybody else. Like, especially in my podunk school, my father went to the same school, so did my mother, but my father was known. And so they took that out on me, even though it had been, you know, 20 years or whatever. My last name followed me into the school. And so I can remember when they pulled the funding for art and it was art and choir. And we only had a band teacher that would come like once a week. And so just our regular classroom teachers were trying to teach art, which was super shitty. We were just learning crafts and stuff. And
they're like making like toilet paper roll art.
And you've got kids who don't excel like matter, but they excel in the arts. And when you take that away from them, that hinders their life. They didn't get to be in their passion. There are people out there now who are phenomenal artists and have no idea.
That's a whole thing. That is like
sad.
We're losing a lot of Einsteins because of that, right? Because we don't have a big enough funnel. And so we have a bunch of amazing violinists who never have seen a violin, right? It's always that, like we have Van Goghs out there who have never touched paint.
Yeah.
Because we don't provide them the opportunity. I mean, that was supposed to be the American dream, right? We create opportunity for everybody, so everyone has access to upward mobility, and each to his own, to however he or she can contribute. But that's just not the case anymore. Like the one said, it's always playing to the average, the bell curve, right? Yeah.
Thank God we got Melania and her Einstein visa.
yeah, her Einstein. Yeah, thank God her Epstein visa. That's perfect. We got her and her Epstein visa. Well, I guess how would you? I guess like the question would be, do you think that everybody should be homeschooling their kids? How do you feel about it today? I mean, it sounds like you're still happy that the system exists because she can still do the PE and the lunch thing. I guess.
I'm honestly kind of weaning off the homeschool thing for our next child. Like I want to send her to public school, honestly.
Why?
Well, you know, like I said, like I wanted to be super challenged every day with like academics, and I just don't think my kids are like that. And you know, that's fine. So if they don't want to be super challenged with academics,
send them with the normies.
Yeah, send them with the normies. They'll get to socialize. And also, you know,
my kids are normies. Send them to Lehigh.
The other thing is homeschooling takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
So you know, you said you want to homeschool or, you know, get some collective to homeschool. It's going to take a lot of your time, a lot of effort. And they take that. So we're like poor, you know, we're poor. So
I'm poor too, but
yeah. So it's time not spent making money, basically. So you know, you almost have to have money if you really want to do homeschooling right. you got to put some investment in it, and that's why we're poor, because all our money goes to homeschool stuff. It feels like.
I guess,
so.
but kids are expensive and time consuming anyway, right? I guess I guess you can't have a job that's normal pulling in the type of figures you need if you're homeschooling, right? Because you're spending so much time with your kids. But if you're going to go that far, why not just send them to boarding school? You know what I mean? Or military school or some shit where they get some real education, really pound into the indoctrination. I mean,
Well, exactly. Yeah. We don't want that.
you don't want that, but public school is okay. Because you're going to say you live in
public
Shenandoah
school,
Valley, right? You live in Shenandoah Valley.
Yeah. But the public school, when it was, when I was in public school, K through 5, it was fine. You were being a kid most of the time. And,
What high school did you graduate from?
I don't want to say. I don't want to get too personal, but
okay. Was it named after a slave owner?
No, it was not.
Okay.
but a lot of schools have changed their names recently. So
recently, and some of them have changed them back.
Yeah, ours have not. But
okay, so
anyway, yeah, I'm kind of leaning more towards public school.
Interesting. That's an interesting thing. That's a wonderful point of view. Now, let me ask you one more thing
Because we're
about.
poor. If we had the money, we would not. But.
Okay.
How big is your daughter's classes? Do you know?
In school, I'm sure there'd be 25 if I had to guess. I don't know.
Shenandoah Valley's not bad. They've got some pretty big high schools that from when they
still
had
have art and music and technology. Yeah. They still have stuff. They haven't thrown everything out, but it is very much a lot more testing now.
They have FFA. They have FFA.
Yeah, we won't be doing that, but
those purple jackets.
Yeah.
They
4-H and FFA.
They teach a lot more to the test, which is very disappointing. So.
Okay, so what are you worried about? Was my next question. If you are going
to public school.
Yeah, so you want to send your 6-year-old and your 11-year-old to public school, right? You want to do both of them. You want to send them full time. Okay, what are you afraid of? What are you worried about there?
Middle school for girls is really tough. I think middle school in general is tough. So the big thing was my wife wanted to avoid middle school as much as we could, and then maybe at high school they could go into high school and it wouldn't be as bad, but so the teasing, the bullying, just getting in a friends group that is not that great. I don't know. I think they'll make good decisions though. I don't really have too many fears. I think the education is lacking, but
girls are awful.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're kind of afraid of the other kids being shitty.
Yeah, I'm not as afraid as my wife is, but it's one of those things where
because she's a girl, because your wife's a girl.
Because your wife knows. Your wife knows. That's why.
Yeah. She had a horrible middle school experience. So
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Ugh. It's so hard. I'm changing my opinion on this, and it's a strange feeling because the times have changed. When I was a kid, schools were a little dangerous, but they weren't like today. And they did have cops come in, but they weren't there all the time. And I remember police, we had one cop at my junior high and high school, just one, and at each, obviously. And now they've got teams of cops standing around looking like crazy, like they're ready for war and ready to throw down these kids. It really bothers me. But I would say, but what about the socialization? What about the prom? What about the dances and the fucking Sadie Hawkins and the rejection and I don't know. You gotta put the monkeys in the jungle so they meet the other monkeys. You know what I mean? If you raise a monkey. But
the
it
other
seems
thing too is there's the school shootings. When we were kids, it was unheard of, basically.
It wasn't like it is today, that's for sure.
It's insane. And the thing is, it's so random. Any community could get it.
Right.
That's the scary thing.
It's because schools are pressure cookers. But it's I don't know, man. I used to think it was a decent trade-off, but now I think I'm wrong. I feel like you don't put the monkey. We're not putting the monkeys in the jungle to be like other monkeys. What we're doing is we're putting the monkey in the zoo, and that's what the school is. The school is a zoo, not the jungle. They're not free. And so I don't know, man. It's like
they're free to start fighting fascists early, like I did. I started fighting fascists, and as a freshman, that's where I started getting my self-confidence. Picked on in middle school and shit, and then I just started taking on bullies, and then it rose to the fighting the principal, and that's where I got my backbone.
Yeah, I think school actually, for the opposite, it teached me to assimilate. Just.
To conform.
It's easy to kind of, they want you to be just kind of one of the crowd, so. And
I couldn't.
You think Honest Doubter says worrying about school shooting is like worrying about lightning strike? I don't think so. Like I said,
it's not.
In junior high, there was a drive-by shooting. No one was hit, but it was a shooting. Nobody got hurt, but there was a shooting. And then when I was in high school, there were 2 shootings. One happened after hours, and the kid was found dead on the football field. And one was my friend who shot himself in the face. So it's like, I remember them all very vividly. So it's not like I had 3. And okay, they weren't Columbines, but school shootings.
But how many people die from lightning strikes too? That's the other thing.
Yeah. I don't know. Let me find out.
The way our government.
How many people die of lightning strikes in America every year versus how many people die in school shootings every year? Let's see if the AI can give me that number. I'd love to know that. In the United States, an average of 20 to 40 people die of lightning strikes every year, whereas fatalities in school shootings fluctuate drastically, typically averaging between 15 and 30, depending on what year. But the average is about over the last decade though averages about 27 reported lightning fatalities every year, but it shows the 30-year average was around 43 deaths. Damn it. So it has so anyway, it looks like most people who survive lightning strikes as well. So okay, it looks like almost roughly the same, 30 and 40. 40 people, if we take the high estimate, 40 people die of lightning strikes in America, 30 people die of school shootings on average.
Yeah, but when we were kids, we were still doing Cold War drills, and now our kids are doing active shooter drills.
Thor, though. Yeah, I guess that's the thing, though, Smoking Blondie, and I guess that's the other thing. If somebody dies of a lightning strike, it doesn't fuck up everybody else for the rest of their lives. But if there's a school shooting and you survive and your friend dies, that is going to fuck you up for the rest of your life. That's the difference, I think.
Oh, the trauma, yes, for sure.
The trauma from everybody at that school, even if you didn't see the shooting, you were there, and it was bad. Like, I still remember when the shooting happened in Las Vegas. Like, I was down the street. I was right there, though, and everyone around me it was traumatizing. If somebody got hit by lightning, it wouldn't have been as traumatizing. Even if 59 people died of lightning strikes, it's totally different than 59 people being killed by a shooter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just the fact that hate has become so normalized in our society.
And violence.
Hate and violence, and
it starts at home. It starts at home. These school shootings all start at home.
Okay, but the home thing, you can't just blame all the home, blame it all on the parents. It's a society. It's a societal problem.
Yeah.
It's not happening anywhere else. It's not that we just have bad parents in America. It's because the one thing that we have different from the rest of the world is that our rich country has no health care. Like, you're right. You could say it starts at home, Smoking Blondie. But the thing is, if you're a poor parent and you can't afford to bring your kid to a shrink because they're acting squirrely, that's your fault, I guess.
I'm a poor parent. Okay. My daughter's been hospitalized for mental health, and 2 years ago for self-harm. And I'm also a gun owner.
Yeah.
Do you think that my children did not, my son is 24, so he has his own firearms, but my daughter didn't have.
Oh, shit. Now you cut out. You're cut out. I can't hear you. So I'm going to take a comment. Mikhail Gorb says, is it mental health guns' fault, or should personal accountability be something we expect? Well, we don't expect personal accountability in America, but mostly we're talking about children right now. So I don't know what you mean. Like, what personal accountability would you like to associate with children? But I don't think it's the guns' fault. I think guns make it easier, but other countries have guns. Canada has lots of guns, and they don't have school shootings like we do. Nowhere near. Even if you take like population size and you account for population, we have far more shootings in America, even though we have similar perspective on guns, similar percentages on guns. So Canada doesn't have this problem. We're the only ones. So I would say it is our lack of health care. That is the problem. We hate health care in America. And what we do the way we do healthcare in America is we steal from the poor and we give to the rich, and then we pray to the rich to not charge us more. Please don't charge us more. Thank you so much, An Honest Doubter, for giving away a free Sky City Rebel membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can I get some jubilation in the chat? Thank you so much. Thank you, Honest Doubter. Please, jubilation and emojis in the chat, please. I need my coffee. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so I think that it's... Oh, she's back. Okay, what were you saying?
I'm sorry. Okay. My phone overheated.
Yeah, happens.
I was saying I was a poor parent. My daughter was hospitalized 2 years ago for self-harm. I'm a gun owner. My kids didn't have access to firearms ever. They still don't. She's a minor. My son is an adult. He has his own firearms. I'm saying these kids going to school with guns, where are they getting the guns from? How active? And I understand that poor parents have to work and they can't be there all the time. I'm saying that the ones that slip through, we can root it back to the parents lacking the capability of being 100% a parent. I'm not blaming the household. I'm blaming that's where we're going to find the root problem is lack of resources for the parents raising their children.
Lack of resources, fine, but I really feel like this. Like the gun doesn't. I'll tell you a quick story. When I was in junior high, I was having this problem with these kids. We were fighting a lot. We were getting fights, and a friend of mine gave me a gun to carry in my backpack, and so I had the gun in my backpack, and he had it at school. He gave it to me, and I kept it with me on my bus ride home. Now, nothing happened. I didn't go and shoot up the school. I had it with me in case a bunch of kids tried to beat me up or something, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't fucking thinking clearly. We were fighting. Like, I beat up them. They beat up me. It was a lot of fighting going on. And, I think that it's not the gun that's the problem. It's the fact that if you have a kid off the fucking rails who thinks he has no place else to go, nobody to talk to, no adults they can trust. The parents won't listen because you're in high school, and parents never listen to high schoolers, and the high schooler doesn't feel comfortable talking to their parents about this stuff. There's nowhere they can go. They can't get somebody, just a straight shooter. Not shooter, but like they can't get someone to help them.
So, my question is, why didn't you feel that you could talk to your parents about it?
Because my parents, because first of all, my parents worked a lot, and I didn't want it. My dad would have kicked my ass if I brought to him some shit, or he would have fucking escalated it in a way that I wouldn't be comfortable with, or called the cops or something. I don't know. I remember I definitely did not trust my parents about this. Like, why would I?
So when I hospitalized my daughter, she didn't come to me. I saw the marks on her. And I went to action immediately to get her help. My biggest fear was, missing something that my children needed me because I was working so much. If we were making a living wage instead of a surviving wage, we could be more active. Now, our generation is different because my dad would kick my ass if I came home and got my ass, and I had my ass kicked. If I didn't take care of myself or my sister like I was told to, I would get my ass beat when I got home. So it was different for us. Now with my children, I tried to be as active as possible, and shit does slip through.
Of course shit's going to slip through, but that's my point. If we had a healthcare system, you would never have shit slip through, because again, when shit slipped through and they're like, do you know how many friends I have? I've many friends that have kids who have cut themselves. And it's like, these are good parents. They're not beating their kids. Like, and yet these kids have cut themselves. They're these mostly girls, right? They're cutting themselves.
Yep. I mean, my daughter will have scars on her, and they were in places where you would never have seen. So it's not like because there are kids who do it for attention, right?
I don't know, man.
But I just happened to see the marks, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And the fear of when you have a child, your biggest fear is losing them, like something happening to them.
Yeah, and like that's shit, man. And I see now adults, they've got their arms are all fucking scarred to shit because of that. And like that just goes to show there were kids in my age bracket that were doing the same thing. We just didn't know about it, or we didn't think it was that big of a deal. But this self-cutting thing, those kids need to go seek help. We need help, but there is no help.
It cost me $32,000 to have my daughter hospitalized for self-harm.
Yeah, who has that? And the one is talking about $10,000 for some fucking school, and it's like, who's got that money?
Rich kids don't face these problems, right? Do they? I don't think so. Do we have private schools being shot up? No.
Not really. I mean, you have ones where people from outside shoot up the schools. That happens for private schools, but usually it's not the students themselves do it. So yeah, you're right.
I looked it up, Sky.
What's that?
I looked it up. My high school is named after someone who owned hundreds of slaves. So
I knew it. You're from Virginia. I knew it. I mean,
it's still named that. My high school did not change their name.
Did change their name? They're named after a slave owner. Nice. A good man, I'm sure.
Yeah. So all I'm saying, he treated his slaves well. So all I'm saying is that the wealthy who have more resources than the working class, their kids get a leg up, have safer childhoods, have better education, and then topple my kids when they become adults. They've already got a leg up.
Yeah.
I think they're also trained to a degree to see poor people as lesser humans.
Yes.
And
yes.
100%.
It's okay to exploit us because we're not worthy in some fashion.
Yes. Yep.
We saw it, how Jeff Bezos and them are talking about the worker. I mean, the way these fucking guys talk about the worker is so offensive that Fox News this week on Fox and Friends, they were talking about how disgusting it was that billionaires are talking about their workforces and the ways they talk about them. And I'm like, well, hello, Fox and comrades. Like,
yeah, welcome.
Yeah, where have you been? I mean, of course, you'd have to see people of lesser means as lesser people. But that's the colonial mindset, right? Because I have steel, I am superior. And so this is exactly how colonialism happens, right? The white man has steel, they can kill somebody from very far away. So that must mean that since I have greater technology, that must make me superior, that must make them more of an animal. That's how they did it, right? And I don't think that there's any difference between that mindset and the mindset of the dictator CEO. I don't see how it could be. How would you How else could you lay off 30,000 people, destroy families, and not even give a shit?
Well, and it's like in my area. So in Indiana, your kids are supposed to go to the school of the district you live in.
Mm-hmm.
If you decide to send your kid to a different school, you have to provide transportation, obviously, but then you have to pay for them to go to that school. So people around here don't want their kids going to school with kids who came from Chicago.
Of course not.
So they will transport their children to the county schools because there are black kids at the other school.
Oh, that makes sense, right? That would make perfect sense. I mean,
But
you
we're
saw
not
that.
racist, you know.
Yeah, they're not racist. They just
we
don't
use
want.
the term. We use the term. They're from Chicago. It's a Chicago problem around here.
Yeah, they're from that other part of.
Yeah.
They're not one of us.
Yep.
I got to get back to work, but it's been good talking to you guys. Have a great
Thank you, the
weekend,
one.
guys.
Thank
See
you
you
so
Monday.
much. Appreciate you being here.
Yep. Bye.
So there you have it. We have now a homeschool and a person who wasn't homeschooled.
Horrible.
It's horrible. It's horrible. I mean, I don't know. I think that I watch this shit and I want to say I can't stomach it. All right, the Blondie's gone as well. Please define poor. Why don't you define poor? What you define poor, Mikhail Gorbachev? Define it. You define it. How would you define poor? You could obviously also come in and talk about it on the show.
Real world OnlyFans creators like Sydney Leathers telling Variety there's so much that they have her doing that is not even allowed on OnlyFans, and that alone is infuriating. Age play stuff where she's dressed as a baby in a diaper, for example. Credit card processors have very strict rules that you have to abide by, and the rules are getting stricter all the time. Without going to a rule in the OnlyFans
I don't think that was in the show, the baby thing. I think she just took that for some
terms of service that forbids real or role-played activity depicting the exploitation or abuse of minors. So then also with this, you had another creator, Maitland Ward, telling Variety this serves to perpetuate stereotypes that sex workers have no moral compass and that they will do anything for money. But then also telling TMZ,
saying like, oh, look at how weird and creepy they are. Look, you can just go on and do whatever you want, and you'll just make money right away, which is not the case.
It basically says that they're sort of inviting pedophiles, right?
Yes,
People
exactly.
who would
That's
be
the whole reason you wouldn't be
right.
allowed to do that. You don't want pedophilia.
I think it's funny that the show, if you haven't seen Euphoria, in season 2, Judd Apatow's daughter, what's her name, Maude Apatow, somehow puts on this incredibly elaborate, just amazing stage production with props and sets and everything, completely impossible for a high school to pull off. It's a fantasy. The show Euphoria is a fantasy. No one is supposed to believe that this is, but people are standing up for the sex workers on OnlyFans. It's not an accurate depiction of OnlyFans. Okay? It's not an accurate depiction of high school either, or drug users or anything. It's so weird.
Anywhere near pornography. And I think a lot of times OnlyFans creators and porn creators are thought of the same way as, oh, they're into, all the disgusting, like, taboo stuff like that. And we're not. We want to be as...
What did he say? Okay, Skycheck, I'm done. You're back to the media bullshit. I'll catch you some other time. Hopefully you'll get more popular. But when you make fun of your audience, I don't think that's going... Making fun of my audience? What are you talking about, man? Jesus, dude. Thanks for the advice. Appreciate you. Let me know what your YouTube channel is. I'll be happy to subscribe. Ban all guns, mask up, vaccinate, and be controlled by your liberal government and our leaders. World Cup will end. Our masters will control us through the midterm election. Kendall, I don't know. I'm against most of the things you're talking about. So I don't know what you're talking about. But great. Thank you for the hint. Appreciate that. Love it.
Far away from that as possible.
you've also had others taking issue with how lucrative the show makes sex work out to be, which isn't to say that being an OnlyFans model.
Ooh, 25% of women under 30? 25% of all women under the age of 30 are now on some form of OnlyFans. We've turned our country into... Okay, so you're a Marxist. Marxists said that under capitalism, all the bourgeoisie women are prostitutes. But let's see if that's true. I need a fact check. Someone just told me that 25% of women under 30 on... Fuck me. Why the fuck did that just happen? Hold on. We need a fact check. Fact check, 25% of all women in America on some form of OnlyFans if they're under 30. Let's see if they got this. The claim that 25% of all American women under 30 are on OnlyFans is false. Statistics and independent analysis estimate the actual figure to be significantly lower, placing the number of active female creators in the age bracket at approximately 14% or less. Estimated creators versus population. News reports and platforms analyses estimate there are roughly 1.4 million American women between the ages of 18 and 24 creating content on OnlyFans. The U.S. Census Bureau indicates there are roughly 10 to 11 million women in that specific age bracket. So that's 18 to 24, and they're about 11 to 12%. Under 30 demographic, official demographic numbers drop as age increases. If you widen the scope to include women up to age 29, the overall percentage shrinks to low single digits because the creator pool is diluted by a much larger total population of women in their late 20s. But viral claims and social media discussions often confuse platform users, subscribers, with content creators. The 1.4 million figure frequently cited in the press is the source of these exaggerated statistics, resulting in the spread of misinterpreted data. So thank you very much. So it looks like it's actually closer to 11%-ish. Some people say 11, some people say 14% of women under 30, but it's probably if you take it to all the way up to 30, it's way lower. But between 18 and 24 is really where it's about 14%. So women between 18 and 24, 14% are on OnlyFans creating. That's still a crazy number. 25, that was ridiculous, but 14, that's still a really high number. 14%. Gotta be honest, that's a higher number than I thought. I thought it was going to be like 10%, 5%. But if you bring it all up to 30, then it goes down to like 8%. So, I mean, under 18 to 24, though, that's a pretty crazy number. 14% of women 18 to 24 in America are on OnlyFans as creators.
Cannot be incredibly lucrative. It definitely can. You saw him saying that it kind of makes it look immediate and guaranteed. But there are scenes where Sydney Sweeney's character gains hundreds of thousands of followers and subscribers overnight. And kind of from the moment that she joins the platform, she just starts making tons of money. So touching on that, you had OnlyFans creator Gracie Kanan telling Page 6 that she thinks there is a danger in romanticizing this job is over.
That's not what happens in the narrative, though. In the narrative, she has to get her high school friend to help her bump her OnlyFans. And she has to go out to LA parties and be, go viral and stuff. She doesn't just start it and she gets rich. That's not how it goes.
Well, you had creator Alex Links telling Variety, it's portrayed that if you just dress up and do
that girl's a sex worker. It's portrayed that you can just dress up and do crazy shit. That's not how it's portrayed.
Crazy shit.
Are these girls watching the fucking show? That's not what happens in the show.
Instantly make money, or you just have to be hot and have big boobs and you'll instantly cash out, and it doesn't work like that. So you're seeing an increasing number of people saying that the show just plays into stereotypes, that this is an absurd, ridiculous, and gross career. You even had USA Today putting out an op-ed saying, our patriarchal, sex-negative society looks down upon women who engage with online sex work and leaves many of them victims of exploitation, abuse, and social isolation.
That shows in the show, it's about her being exploited. She gets exploited by her husband. She gets exploited by her best friend from high school. She gets exploited by a pimp, like the strip club guy. What's his name? Alamo. She's exploited by everybody. That's the whole. And she's even exploited by the loan shark that her husband borrowed money from. Like, it shows that. Did anybody watch this show? Nobody watched the show except for me, I guess. They're only accounting for OnlyFans. Well, I don't know, man. I can't fucking do all. If you really believe that 25% of all women under 30 are doing some kind of porn, I just don't know. I don't think so, because I have met very few women who do porn in my life. And I've worked with many young women because I worked in industries where that attract a lot of young women. I've met a lot of strippers who don't do porn. I've met a lot of prostitutes who don't do porn. But I've met very few actual porn folk. But hey, if you know better than me, I don't know.
like Euphoria certainly don't help. And saying the show's creator, Sam Levinson, clearly views OnlyFans as a passive get rich quick scheme and belittles anyone who dares engage with it. And that's as you've seen other articles this season saying that this season of TV is a celebration of female degradation. And some arguing that it comes at the expense of actual sex workers. And it's because while in Euphoria, Sydney Sweeney is doing all this off-the-wall stuff, in real life, they're constantly being punished for the smallest things. For example, influencer and OnlyFans star Kayla Jade calling out Euphoria and saying,
like, we've come so far, but yet we still can't advertise without worrying about our accounts being deleted and like losing a whole income stream overnight, even though you've consistently followed.
That's exactly what happens to her in the show. She deletes it. She wants to be a real actor, and they make her delete her OnlyFans, and then she loses everything. Like, that actually happened. Did these fuckers watch this show?
The guidelines. I've lost count of how many accounts I've lost and had to restart over. Same with every other
Literally happens in the show.
I know. But these big production companies can profit off the most like toxic, exploitative version of it, with none of the risks that real life SWs have to deal with. It just sucks that show is like kind of obsessed with S workers, but like only in a way that dehumanizes them.
And the timing.
That's not true at all. I mean, I don't think they're dehumanized. They show how these women are abused. I can't believe I'm in the position of defending the stupid show. Like, very weird position this is putting me in. But I don't think any of these people... This sounds so much like when all the Catholics started protesting because of Harry Potter being about witchcraft. Like, did you watch the stupid show? It's a comedy about kids doing wizarding. It's okay. It's not anti-Jesus, okay? It's going to be okay. Calm the fuck down. Jesus, these people haven't even seen the show. Everyone, it's just like this guy. Have you seen Asmongold talking about the Odyssey? This guy's an idiot. He's never read the Odyssey. He keeps comparing the Odyssey to the Iliad because he doesn't even know the difference. He keeps on comparing it to Troy and the movie Troy, thinking that it's a remake of that, and it is not. It is not. The Iliad and the Odyssey. It's like part 1 and 2. They're not the same thing.
All this, it does stand out, right? Sex workers right now, they're dealing with serious censorship. There's also currently a massive anti-porn movement that's happening in the country, or whether it be generally or actually state-by-state legislation. But also say, not everyone thinks that Euphoria is handling it badly. Chloe Cherry, for example, who previously worked in adult film and now stars in the show, recently told Glamour, when I'm watching it, I don't feel like I see it as glamorized. I don't want anybody to watch and think, oh wow, I want to go become a stripper. I want people to be like, oh, strippers are humans too. That's what I want people to say. And in my opinion, I think Sam is using these young women as a vessel to show how society currently sees young women. I don't believe that he's trying to say it's these young women's fault that all the world wants from them is for them to just be hot and be sexy and be...
This is Chloe Cherry, a porn star who now has she's on a hit TV show. That woman is an actual porn star, and she's in the show. I think that this show is showing how the world is viewing young women. I think that this is, I don't know. It's just so strange to me. She's actually seen the show. Huh?
I think Sam's trying to say, look where we have got to in society. Right? Arguing that the show's not just blatantly sexualizing women or treating them badly for the sake of it, but that this is actually meant to point to issues within our own culture. But with all that said, as this continues to be fought in the court of public opinion, I then have to pass the question off to you. Where do you stand on this? And I'd especially love to know your thoughts if you've been watching this season. And then we have more. We need to die.
She still makes more than me. Am I jealous? No, I'm saying that. What the fuck did you just get here, Scott? Oh God, these morons who come stumbling in. I mean, I just got finished saying I don't think that this show is exploitative. I think it's showing how women are exploited and how sex workers are exploited and harmed and abused. I think it's not an honest depiction because, I mean, I've known people who were in that type of work, and it gets dangerous for them. And there's some shady characters. I don't think there's a black cowboy named Alamo, slinging guns, but there's people like him who are bad dudes doing bad shit to these women and exploiting them, and they're taking all the money. It's very common.
I'll get into in just a minute, but first, let me thank a sponsor and say, I think a lot of people watching this, they have something that they've been almost ready to launch for a while now. Not almost ready because the idea needs work. Almost ready. Right. No faults. I'm just show and that QR. This James Paxton, the Trump back candidate.
This is what I want to watch.
Is crazy, stupid. It's part of the reason I hate politics. But of course, we need to talk about it because you may not fuck with politics, but politics will fuck with you. Because in Texas, there's a big Senate race. You have Tallarico securing the Democratic Party nomination back in March, and then Paxton, the Trump back candidate, he clinched the Republican nomination in the runoff this week. And already, they've turned their sights on each other. They've come out swinging. So Paxton and his supporters, they're seemingly grasping at straws. Some of things like the false claim that Tallarico is vegan.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even say that porn stars were a slur. I wasn't using it as a slur. She's an actual porn star talking about porn star stuff, and she actually knows what she's talking about. That's what I was saying. There was a bunch of people who were saying a bunch of shit about this show that they've never seen, but there's an actual sex worker who is in the show about sex workers, and her point of view is pretty spot on, I think. I don't know. I was agreeing with the porn star, but, people, these liberals, man, they always got this guy, Scott Huffman's clearly like a super liberal guy. Liberals, they get offended on other people's behalf all the time, even if they're completely off base. Here I am, like, pro-sex worker. Like, I'm perfectly okay with you guys making money any way you want to make it. I hope that you're safe. I hope Chloe Cherry is safe. She has a hit show on HBO and she still makes porn. So clearly she likes it. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't understand why. I feel like if you could start making real legit stuff and not have to rely on sex work, you would, but maybe she doesn't want to. Maybe she enjoys the industry. I don't know. I wasn't talking shit on her, though.
And trying to insult him and argue that he's not man enough to represent Texas. Whereas Tallarico, he's honing in on the various criminal and corruption allegations that have dogged Paxton for years now. So for example, with Paxton and his victory speech, he slammed what he claimed were Tallarico's extreme positions on gender, immigration, religion, and other issues. He also seemed to be kind of like peer reviewing various mocking nicknames.
Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Tallarico.
It's going to be real funny when Ken Paxton is outed as a homosexual, because he clearly is he's a closet case.
And others refer to him simply as Low T Tallarico.
And actually with that last one, there was an attack ad that launched the next day that was labeled Tallarico too low T for Texas. And you kind of seen a lot of the right-wing voices kind of going all in on this meat masculinity angle.
The reason why Democrats are failing is because they've given up on masculinity. They've given up on testosterone.
Says Benny Johnson and that fucking, who's the other guy? What's it? Waters, Jesse Waters and Benny Johnson. These guys, who's the most masculine person in those three? I would not even think of Jesse Waters as a masculine man ever. And Benny Johnson, everybody knows he's gay. Everybody knows he's gay. And there's gay guys with lots of teeth, lots of testosterone, high testosterone gay guys. I mean, that's fine. But I hate it when people are closet cases saying that other men aren't man enough. Fuck you. Fuck you.
They've given up entirely for effeminate, estrogenic, catty, and totally embarrassing candidates like Beto and Beta here. And most importantly, the American people know what leadership looks like. It looks like President Trump winning 119.
It looks like President Trump? That's what leadership looks like? That's a perfect segue for this, for me to remind everybody to buy Melania coin. That's what leadership looks like. Please buy Melania coin today. If you don't want or don't have the means to buy your own Melania coin, please Venmo Skyjack23 or Cash App Skyjack Morgan so that I can buy more Melania coin and support our president, the greatest leader who ever lived. That's what great leadership looks like. Donald Trump, buy more Melania coin. I know what you're thinking. It's a pump and dump scam. It's a rug pull. You're saying, Skyjack Morgan, how dare you promote Melania coin? It's a rug pull. And I say, how dare you? Donald Trump has never told a lie in his entire life. And how dare you? How dare you say anything bad about Donald Trump? He said that Melania coin is the most important financial tool for the prosperity of America. And I take him at his word because he's never lied a day in his life. More honest than you. He's an honest man. And that's why I'm buying Melania coin. Please, all donations will go into Melania coin. Tyler Scott says he'd never buy crypto. Then you don't support Donald Trump. You don't support him. Why would I ever support a president? Yeah, shit. You're not supposed to. I'm doing a satire, man. Tyler, yes, you should never support a president. Exactly. No one should ever support a president. Nobody should ever support a president, ever. Also, make sure to grab your $250 bills. I will do that. Please. Please. Tyler, stop. Tyler, you're ruining the joke, Tyler. Yes, you should never be. You should follow a shitcoin entrepreneur president. Please. Our president is a shitcoin entrepreneur, and you can cash in today by buying Melania coin. It's not a pump and dump scam. Okay? It's not a pump and dump scam. Buy today. You can get me to buy it. Just send money to Skyjack23 or to Skyjack Morgan, I just sold my house and I am investing in Melania coin. Buy Melania coin. It's the greatest. All right. Thank you all for being here.
Out of 119.
If you're just joining, my name is Skyjack Morgan. I noticed a bunch of more people just hopped into on Kick and Twitch. If you're just joining, my name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator and free speech and critical thinking advocate. You know, and this is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. And I am supposed to be able to play a sound right now, but I can't because for some reason, something's broken here. But that's okay. We're going to fix that later. All right. Thank you all for being here. You're incredible. You're beautiful.
100% endorsement record. Donald Trump is winning across the board.
It is not this baby lotion soft child. He looks prepubescent. Yes. He looks like such a beta male. He was Beto O'Rourke was his big brother in the after school program.
They nominated someone more effeminate than Beto, and I can't wait for this race to get underway. Did you know that he looks prepubescent?
These are the notes.
Nobody is more effeminate than Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters single-handedly shuts down Grindr every time he comes to town. If you're a Grindr user, you do not want Jesse Waters coming to your town because he crashes it by himself. It's a thing.
Did you know that he looks like the guy that leaves an apple on the teacher's desk?
Thank you so much, Chris Petsavas. $2.33. Thank you. I was trying to do Star Wars. I never had a lesson. Thank you so much, Chris Petsavas. €2. You know, €2 is worth like $1.16 now because Donald Trump has completely trashed the American dollar. I can't believe it. The euro's worth more than $1 now. For the first time for a long time. That's incredible. It used to be a euro bought 86 cents. Now a euro's buying $1.16. So I'm pretty stacked. I'm putting away stacks. Euro versus dollar. Let's see where we're at right now. Oh no, it went up. The euro went up. The dollar went down again. The euro buys $1.17 now. I just made another penny, baby. I could buy more Melania coin. Thank you, Donald Trump. Every time I get a euro donated to me, I got to thank Donald Trump for trashing the American dollar. Thank you so much, Chris Petsavas. You really helped me out. You just gave me. It's a great exchange rate for me. Please, if anybody would like to send me euros, please do it now because the United States dollar is in the fucking toilet thanks to Donald Trump. Thank you, everybody. Invest in gold.
This guy. Now, the major factor in this race, Greg, is whether Talafrico's vegan.
And with all this, I think the Democrats just need to continue being on the attack with.
I get it. If you would rather donate money in Melania coin, you can send me Melania coin. I am a big fan. G-Max coins coming up, going to the moon. It's going to the moon, baby. It's going to the moon. Anyway, what we know is that James Tallarico is the only straight man running in Texas. He's the only one who he is not a vegan. Not that would make me like him more, actually, because I like people that don't torture animals. And James Tallarico's in Texas. He's the only real Texan, 8th generation Texan. So, where's Ken Paxton born? I want to know. Where's Ken Paxton born? Ken Paxton was born in North Dakota. Ken Paxton isn't even from Texas. And he's trying to say that Tallarico isn't Texan enough? Motherfucker, you're from North Dakota. Me not. He was born on an Air Force base in North Dakota. Sorry. But he has served as the Attorney General of Texas since 2015. And Ken Paxton is such a little goober, man. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this guy. He's the Texas House of Representatives. He was in the Tea Party movement. And if you don't remember the Tea Party movement, it was kind of like MAGA, except even somehow dumber. They did actually have a point. They were really just upset about taxes more than anything. But, what are you going to do? But Paxton was indicted on state security fraud. Relating to his activities before taking office, he pleaded not guilty. Paxton fulfilled a pre-trial agreement for restitution to the victims, ethics training, and community service. The charges were dismissed in 2025. Interesting. How interesting. So he was ordered to pay restitution. Why? If he was innocent, huh? So strange. So strange. Articles of impeachment included allegations that Paxton gave preferential treatment to political donor who bribed him, misapplied public resources, and made false statements against whistleblowers, obstructed justice, and in the securities fraud trial against him, and made false statements regarding his financial interests. In September 2023, the Texas Senate voted 16-14 to acquit Paxton of articles of impeachment, ending his suspension of office. Interesting. So this guy is a fucking scumbag. I wonder why Donald Trump likes him so much. How strange. How strange. It's bizarre.
And the Trump administration says it plans to send Americans exposed to the Ebola virus to a new quarantine facility in Kenya instead of flying them back to the U.S. An administration official says the state-of-the-art facility will provide care for people evacuated from the Democratic Republic of Congo, with some patients possibly being transferred for more advanced treatment if it is needed. Details on the site and whether or not Kenya has approved the plan are still unknown.
Interesting. So the Americans are being sent back to they're sending Americans out of the country because the Ebola virus. Getting kind of weird with the Ebola. Are you Ebola free? Are you sure you're washing your hands? Don't touch any dead bodies. Don't do it. Modern cowboys get the perfect bend of the hat and stuff that sock perfectly down in those Wrangler jeans. They really do. Families into horses. They really get that down, huh? Yeah. Mexico was the first country in Western Hemisphere. Interesting. Santa Ana fucked the Alamo. I mean, never forget that the Alamo was really fought about slavery. They wanted the Texans wanted to keep slavery. Mexico made slavery illegal. Texans said, fine, we're independent. They said, no, you're not. That's our land. And then they had a war with this place called Tejas, which, mostly about slavery.
When you see marriages in which women actually make more money than their husbands, there's a higher chance of divorce. There are all these other awful things that are associated with it that I discuss in the book. Yeah, like there's more.
Which that must be more and more common.
Cheating.
Oh, Davy Crockett. They did kill Davy Crockett, but don't forget Davy Crockett, born on a mountaintop of Tennessee, beautiful land you ever did see, and he killed him a bar when he was only 3. He killed him a bar when he was only 3. Davy Crockett was a piece of shit. Davy Crockett was not a good guy. But the Disney shows make him look really cool. I love the Disney shows. I used to think Davy Crockett was so cool. Turns out he wasn't. But John Wayne played him. That makes him cool, right? Everyone loves John Wayne.
On the male part. Yeah, no, it's becoming more common. 1 in 7 marriages are actually women are primary breadwinners now.
And also they're kicking ass in college in a way men aren't.
Yeah.
Men have checked out.
Why are men checking out of dating? Why are men checking out of dating? Let me know in the chat. Why aren't you dating, men? Men, how come you don't like women anymore? Is it because you lost all your balls? What is going on with you? Yeah, man. John Wayne. Well, let me tell you, little partner, little pilgrim. Let me tell you, little pilgrim. I got lung cancer, little pilgrim. They cut my fucking lungs out, little pilgrim. Everything's little pilgrim with him. I'll take the fucking lungs out of my fucking throat. The greatest John Wayne story ever heard was he showed up on the set of Beverly Hillbillies, and he just liked Beverly Hillbillies, and it was a new show, and he just liked it. And they said, hey, John wants to be on the show, and they're like, okay. And so they just let John Wayne come onto the set and be on the show Beverly Hillbillies. And in the end, they're like, John. We can't pay you. We don't have any money. This is a TV show. You're John fucking Wayne. You're like the biggest star in Hollywood. And he says, give me a 5th of bourbon and we're square. I love that story. And the other story I love about John Wayne is one time, Sylvester Stallone, he couldn't really get in Hollywood. He was kind of like an outcast. He was kind of like he wasn't like meeting people, and he went to his first Hollywood party, and no one was really talking to him, and he felt out of place because he he was different, you know. And this big dude, this big tall guy starts walking towards him, and it's John Wayne. And he says, "Welcome to Hollywood. I'm John Wayne, little pilgrim." I just made it a little. "Welcome to Hollywood. I'm John Wayne." And Sylvester Stallone said that John Wayne just did that. He would see people out of place at parties in Hollywood, and he would walk up and introduce himself because he's like the most famous guy. And so now Sylvester Stallone still does that. He carries on the tradition. And supposedly Leonardo DiCaprio, when he first was like going to Hollywood parties and stuff, Sylvester Stallone walked up because he thought that guy looked out of place. He was just a kid. He looked scared. And Sylvester Stallone shook his hand and said, "Welcome to Hollywood. Welcome to Hollywood. I'm Sylvester Stallone." And so it's a tradition now that, like, anyway, fuck it. I don't care. You don't care. I'm just telling you stories that I heard, and I think they're cool, but whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
why don't boys and men want to be in date anymore? I don't know why younger men have problems getting dates. If I was a creep, I could be begging 25-year-olds, but then I would get murdered. Why would you get murdered? Why would you get murdered? I love sunsets too. Women are disgusted by men. Women are disgusted by men, especially now that we see your thoughts and opinions and we wonder why there's a male loneliness epidemic, especially with MAGA. Well, men and women are lonely. It's not just a male. Only men say it's a male loneliness epidemic. There's a loneliness epidemic in America. It's not just men. Women are lonely too. Yeah. Because we're not bears. Yeah. Did you see the lineup for the 250 bash? It's a who's who of music. Is it? What is the musical lineup for the 250 bash in the Washington, D.C.? Martina McBride, Bret Michaels, The Commodores, Morris Day, Young MC, Milli Vanilli. What? CNC Music Factory? They got CNC Music Factory? I'm just a squirrel trying to get to nut to move that butt. Everybody over here, everybody over there, everybody hands in the air. CNC Music Factory. Things that make you go, Things that make you go, CNC Music Factory. It really is a who's who.
You talk about, what's the word I don't know for like marrying up?
Hypergamy.
Exactly, I was testing you. Hypergamy, which is the square root of the hypotenuse, by the way, for kids who are watching this, doing their geometry homework. No, hypergamy is involved here because the more men check out as far as academia.
Yeah.
MAGA is unstoppable. That's what every Nazi movement always says. We will have a 1,000-year Reich. That's what they always say. MAGA forever. Wir werden ein 1,000-jähriger Reich haben. What is it with you guys every time? Every time you guys are insane. You guys are... MAGA is unstoppable. We will have MAGA for 1,000 years. Every time. Because you aren't talking to any women, dude. I'm fine with women. Women love me. I love them. I like women. I go on dates. I haven't gone on dates in a while because I had a long-term girlfriend, but I'm getting back out there. I'll be back out there anytime.
They graduate much fewer men now.
Yeah.
I mean, men are the ones who need affirmative action now in college. Mm-hmm. I mean, women can't find guys to marry up to.
Yeah, how the hell could you have Milli Vanilli? I thought one of them died. It's Vanilli, no Milli. Yeah, one of them's dead. I can't believe it's still an act.
Exactly.
There's a stat that we keep called the unemployed, but the definition of unemployed is you don't have a job, but you're looking for one. There's another stat, which has, I don't remember the number, but it's an astoundingly high number, like 7 million.
Yeah.
That's not unemployed. It's not working and not looking.
Right.
Not working and not looking. And it's something like 7 million men in this country
11
who
million
are
unfilled
very
jobs.
content.
Okay, but 1.5 million women are on OnlyFans 18 to 24. That's got to be a statistic that's pretty big. If 14% of women between 18 and 24 are on OnlyFans, and a lot of men, that's not all young men. 7 million people are not working and not looking, those aren't all men. You could assume that half of them are men. So let's say it's 3 million, 3.5 million or something.
To stay home with the Xbox.
Yep.
They're not just staying home with the Xbox. They're dealing drugs, Bill. Bill used to be a drug dealer, so it's surprising that he doesn't understand how that works. I don't have a job. I'm not looking for one. I deal drugs is a perfectly acceptable form of perfectly acceptable life.
Yeah.
That's not attractive to a woman.
No.
Women do like achievement.
Women love losers too. Women love. You don't have to be achieving. I don't know. I don't know why men always frame it like this. If women loved achievement, then why are guitarists and drummers always getting pussy? Like, no, that's not true, man. People who poets fuck, and women fuck poets, and they are poor losers, alcoholics. There's plenty of people out there. Women will get with guys that aren't rich. That's not true. This whole thing, women need to marry up. Women marry losers all the time.
And it's not just the money. It's also just feeling like this person has ambition. They're moving towards something. They have joy in their life. I imagine if you are sitting in front of a screen all day playing video games, online betting, you have no goals, you don't get, dressed. I don't imagine someone like to be very happy. And so if you're dating, somebody that's probably not even dating, but if they were, you don't really have as much to talk about.
But so many women are going out with guys like that. Is that because there's just nobody else?
I think so. I think in maybe some cases those women may feel like they can help this person or want to, but in time, I really think that just leads to resentment over time.
I know a lot of guys play video games and they don't. Yeah, that's what most women don't like about men these days. What don't they like? What don't they like? So the OF numbers aren't factoring in AI accounts for dudes pretending to be chicks. Ooh, yeah, they're not really. No, but the AI number was the number of women between 18 and 24 versus the number of women in America who are 18 to 24. So people who identify as women between 18 and 24 on OnlyFans versus how many women exist are alive as 18 and 24 in America. And that came out to about 14%. I thought that was a decent number. Let's call it 10%. It's still too high. It's still a little scary. Wouldn't you agree? Like, that number's a little weird. It's not that women don't like men. It's that most of us don't like the toxic masculinity bullshit. And it seems the younger generation of men growing up seem to have gotten sucked into the manosphere. I think that there's a lot to be said there. I think I'm just going to call you Zuzu. I think Zuzu's onto something there. I'd love to talk with you about it. Here's the link to if you want to join the show, you can come. This is a call-in show. I think you're right about that the men, because that's a thing, right? Why do drummers and poets get laid? When I was in a band, I was married, but a lot of girls were throwing themselves at me. I was married, and I'm a one-woman type of guy, But when I was a poet, holy shit, I was doing poetry readings in the Bay Area. Women were just like, they loved me. I was so popular with the ladies at that point in my life. And then when I was, and I had no money, nothing. I had fucking nothing. I was living in a subterranean apartment. Oh my God. I was a subterranean. And women, they didn't mind. They didn't mind coming to my subterranean apartment. They thought it was fine. They were totally okay with it. I think it's because I wasn't a toxic masculine. I was just a masculine dude who does poetry, and girls really liked it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just technology has made the need for contact less and less. Chances of going out, interacting, i.e. meeting people. Maybe you're right, man. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Like, you don't leave the house as much. Maybe that's true. Because when I go out now, I swear to God, man, it's kind of funny. When I lived in northern Germany, women didn't really, it was always so cold and people spent a lot of time at home. It wasn't always cold, but it was always gray, and people didn't go out as much. We still had crazy parties and stuff. But when I went to Switzerland, I'd walk into a room and women would look at like meerkats. They're all fucking looking up because I'm tall and like break their necks looking. And I see that now. Like I go to restaurants or something, and women are like, they're so thirsty, and it's clearly women are still like, penis is still popular. I don't know if penis is still popular. It couldn't be women have unrealistic expectations. What unrealistic? Women are still gagging for it. Women still want it. It's 100% a mix of all of the above. If anybody wants to talk about it, I have it in the chat. There's the link to join the chat. Join the show if you want to call in.
Or it's because like the messaging from society is, women are doing so great, that's okay. You can be the primary breadwinner. You can take care of this man. He doesn't need to take care of you. That's sexist if you want a man to take care of you. I see a lot of that in young women. I feel really badly for them because I don't see that ending well. Because especially if you as a woman continue succeeding in life, which you likely will, because like you said, women are doing so well occupationally and in education, and they're out graduating men. And if you're with a guy like this who, if he's struggling with his mental health, say he has low testosterone, say he's got, say he's watching porn every day, multiple times a day, so he has no motivation to do anything.
Yeah, but these are fringe cases. Like guys watching porn all day, every day. That's not fucking normal. That's not like every guy is doing that. Is that what guys are doing? Am I crazy? I don't think that's what guys are doing.
Sexual or otherwise. I mean, that's not going to be a very good future for either of you.
I have seen in more than one movie, I can't think of what they are now. Not big movies, but...
Yeah. Something about Bill Maher's whole demeanor and energy irks you. Yeah, you know why? Because he is that fucking smug drug dealer. He never became anything but a smug drug dealer who can tell some jokes. That's his whole thing. He's a smug limousine liberal who has money and wants to hear out the Nazis. His show is basically him talking to Nazis and having being pro-capitalism. Like he's Mr. Pro-capitalism. He's Bill Maher, fuck him. But I do like his show because I do like hearing the Nazis come out and talk to him. But it's hard for me to watch it. It's hard to watch Bill Maher's show. It's on tonight. I'll probably watch it, but it's hard to watch, man. It's fucking... I get mad, but I guess that's why I like it.
Movies where there was this plot point where there's a couple and the husband, I think usually they're married. He's not really working because he wants to make his dream of being in the band work. Mm. He's got a band.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he's mad at the wife who's like hawking him to like, get off your ass and get a job, do something. You don't believe in me. Yeah. Yeah. The band's going to work, man.
I mean, that's pretty cool if a guy's got a band. He's got a dream. A lot of women will fucking support. Women are amazing. They'll support your dream if you get a good one. Looking thin, Sky. Nice work. Too bad about your brain still being mush. Oh, it's mush. I'm still buying Melania coin, man. What do you mean? You think I'm looking thin? Thank you. I don't feel thin. I appreciate that though. I appreciate that. Here, I'll do a couple squats for you. Thanks for being here, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech, critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. And NF Coin is his new name. NF Coin just donated. Can we get some jubilation and some emojis for Steve here? Steve, how are you doing? Are you losing weight? You doing okay? You still staying? We've got a call. It's a call-in show. Feel free to call in and give us an update about your life. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. And Jack are back on the prowl dating scene. Yeah, man. Back on the prowl. I've only ever dated and married musicians. It's an illness. Women, man. There's some women that just like cops. Like you realize really early when I was in high school, like the skater kids, there were women that just loved skater kids. The goth guys, there were some girls that just loved the goth guys. Just get a thing. Just be a thing. If you're just a loser playing video games all day, although women are dating guys who play video games all day. I don't know why people are saying that are men checked out of dating?
We're good. And if they put it in movies, I always feel like it must be true. That's how I know everything about children. I don't have children. I work very hard to never be around a child, but I see what it looks like from every single movie and television show, and it always looks the same, like a nightmare, like a total nightmare, where the kids don't respect their parents. They're yelling at them. They're cursing at them. They're doing things where my mother would just fucking kill me, Yeah. So it must be true. And I feel like this must be true because they keep putting this into movies.
Well, at least that guy in the movie has a band, right? At least he's working towards something. He's not just sitting around like doom scrolling all day long.
I feel like a band may be even worse.
A band is not worse. If a guy's in a band, he's a dream. He's working on doing something cool. Being a band is cool. He's like expressing himself artistically. He's sensitive. He's thinking about the world. He's trying to make a go of it in a different way that isn't like everybody else. Bill Maher is Bill Maher's a fucking comedian.
It gives you hope.
The false, yeah.
It gives you
False
hope. And, your band is not, I mean, could it? Yes, anything could happen.
But the other thing I would say is because there are fewer viable bachelors for women.
Your band doesn't have to make it. Look at you could be in a band. I knew lots of guys that were in bands. Okay, the band didn't make it, but they're a producer or they do other stuff in the industry. And they're making enough money to still have a band and have a kid. Your band doesn't have to make it. Follow your dreams, motherfuckers. Have dreams. Follow them. It might not work out the way you think. But think about I've been doing YouTube for a while. I don't make that much money on YouTube, but every once in a while people ask me to do more content for them. They ask me to edit stuff for them. I make money doing that. It's not, I didn't think, I've done all sorts of podcasts for other people. I've done a radio show. I did an FM radio show. You don't know. I had my YouTube channel is what got me my job with PETA, and they paid for me to go around the country. I've done all these cool things. And okay, my YouTube channel isn't 1 million subscribers, but it does so much for me. It fills my fucking soul. And I have a great community. I buy Melania coin with everything that they send me. My community supports me. And right now I'm fucking poor. But there's been times where I'm not doing so bad on YouTube too. There's times when I'm doing okay on YouTube, and other times I'm not doing so great. Summer's usually a little harder. And so I'll be begging more. But Bill Maher is an unfunny comedian who has no imagination, a certified dimwit. He really kind of pisses me off, and he's such a fucking just unimaginative, man. I feel like I used to like him more. He's gotten worse, hasn't he, Solar Punk Vegan? He's gotten worse, Tim. Tim, he's gotten worse, right?
There comes a point where a woman, she does want to have kids, she has to choose. Either I have to pick from the available pool, which may mean I'm going to be with a guy whom it's not really ideal, but I can have a child with him, or she can go on her own. And I talk about reproductive technology in the book and how it gives this false premise of, I think if people want to do IVF, they want to freeze their eggs, that's perfectly fine, that's their choice. But I think it's important for people to be aware of what do these technologies actually involve, the fact that they do not have a 100% success rate. And I think also young women are taught to ignore biology, or that they can somehow override their biology, which is not true. And so this is what you have happening, where women will get into, their late 30s or into their even early 40s and be surprised when their fertility is not the same because they weren't aware of this. And now they're trying to find a partner. So this is where you see also in the culture where I think women get shamed for that, but I don't think it's necessarily their fault. It's like society's telling them you have all the time in the world, starting at teenage years when you're on the birth control pill, when you're put on the pill, say for other reasons than being sexually active, there's this illusion that women have as much time as they want. And then they get to this point where if they have found someone, now that single motherhood by choice is becoming more popular, where women can, like I did as an experiment, you can go on the internet and buy, I didn't use it, but you can buy sperm on the internet and impregnate yourself and have a baby on your own. And so this is what I see happening, that both the sexes are going to continue bifurcating. And instead of saying, hey, let's try to make things work and find solutions that are actually solving this problem of people not pairing up,
okay, so women can buy sperm and inject it into themselves? Cool, I guess. I don't know. It's a little weird, not gonna lie. But man, I have to say, it's the men, right? It's not the women. Women still like men. Men are just fucking losers who don't want to talk to women. Young men don't want to even talk to women. I think that's... What do you think? I think it's definitely the men's fault. Because every time I go out, women are like, they're into me. And I don't know, man. When I moved to Las Vegas, I moved to California, I had a fold up mattress, and people were like, well, what happens when you bring a girl home? I'm like, they have never complained to be fucking on my futon. No woman has ever complained about being fucked on a futon. So, I mean, I don't know why people are saying that it's the women. Women are so picky. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're grown children. Yes, I think so. Oh, they're broke. Nope, women will fuck you when you're broke. Women will fuck you when you're broke. Porn. Yeah, I mean, that's a problem, sure. But, I mean, porn's always been here, right? You blame Bill Maher. The kids nowadays don't really mature up. I think they're afraid. Men are terrified. Yep, everything is men's fault. Date bears. Well, tell me, Gorb, whose fault is it? You think it's women's fault? Women are just too picky? I don't think so. I do not think so. No. No, I don't think so. I've had sex in public bathrooms. Women are not. I've had sex in places where if women were so picky, then why have I had sex outside in parks and shit? Like, no. It's not true. Women are down. I think it's the men who are too afraid to talk to women. Women are down. They want to go.
Seeing women going in this direction of saying, we don't need men. In fact, having a boyfriend is embarrassing or whatever. And I'm going to have a baby on my own with technology.
Embarrassing.
And men are saying, I'm going to get me a sex robot and be done with dating.
Having a boyfriend is not embarrassing. It is.
Sex isn't everything. Yeah, but you got to have. But my point is just illustrating that they're not these overly picky girls now or something. Women are literally dating guys that are 30 years older than they are because young men are shitty. They're not. It's not like the 30 guys 30 years older are richer or better in any way. They're not more handsome. Like, it's so funny. There are all these guys that think that women only want 6-pack abs and $1 million in the bank. That's just not true. I've never had 6-pack abs. Right now, I don't have any abs. You can't even see my abs right now. I'm a little on the chubby side right now. But even when I was like running marathons, you could barely see my abs. And I had women loving me. I've had mad love affairs. Women can claim SA over nothing. Yeah, okay, but they have to prove it for you to really be in trouble. So, like, what are you so afraid of? They can claim it, but they have to prove it if you're going to go to jail. So, I mean, I don't know why you guys are so afraid. Don't do it. Don't sexually assault anybody. Be kind.
Gay. It's very
It's
gay.
terminally online, as you said.
You saw that.
I don't say, yeah.
Why aren't I married now? Well, that's a good question. Why aren't I married now? Well, mostly I got divorced because my wife's parents were fucking psychopaths. I didn't hate her until after we got divorced. That's when I started hating her because she and her family fucking were just so abusive toward me. But during the marriage, like, I look back on it and I find her to be kind of loathsome, but like, I was willing to put up with that. You know, I was willing to put up with a lot of the bad stuff of our marriage because I loved her. And her parents just made it worse and worse and worse and worse all the time. And we eventually had to split. And it was really painful for me. Divorce. I mean, it's fuck, man. Anybody in the chat could let me know if divorce is fun. It's not fun. And it didn't cost me a lot. Like, it cost me a lot in that, like, my investments and stuff that we were tied up in, but I didn't have to pay a bunch of money. Like, I ended up losing some money because of joint investments and stuff. And I ended up losing money because I decided that it was important to pay her student loans off and not mine. We were going to pay hers off and then mine. We paid off hers and then we got divorced and then I got fucked, right? So, like, in those ways, I kind of lost money. But not like people say, like, oh, I got to pay that bitch and all that shit. I didn't have to do all that. And, you know, we had a prenup, mostly to protect her family's money. Her family wanted me to sign a prenup, and I did. So, you know, divorces are hard. But no one's talking. You don't have to get married. And I wanted to get married with my ex-girlfriend, and we were together for 7 years. And I wanted to get married. But again, her family made things very difficult. I love her family, but they made it very difficult. And it got really hard. And we ended up parting ways. And I'm still recovering from that one. It's only been 2 months, and I'm still hurt from that. So it's okay to be hurt, though, guys. Fall in love. Fall in love. Love is awesome, and it fucking hurts. That's part of life. What are you guys all afraid? This idea that you're going to go through life without suffering just means that you're not going to have a rich life. I think that people treat life like it's a Starbucks order now, that they want to have everything so sticky sweet and exactly tweaked to just the way they like it. But that's not fucking life, man. Life is supposed to be bitter and hard, and yes, sweet, and yes, beautiful, and colorful, and dark. That's the richness of the tapestry of life, man. Suffering is going to be part of that. So go fall in love, for fuck's sake. Anyway, they're just speaking from inexperience, and you could totally tell those guys have never had a girl as a friend, let alone a serious relationship. Yeah, I mean, I've had many extremely important female friendships as well, but they're talking about dating, you know, like having long-term girlfriends is awesome. And generally the way that I've done it in my past is I have a girlfriend for a long time, we break up, I'm hurt, I go fuck a bunch of people, and then I have another girlfriend for a really long time, and then I don't know, it's just... And every time I try to learn so they don't make those mistakes again and all that, right? But it's just not as easy as everybody. But I highly recommend falling in love. Boys, please become men and please fall in love with women because they're awesome. They do shit that you don't expect. They do stuff that is completely hilarious and absurd just because you don't understand where they're coming from, because it's like an alien sometimes. You don't know what like if you aren't sharing your life with a woman, you're cutting out 50% of 50% of your life. Like one of the things, like I totally support gay people, by the way, but like same-sex marriages, it seems so it seems easier for some reason. I know it's not, right? That's me from outside looking in. But it seems like when you're a man in love with a woman and a woman in love with a man, it's like, fuck, what am I doing? This person's so unlike me, but they're so like me in these other ways. We're like puzzle pieces that we fit together. Crazy. It's magical. Wedding day prenup ambush is insane. I told you about that, right? Yeah. The day before my wedding. Was it day of? It was day before my wedding. Yeah, fucking crazy. Ambush. Thank you for the $2, by the way. €2. No, $2. I thought I saw euro. Young men give up. I've got to stop myself because I'm not trying to get anything steady until I've fully ascended. Looks number 1, status number 2, social skills 3. Thoughts. You think young men give up? I don't think women do want someone who has, it's not about status, it's about kind of social value. So I guess you'd call that status, but it's not that they want a CEO or something like that. They want someone who cares, who's living their lives. You know, they want someone who's working on something, who's working on themselves, who's on the journey of life. They want somebody who's improving themselves. And of course women want that. Women don't want a guy who's just static. Some girls do. Some girls do like that. But I think most women want a guy who's out there trying. Like, try. Fucking try. Looks, I don't think so. Women date ugly guys all the time. I don't think women give a shit about looks. I mean, I honestly don't. I don't think women care. I see beautiful women with really ugly guys. When I lived in Vegas, I saw women like dressed to the nines, like she's a dime, like that stereotype pretty, you know, like a Pamela Anderson, like that type of like stereotype beauty walking away. That type of look has never really done it to me since I turned 13. But I get, you know what I'm talking about, like the bombshell look with guys in like camo shorts and flip-flops and wife beaters walking through the casino, and they're together. Like she's in love with that guy. I saw that a lot. Girls that look like they are ready for the club with a guy dressed in such a way that he'll never get into the club. He clearly just rolled out of bed. Like, Like that is, I don't think women, and they're ugly, and the women are all dolled up and everything. They don't care. Social skills for sure. Yeah, women don't want weirdos, but believe it or not, I mean, if you don't have social skills, the other things can make it up, right? If you don't have social skills and you're very good looking, then women can it's like a balance, right? I don't think if you have no social skills and you're extremely good looking or extremely rich, that could mask your shitty social skills. But social skills, you got to learn how to talk to girls for sure. But be kind. Even if you have no social skills, but you're really, really kind, women like it when you're nice to them and you ask questions about what they've got going on and stuff. Ask them what they're thinking, what they think about whatever. I love my wife's family sometimes more than her. Yeah, I've never been so lucky. I loved my ex's family, but they have so many problems, man. It always got in the way. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, no, it's very gay to have a boyfriend these days. I think so. I mean that in a positive way, but can I say something that I think would be encouraging? Because we're talking about a lot of things that are, frankly, discouraging, but we're honest. Honesty is always better than non-honesty. But for all the women in their 30s who are like, and I've just seen so many freakouts, like, oh my God, I'm 30. Oh gosh, call 911. Really? I'm 70.
Women
Shut
are really
the
hard
fuck
on
up.
themselves.
And they're very hard, and they're freaked out about this thing.
Every man has a story about a woman that's way out of his league. Like that's a very common thing. Man, this woman's way out of my league. Every guy has that story.
Thing about and what it is as you said, the pool of people who are going to be attracted to you. When you delve down into it, because I think we often have thoughts and we delve down. Why are we having these thoughts? Why are you freaking out about 30? Okay, let's look at it. What it really is you are worried that this pool of prospective applicants to be your Easter egg soulmate that you find, this perfect person that you're going to match up with, and live happily ever after with, this pool is diminishing because you're getting older. Now, I guess at some point that does happen. But I'm just here to tell you, from a man talking to other men, okay, and as one with no dog in this fight because never had kids, never been married, okay, I know how men think about this, and I know who they marry. So if you're 30, don't worry about it. That's when it begins to be attractive for most successful men to even consider you. Because when they get married, they're not necessarily looking for the hottest chick they ever had.
It's a life experience.
They're looking for someone who's not going to be an asshole every day, not just to be a fucking nudge about every stupid thing. Somebody you can have a conversation with. Someone who, if you're stuck in the airport for 4 hours, is not going to be, when is the plane going to leave? I don't know, bitch. I'm not the pilot either. Read a fucking book, okay? And that doesn't even begin in the 20s, okay? So calm down. You're just at the beginning of when the people who you might want to marry, the successful, look up to people. Now, the problem with that, you were talking about, your sperm or not your sperm and not my sperm, just sperm in general. Let's get that clear.
See, that's what I mean. Sometimes, never mind.
I've seen this happen a lot. The women who are ready to marry in their 30s, when their fertility isn't the greatest, are marrying guys like in their 50s. Because that's not like too old,
right?
But it's successful.
Yeah.
And it's like not an age gap that makes people go, how dare you?
Over the last week, I have to talk about.
What did he just say? How many women? I don't know. I mean, age gap's going to age gap. I don't know. I feel like one of the big issues that I'm having as I approach 50, I'm still, 30 is about the age. I think what Bill Maher was saying is kind of on point, like 30. Because once I meet women who are great in their 40s, but they've got 2 ex-husbands and 3 kids, and it's like, man, there's no room for me in that. Like, I can't. It's not gonna work. But 30. But the age gap is getting bigger and bigger, and it sucks. But luckily, everyone her age is the worst. For some reason, young men suck. They hate women. I still can't believe you're almost 50, dude. I know, right? It's crazy. But seriously, as I approach 50, I'm almost there. And I start thinking like, shit, I'm going to be 20 years older than a 30-year-old? That's a huge age gap. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, that look is wild, Ella. Think about that girl over for Thanksgiving. Think about me going to her house. That's why I need a 30-year-old who's an orphan like me. I need a 30-year-old who doesn't have any parents. That's what I need. That's what I need. Oh, shit.
Funny or sad? I think it's more sad than funny. Yeah. He has one ability I don't have. Yeah. He sleeps. He can sleep. This guy goes on a beach and he lays down on one of those, 6 ounce. They weigh 6 ounces and you can't lift it.
These MAGA comics, right? They're Donald Trump makes jokes. Donald Trump falls asleep in cabinet meetings.
He has an ability to fall asleep while on camera. He can lie down on one of those things, and in minutes, he's stone cold out.
How does he do
and he's
it?
got cameras because he's the president, so they have cameras on him. And then they show him sleeping on the beach. Yeah. You'll never see me sleeping in front of camera.
How do we get you better at that?
Remember?
You'll never see Donald Trump sleeping in front of cameras.
Remember the MAGA comedians?
During the earliest years of their children's lives. Second, we are cutting unnecessary
Look at him sleeping.
Red tape that forced providers to close, limited access to care, and made it harder for working families.
Pharmaceutical cost. So TrumperX has brought a lot of the prices of medications down. For me personally, Donald F has been one of the main medicines that people use for egg retrievals, and that I cannot find it anywhere on any other website or for cheaper.
Today, that comprehensive nature of whether you're staying home or you're in a faith-based provider or you have a child care center that you lovingly send your child to during the day as you work to provide for your family.
And now they helped all of us get to this point in our country's history. It's tough now, but
it's just so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. We keep on electing these ancient motherfuckers who fall asleep. I don't remember Biden falling asleep in the Oval Office, but man, maybe he did. I don't know.
Because the podcasters have become just kissers for the politicians, right? They don't challenge them. They're just like, oh, yeah, that's cool, right? Yeah. This is my problem also with comedians. They became experts and podcasters. No offense, but Jesus Christ. You're just a comedian. And by the way, that's my defense of them. You're just a comedian.
Comedian and actor Zach Galifianakis would torch them in an interview with Vulture.
You're the only person that gave him, I know that this in any way was just you doing your comedy, but you were so rude as that person. Right. And it's hilarious.
We used to fire people for sleeping on the job. It's true.
Hilarious, because I don't think anyone's talked to, certainly a sitting president, or even in this time, no one's talked about.
He's old. Exactly. He shouldn't be fucking president. He shouldn't be working at Walmart at that age. We should allow people to gracefully retire in this country instead of one last con. We need you in for one last job, Donald. We need to do a cash grab.
But all the podcasters that have had the president on now, they don't do their court gesture. They don't do it. They just they suck up to him. Yeah. So the comedians that are podcasters that have had Trump on, they're not doing their job. Yeah. Yeah.
That's not the job of a comedian. You are to challenge.
And on Conan, where he went off on, for example...
It's true. Like, I said this all the time with Gutfeld. It's just not funny to watch someone support the people in charge. The reason why, what's Charlie Chaplin was really good is that he was always kicking people in the ass who were like the cops or the guy wearing the tuxedo or the billionaire with the top hat. You always saw the little scamp or the little tramp, I think he called himself, the little tramp. And he had his little, he's waddling around Charlie Chaplin, and he's always kicking the guys in the butt that are the rich. And that's what people loved about him, because it's funny to watch rich people fall down the stairs. It's not funny to watch poor people fall down the stairs.
This monstrosity.
One of the beautiful things about you is that you freeball. Like, you get out and you do these huge events, and you're just talking, and you're making. We've highlighted you on the show many times. When you did this Biden impression, where he's walking around, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's funny. It's stand up. It's funny stuff. But it's like you and you're making fun of Elon one time. You're doing an Elon impression. It's great. You have like comedic instincts. But it's like that kind of stuff was unheard of as a politician. Like, no one had done that. And I think
it's funny. You need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business.
Just a slobber fest from a man like Joe Rogan, who bills himself as an anti-establishment figure.
Yeah. You know, to make uncomfortable, you're not to sit there and fake laugh. Yep. That is not the job of the court jester. Yeah. Period. So there is a difference. People were actually, somebody yesterday was talking to me about that, about, political influence through comedy and all that stuff. I'm more interested in the comedy first.
And you know what? He's right. He would share more with Conan. Quote, I remember when I interviewed former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and I could tell she did not want to be there. And I totally get that. I get it. But before we had set that whole thing up, they wrote back, well, you can't bring up those emails. And I go, well, we don't have to do the interview. That's fine. We won't do it. When you tell powerful people, no, it's crazy, he said. They were like, okay, we'll do it. You can ask. Because it's not.
Oh no, Mikhail Gorby-Gorb, I don't think you're right about that. That everyone says leadership is so old. Also, everyone too young to inexperienced. I don't think that's what at all. No one said that Kamala Harris wasn't experienced. She was very experienced. She was 60 years old when she ran against Donald Trump, and she was very experienced. But who's voting? The largest voter bloc is still old white people. That's who's voting. Younger people, as they go younger, they stop voting. They vote less as you go younger. They vote less if you are less white. Like you could hold up a chart like that chart that that they show on Family Guy, where it's like they have the chart that they try to figure out what race you are with the colors on the color palette. As it gets darker, they vote less. As it gets whiter, they vote more. As they get younger, they vote less. As they get older, they vote more. So the most people voting are old white people who fucked this whole world up. The baby boomers fucked this world. They fucked it. They put us on the hook for mountains of debt, and they're still running the show. They're, of course, going to vote for another baby boomer. That's what they do. I got in this huge argument with this old man. He was 70-something, and he wanted to tell me that, like, we just didn't know who Bernie was, and we knew Joe Biden, so we had to vote for Joe Biden. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? We just knew him better, so we had to. Okay. Old people. Maybe we should put a term limit on how old you can be to vote. How about that?
That important to me to do it the way they want.
I mean, after all, you have to be 18 to vote. And, 15-year-olds get shot up in schools and can't vote about gun legislation. But you have to be 18 to vote in America. Maybe you should have to be under 80 to vote in America. I like this. I like this idea. Maybe we should have between 18 and 80. After you're 80, stop voting. Chill. Just chill. Stop voting. Just chill.
To do it. This is a point that fellow comic Mark Maron would state many times, but in this case, via Vulture on YouTube.
They thought that their fight was really about free speech, which wasn't on a constitutional basis. So the entire premise of we're being denied our free speech was based in the active kind of movement of democracy to move forward.
Yeah. When you say anti-woke comics, either you can say specific names or what do you think of?
Yeah, we. Who is the we putting them on the hook for $40 trillion? Baby boomers. That's who's running the show. That's who runs this country. And they've been running it since 1970s. Yeah, well, probably 1970, late 70s. They've been running the show.
Or who do you think of? Or what are you imagining? Or for people maybe are less familiar with.
There's the wormy way to handle it, like Bill Maher, where you're like, hey, I'm as liberal as the next guy, but, the liberals have gone too far with this thing. People are getting, canceled or whatever. But those were corporate decisions based on, I think a misread of the public sentiment, in honoring, which it was good that they did, the kind of fragility of minority communities, based in ethnicity or gender, sexual gender stuff. And, Rogan and Hinchcliffe and, just a lot of these people just locked into this anti-woke thing. But now, the government, which is for all practical, good intents and purposes, is an authoritarian government. And we have a fairly dominant fascistic culture. Yeah. So they're using the same language, which is anti-woke, to dismantle all progressive institutions. And, whether you like it or not, or whether that's not what you signed up for, you tied yourself to that course. This is the
Are we allowing it to continue? We have people in the street. People are in the streets. People are fighting. There's people outside of ICE facilities. People are fighting back, Positrack. Not all of us are putting the next generation on the hook. Not all of us are doing it. And actually, most of us aren't, because most people my age and younger can't afford a fucking house. They can't afford a house. They can't do anything and participate in our economy in a meaningful way. People just younger than me, they're doing everything they can to try to get decent jobs and do gig work and shit. What the fuck do you want them to do? They're not the one. They're allowing it to continue by doing what? Surviving. That's all young people are all young people in this country are going to be able to do is survive. And they're going to be owned by the fascists until we, cut off all their heads. And that's eventually going to happen. It's just, I hope I'm very old when it happens. I hope I'm very old when they cut off all the heads of these billionaires.
Reality is that, democracy was squashed.
Because I'd like it to happen tomorrow, but it's not. It's not going to happen. And what's going to happen is that they'll all be ideologues, just like they were in the French Revolution, and we'll have the Terror and Napoleon. We'll have the same thing happen again, just like it did in the French Revolution. Or like the Bolsheviks, or like the beer hall putsch, or like January 6th. It's always the same thing. People become ideologues, and then they are more intensely interested in purity tests and loyalty tests than they are about actually doing the things that the whole reason they had a revolution.
Because of, the policy now of using anti-woke to dismantle the liberal democratic state is something you didn't shut up about.
Yeah. I don't think it's difficult to understand where Zach Galifianakis is coming from, because not only is he very accomplished and distinguished in his field, but he also hosted Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton on his show Between Two Ferns. Legendary. You had to be there. I mean, the clips on E-Bomb's World, remarkable. And what he did was showcase how a comedian can really bring it out of a politician and not just glaze them over and over again. Zach Galifianakis, with that Hillary exchange, proved, I don't need this. You're going to try and limit what we can and cannot talk about. I just won't do it altogether. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Theo Vaughn was like, no, sorry, man. I'm not going to do that one. You're telling me I can't talk about dead kids in Gaza? Nope, not going to do it. He would never. Why? Because he's pro-establishment. Andrew Schultz, Akash Singh. I don't care if he stepped away from the podcast. His hands are also dirty with all this stuff and leading us into fascism, yucking it up and laughing with a fascist. My God. But can you imagine if they were like, yeah, we're not going to host him because you guys are trying to limit the conversation? Just wouldn't happen. Would never happen. I mean, Joe Rogan, the fact that he sees Trump as a comedian is alarming. Truly alarming. The only thing that I would say about this is that I would love for them to say our bad. And it's up to you if you forgive them. I won't. I don't. But at some stage, when do they see that they help lead not just all of us, but also their audiences to the war?
Boomers lived in a different time. Yes, they did. They had a bunch of political will and political power, and they had a bunch of wealth because the rest of the world was on its knees and poor. So they had the greatest increase in wealth and population in the history of America. And then in order to keep on getting government services without actually having to pay for it, they took out loans, and those loans now are coming to roost. We're going to have to service those loans, but in order to balance the budget, all we can do is cut more services. So we'll still pay taxes. You and I will pay taxes. The baby boomers won't. Don't worry about them. They'll never pay the tax they'll never pay for the services they actually got. They wanted more government service but less tax. The only way to do that is with debt. So they took out more debt that you and I will have to pay. Yes, stop blaming boomers. It's the billionaires. I mean, billionaires are the obvious villains of the story, but it's definitely baby boomers too. It's a whole generation of people taking out loans against our future, against another generation. There's no way around that one generation took out loans, another generation has to pay. And they did it while dismantling the institutions that were built by the previous generation. They took they used all those institutions to gain all this wealth. They used it all the way, and they stopped paying taxes. And so now we have zero institutions, but we still pay taxes. I get nothing back from the government. I see no benefit in the government at this point. And every few years they do a dog and pony show where we go kill a bunch of brown people overseas for whatever reason, pick one out of a hat, so that we could say like, oh, see what your government's doing. Look at those. Look at the cool missiles and the submarines and shit. Look at the government. Look what we can do. But I don't see any benefit to the government anymore because they're not providing any service to me. I pay, I get nothing in return. Why the fuck am I paying? I don't mind actually if you want to say you want my money and you're going to do something great with it. Cool. Great. I want to help the homeless. I want to help the mentally ill or all sick people. I want those things, but you're not doing it. But you're still taking my money? Then what the fuck do I need a government for? So the government threatens me with violence, takes my money, gives me nothing in return. That's a mugging. That's a robbery.
This is what you need to know now. One of the largest explosions in spaceflight history as a Blue Origin rocket blows up on the launch pad.
Oopsie daisy, Amazon.
U.S. and Iranian negotiators may be close to a tentative peace deal aimed at ending the war.
Donald J. Trump could be on a $250 bill.
Sources say the Trump administration is...
Hey, make sure you get a $250 bill. We're going to put Donald Trump on a $250 bill. That's not like a fascist dictatorship at all. Man, I have a bill with Saddam Hussein on it somewhere.
pushing to put the president's face on a new $250
Look at this fucking thing. Look at this motherfucker. Like, if you put... The reason why we don't put presidents on bills is because you're reminded every day how much you want to kill this guy. That's why we don't do it. You don't put living people on bills because every time you look at it, you want to murder them. That's why we don't do it. Look at this piece of shit. Like, come on, everybody sees this and it feels a little murdery, right? You feel a little murdery when you see this, don't you? Don't you feel a little? I know that you're not going to do it, but don't you feel it a little bit? Like, I kind of want to kill that guy. You're not going to do it. No one's doing it. But you kind of feel like doing it, don't you? And so if somebody is a little crazy and we don't have any health care in this country, so they can't go see somebody, they're like, oh my God, this is making me crazy. Like, there's going to be people in America who see this and lose their mind and think it's talking to them. And it's going to be a lot of people. It's going to be a lot of people who see this rapist on a piece of paper and they go, like, it's probably going to be someone who, like, does a line and then unrolls it and goes, I kind of feel like murdering today. That's what's going to happen. And then they'll be surprised. They'll be surprised. The reason why people want to kill this guy so much is because he's in the news all the time instead of working for us. Stop it with being on TV. Get to fucking work on lowering my gas bill.
Tennis stars weigh in as rumors swirl that Serena Williams may be making a comeback. And a buffalo in Bangladesh with a unique hairstyle is spared ritual sacrifice.
Scott Bessent's the Treasury Secretary, so his signature is going to be on there.
We have much more what you need to know now. I'm Sophie Flay from ABC News. It's Friday, May 29th. This is what you need to know. Let's get right to the big story.
Guy Fawkes, you want to be on the show?
A massive fireball lit up the sky over...
Guy Fawkes, how do you feel about the Amazon destroying another rocket ship?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
A-okay. Change my headset here. Okay.
You sound great.
Right there. Yeah. Let's pull up that video here. Oh, Blondie's gonna love it.
Which one? The last
very
one?
Bottom one. Very bottom one. Just give you an introduction to a professional douche.
This is like really embarrassing.
Okay,
I'm dressing up in a pig costume just for you guys. So.
One second. Why isn't this working? Okay. I got two windows open now. Hold on a second for me. All right, great. This is working, and we are going to be like this. Cool. Ready? Here we go.
I hope you appreciate this.
Is he a cop? It's a long video. How long is it going to be with this guy?
You'll see the next of it when he gets to the crowd.
Okay, I need to fast forward this a little bit. Where is he in the crowd?
That's right
Okay.
where he gets into the crowd yet.
Okay,
Right
I see,
about now,
I see,
yeah.
I see, I see, I see, I see. All right, here we go. Coming in.
Every nigga is selling narcotics.
Piece of shit.
What?
What?
I'm here to support you. What? Why are you dressed like a pig? Because I'm here to support you.
Oh, this is a pro-police rally? Is that what it is?
Yeah, and it's during COVID, so they're all masked up, and then it's pretty freaking hilarious.
Oh no! Why are you dressed like a pig? Oh no!
I love
Up for a
it. Why is this
different
necessary?
spots. He gets, different crowds have different reactions. At the end, he does get a hug from a cop protester, though.
Oh man, what are they protesting though? They're just there for like a police parade
People
or
are
something?
protesting the pigs pigs group or convention.
He's got, look at the MAGA hat. I love it. So this guy is also doing like he's just, you know what? He's just a journalist like Nick Shirley.
He is the Nick Shirley's clone.
He's the Nick Shirley clone, huh? Okay.
What? Why is this necessary? Why? There's a lot of peaceful protesters over there, and we're.
That's insulting. It's the same thing, right? Just go and just troll these guys. I'm just a guy dressed like a pig. I'm supporting you.
Nice and really calm, and you guys come. You have a whole group over there.
I'm a peaceful protester.
But yeah, we are too. But you know what? Your whole peaceful protest.
That's insulting.
Why?
You're referring to police.
I'm here to support you.
I
am.
That's
nice.
Like he brought that to a rally for fun.
Wearing a pig costume to the rally is kind of fun.
This is ballsy. This is ballsy as hell.
I mean,
but yeah, you can jump into
cops will
different
kill
segments. You know, this is just the first batch of ladies. You see people standing in front of them with the signs so the cars don't see it.
Oh, is that why? I thought it was they were trying to block the camera like
they're
they
trying
were
to
doing
block
with Nick
because he's
Shirley.
wearing the costume right now, and they're all
He's got a body cam or something. But it's a little bit ballsier because it seems like he's alone.
He pranked Harkonnen Homan.
Yeah.
He pranked Ted Cruz. I think Matt Gaetz.
All dressed like a pig?
No. This is just a pig for the cops, but he makes these funny signs, and he does.
What's his name?
A professional douche. Yeah.
His name is Professional Douche?
Yeah. Since the title of the show, this guy puts it in public pretty good.
I'll put my mask on. Okay. We'll put yours on. And then we can stand right next to each other. If you get close to me, I'm going to put you on the ground, all right? Just let you know. What's with all the hate? I hate you. I'm not going to lie to you. I have no problem admitting that. I hate you. Get away from me. You want a hug? Is that it?
Touch me, you're going down real quick.
How quick? Where? That sounds really sexual. Are you trying to make a move on me?
Oh my God.
What are you doing? You're wearing nothing on pig uniform?
I'm here to support the police. Support the police.
Support the police.
What?
Support the police.
Yep. Support the pigs.
You don't have the balls to be a pig, my friend.
You're a pussy. I'm a pussy. You think anyone? Do you think anyone would wear this pig mask? Do you think anyone would wear this pig costume?
Only fools.
Why?
How would you like if nobody's there for you when you call 911? They're never there for you, though. They don't call 911.
The crime already happened.
Yes,
like,
the crime already.
There was a crime, huh? Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, there's a crime, huh? Okay, we'll be there a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll be there when we get there. We'll be there just in time. People keep on thinking that cops are fucking like they're Batman and he's like ready to stop crime. Like they really think that the police are not your friend. No, they are not your friend. No, they're not. They don't work for you. They work
another
for.
Another time they're doing a speech. He walks up with a sign, "I support pigs," and everything. But yes, this guy's a real fun watch, and he does do other stuff. He brought a blow-up doll to Matt Gaetz' speech.
Oh, I remember that actually. The blow-up doll. I remember that when somebody did. That was him, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. He does about one clip a month or something, so he's definitely worth subscribing to.
So that's the one. That's the one that you wanted me to see. With that's the one you want Blondie to see.
Yeah. Okay. Now, check out this last clip here. It's like the best Bible joke, and this comedian is your comedian.
This guy's my comedian.
Yeah.
All right, hold on a second for me.
He's gonna give you style points.
It's an hour long. This video.
No, just play the first joke. He does like a Bible joke in the first 6 minutes.
All right. We're doing it. Hold on one second for me. We're doing a Bible joke. Here we go.
God, holy shit, Sacramento. This is a nice city. It's not Sacramento, though. I don't see a single tent under the bridge. Not a single heroin needle in this picture. This looks like a city.
Sacramento's always been kind of a shithole. It's the capital. For anybody who doesn't know, it's the capital of California, just so we know what this guy's talking about. The capital of California has always kind of been... Like, it only became the capital of California because they discovered gold there.
That's won an NBA championship. my time. Bye. No, it seems like a nice city. I've never been here before. Nice place. They cleared all the. My Uber driver said they cleared all the homeless people out for the marathon. And then I was in San Francisco last week. They cleared out all the homeless people for a visiting Chinese dignitary. I think I'm sensing a pattern. You want to clear out your homeless people? Book Jeffrey Osmond. Gavin Newsom fears me. I love the homeless camps. I love that shit. Like San Francisco's all like tents. It looks like the whole city's an REI ad.
Oh my God. I mean, it is true. They need a nick. They should call them Trumpvilles, just like Hoovervilles, right? I mean, when Hoover was president and there were people in the streets, they called them Hoovervilles. But for some reason, they're blaming like blaming like mayors and stuff. It's not the mayor's fault that everyone's falling through the cracks, you know? Like, how is a city supposed to fix this? It's a very bizarre phenomenon. Donald Trump blames the mayors, but the mayor should be calling them Trumpvilles.
It's like, check out the Lunar Dome 3.0. It fits 8 people in a meth lab. Come on. I think it's good enough for Coachella. Come on.
Trump towns. Trump towns.
Saw a few white homeless people today. Anyone else love white homeless people? That shit rips, dude. It's motivating. I love white homeless. A guy who looks like me shitting in a bucket, that's my Black Panther.
Oh, God.
I'm like, oh, shit, the privilege is wearing off. Oh, look, we gotta fucking try again, dude, you know? I used to think I wasn't homeless because I was white, and I'm like, I guess I'm not homeless because I'm talented.
It doesn't have the Bible joke, though.
It doesn't have the what?
It doesn't have the Bible joke. I'm not sure if he's not there yet, or it might not be this one. Hey, you keep running it. It's just intro. What?
Is there? Are there chapters?
It's not broken down, but
here, let's go ahead a couple seconds.
Great opener, very funny. Okay, this one's gonna determine if you guys are cool or not. Okay. One thing you notice going to like San Francisco, Portland, all these places, I think I've learned that I think the Native Americans could have defeated the Europeans if they had fentanyl.
What? What?
I think I can find. Yeah, it's called this one. This is the link I need. Sorry. You get intro to your stuff, though.
Native Americans would
That's kind of our smallpox.
It is white people's smallpox. That's kind of funny if you think. I like that. That's pretty funny.
He has a really good crowd work where he could go into a little bit of MAGA bars and play with them a little bit.
What's his Greg Asman?
This Joffrey, what is it?
Jeffrey Asmus. Okay, Jeffrey Asmus.
Yeah, check out the last one. Yeah, the last one. There's America's a Godless Country. The last link I sent.
Yeah, I just did it. It's on the screen.
Okay,
right now.
okay.
This is it, right?
Yeah, it's got like the best Bible joke I've heard in a while.
Okay.
Hatred, is that true, Lee? Have they been engaged a long time? What's going on, Chris? Well, I hope you figure it out. I like that. You got to get the teeth right before you get your marriage going. Oh, wow, crowd hated that. Chris, you have a date for this wedding, Chris? No. You don't? It just you keep it in limbo. Keep them waiting. And you got that good dirt bike dick, Chris. She ain't going nowhere. She ain't going nowhere, Chris. That's awesome. Did you go to high school with them too? No, I work with them every day. What do you guys do? You work at a steel mill? Damn, they let thick boys in the steel mill now. You're bigger than the beams, baby. That was so good. Come on. You're bigger than the beams. You work at a steel mill? That's amazing. You guys which union you guys in? 1219, that's a good one, right? I don't know. They're all good to me. They're all good to me. That's good. Oh, what, you guys supervisors? Are you in there like doing the hard work? You are really? God damn, that's amazing. You burn all those calories and you put them back on. You're like, I burned 3,000 at work, better eat 4,000 after they get off. We gotta keep this figure. I gotta be bigger than Chris. You guys go to No Kings today? Yeah, I think that's good. I think we should do.
This was the afternoon of the Big No Kings protest, which is a great idea in theory, but protesting does pretty much nothing. Boycotting, strikes, violence are the only effective forms of protest. Bye.
No, you got to the middle of the clip. It's in the beginning of the clip.
I gave you this. It was. I didn't.
Is that his whole intro?
Dude, it was already at this air
Maybe
when you
I'm
sent it.
fucking
When you sent it, it was right there. You said in the beginning, right here. All right, we're going.
Well, it's like a whole bit. He reads a Bible quote and then he kind of.
You don't have a timestamp when this happens?
I
see.
it.
Wait, I see him with the Bible. I see him with the Bible. Here we go.
This is my favorite verse of the Bible. I
Here we
cannot
go.
believe I'm doing this. Okay, this is Judges. This is my favorite verse. This is Judges chapter 4, verse 5. If you want to read along. Man, this town is falling apart. This town is falling apart. Maybe that's why the factory's left. You ever thought about that? You ever thought about that? Maybe a little prayer, bring them back. Something to think about. This is a real verse of the Bible. We thought this was so funny in middle school. Judges chapter 4, verse 5. And then there was a man named Shamgar, son of Anath, who killed 600 Philistines with a cattle prod. He too saved Israel. Praise be the Lord. Thank you. Keep it going for Shamgar. Shamgar killed 600 people with a cattle prod, and that's the only time he's mentioned in all of human history. The original one-hit wonder. That's incredible. The 13th century BCE Jean-Claude Van Damme. Like, that's unbelievable. Shamgar beat the final level on Grand Theft Auto Palestine. That's incredible.
Oh my God.
He killed 600 people with a cattle prod. Kyle Rittenhouse wishes he put up numbers like that. You killed 2 people with an AR-15, you dough-faced little bitch? That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Shamgar killed 600 people with a cattle prod. He only gets 1 verse. Jesus gets half the book, and he only got himself killed.
Yeah, this is a pretty good bit right there. Yeah.
Shamgar.
It's disgusting who we give credit for in history. It's disgusting. I feel like throughout the rest of the Bible they should shout out Shamgar, you know? Like Jesus is giving his Sermon on the Mount speech. He's like, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. And how about Shamgar, you guys? I mean, that was incredible what he did. 600 people with a cattle prod? I mean, Sham, wow.
Was it Sham Wow, that little towel that that were selling on the internet? Sham
Super water soaker.
Super
towel.
Sham, yeah.
Is that your wife, Chris? Fiance, Chris. We already have kids. You've dabbled in the company ink before. Is this marriage number 2, Chris? Is this marriage number 2?
Was a wonderful. I like how he puts little things on there, like this was a group of wonderful folks who drove in from rural Pennsylvania, which is great, but also very visually obvious, which is fun.
Number 2, Chris? Is this marriage number 2? Oh, you're just a sinner. Oh my God. How many kids you got, Chris? 2 kids. How old are your kids?
8 and 6.
And they're with the same woman? You had a kid 8 years ago and you're just getting married? Chris, I love that. I love that.
We've been engaged for like 10 years.
Oh, you've been
Oh, this is the dirt. Okay, now we caught up to where you were. Well, thank you. That was pretty good, Guy Fawkes.
Yeah, definitely subscribe to both of those channels.
America is Godless. Gregory Asmus, ladies and gentlemen.
Joffrey Asmus.
Joffrey. Sorry, Joffrey. I see it. Yeah, sorry. My eyeballs are starting to fade.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Asmus. Not a great
because
name.
he does so much crowd work, you could take some lessons off of him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to be on the stage again. I don't know. I haven't been on a stage in a long time. Maybe I'll go on a stage again.
Well, like chat crowd work, you know.
Chat crowd work. Yeah, I guess you're right. What I do is kind of crowd work too, I suppose. You're right. I didn't stop at 17. I've been arrested like 25 times. Great job, Positrack. Keep getting arrested. Besides some speeding tickets, I'm tame. Well, that's okay. Speeding tickets. Driving fast is fun. Driving fast is fun, everybody. Well, Guy Fawkes, why do you think that men are checked out of dating?
They've had too many bad women.
Oh, you think that's what it is? They just had this
It's sad.
experience.
It's sad. It's the economy. Girls are expensive.
They
Less
are.
people are drinking at bars. I suppose that's a good thing. Maybe
I don't think it's a good thing.
Is the weed effect overtaking the alcohol effect, from the 80s and 90s?
Totally. Yeah, that makes sense. More people are smoking weed.
Going
you
to
don't
bed
go out
earlier.
and smoke weed. Yeah. It's so true. Everyone goes to bed so early now. I don't know how they do it.
You got to eat an early dinner.
You eat early dinner, then they go to bed early. I guess that's how they do it, huh? But don't they wake up at like 3 a.m.? I don't know how people do it. Like if I went to bed at 8 p.m., I'd be waking up at like 1 a.m. But you made a point, yeah, and no one has any, like young people don't have any money. And girls are expensive. But I mean, you could take girls out to hikes and shit though. Just get creative. Go do some poor people stuff. Go for walks. I've been poor. Women and I went out for walks. Bring a 6-pack. Drink outside. I don't know.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me too. Sounds good to me. What else? Did anything else really spark your imagination this week?
Well, I want you to download LM Studios and the new LLM from Quinn 3.6. They're just real fun to play around with them on your own PC.
LM Studios. Okay.
And then you can just download GGUF files. There's all over GitHub and Hugging Face. But there's one comical model I have. It's only 4 gigabytes, but you could say do a actors comedian sketch with this ripping on Trump, whatever comedian's phraseology, and it does it because it was trained on comedy.
Oh, that's cool.
That's
cool.
That's the thing. So
I'll check it out. I think I've been looking up. I've been going down the rabbit hole on is mesh-tastic technology, where you can if there's a fall in communication, I think that's going to be the worst part of a major fumble. Like if we do have French Revolution style shit where people the government falls and there's
Internet
no one there.
shutdown.
Internet shutdown's one thing, but I also am I think just as likely is that we have a violent turn of the government, and the people who take over they fire the people who aren't loyal to them, and so that you don't have a bureaucracy that carries over, and that means no electricity, no communication. That means people are like what we're seeing now, right? Donald Trump is firing people who are qualified. So now we don't have NOAA, we don't have the EPA. And those are just tips, or even the National Park Services. They're firing people who aren't loyal to them rather than just keeping people who are competent. They're firing people who are competent but aren't loyal. So, and that happened during the French Revolution. I've been thinking a lot about this and reading a lot about this lately. And I think the scariest thing about that in a modern context is the complete breakdown of communication. So I've been looking into they have, you can get a pirate radio signal FM that it's good for it's a few thousand feet, I think, or just maybe it's only 1,000 feet, hyper-local FM radio. And I think it'd be cool to just start doing that, get an FM radio station going and broadcast just this show on the FM. And as you build a community, you can have people get repeaters so that it can go further. And they alternate for frequencies. And I've been looking into that. And then there's also mesh networks, but that's all text-based, right? But I don't know. I've been really interested in this idea.
Yeah. How do you have a revolution if there's no communication? The YouTube goes down. What's happening? Do you think state media is going to tell you anything?
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. I think if YouTube goes down, what do you have left, right? It's you've got nothing left.
It is. It's the last bastion of semi-free speech. it hasn't had its meat hooks in from the Israel lobbyists or the MAGA state media interests.
I really think that YouTube's the last one. I mean, we're on Kick right now as well, and Kick is pretty open, but Twitch is owned by Amazon, you know, and it's basically Kick and YouTube now. And YouTube's owned by Google, so they're not great, but I don't know. Just use AM, stupid. Well, I don't know if I can use AM. It might be illegal to use AM, and I don't want to. Like, you get in real big trouble. Like, I was looking up like what the fines are and how when they find you, and they're very aggressive. The FCC.
I think it'd be funner just to plug in an FM radio. Then you could get a link to it, and you could just go to MAGA towns and play blue radio.
Yeah, yeah, you could do that. You could put an FM transmitter on a car and drive it around, but the problem is it's only like 1,000 feet or something like that. But you could get people to repeat it so it can go further. Like, there's ways to build FM mesh as well. And I think that'd be such a cool project, like a long-term project for this channel. I really want to try to do it. You've been watching too much one battle after another. Yeah, right. yeah, with that technology, that was fun.
Back to the French Revolution. You need a home LLM to tell you things that you don't know yet. But also, you could ask questions about the French Revolution that you probably shouldn't ask Google.
Oh, you're probably right. I mean, I ask Google, like, what is the most humane way to execute people? And it always comes back to the guillotine or inert gas.
I got questions about the Epstein files, but I'm not putting that in Google.
Yeah, probably not. Probably a good idea. It's because women have become way too liberal and not worth our time. Women aren't worth your time? That's weird.
Isn't it the men who have become way too liberal?
I don't know what liberal...
The MAGA men have just become liberal shouters everywhere.
MAGA men really are the most liberal at this point. It's weird.
They're all failed libertarians now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're failed libertarians. Well, disenchanted.
It was a liberal movement, you know, the cancel culture, Tea Party, BSers, but it went off the rails.
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
How did they get their Nazis mixed up with Israel?
Yeah.
How did that one happen? Who planned that one?
They got their Nazis mixed up with Israel.
Did the MAGA thing roll steam, turn it to the snowball and it started, and then like Israel just kind of nudges it to the left, or was that the plan all along?
I really feel like it's just a money thing, you know. It's just always been that. I think it's always been that way all along. It's just we're just seeing it, and they're having to sell it to us in different ways, you know. Midnight Society says I can use a ham radio. Well, I could, but then I would have to build an antenna and get a license, and I don't want to do all of that. I'd have to live in a house with an antenna on the top of it. Ham radio is a lot. Ham radio is a lot, and only other ham radio operators can hear your shit. So, I don't know. I think the FM thing's kind of a cool idea. It's hyper local. It's kind of cool. I don't know if you think ham radio is a better idea. I couldn't do a ham radio out of like you can't put an antenna like that up. Do you remember going through old neighborhoods and you see a ham radio antenna? And it's like, it's just so rare to see one now. I haven't seen one of those in years.
It's only on trucks.
Oh, like CB radio, the Citizen band. It's not that hard. You can use regular wire.
Actually, I wonder if you could put a radio station on a CB channel. That would actually hit truckers.
Yeah, you could put it on a CB channel, but that band is really staticky, and FM isn't. So I went down that I went down that rabbit hole with CB as well. I just want to build. This is just a hobby, guys. I just was thinking like it'd be cool to have, because I was on the FM radio in Houston, and I was like, why can't I just do FM radio why can't I just simulcast it? And apparently you can. You could do a voice only show on FM, and I thought it'd be cool to set it up and then have it available to people in my neighborhood, you know, and maybe nobody listens to it, but it's still just a cool thing. And it's about being independent, anarchistic, and doing your own shit. Like, okay.
So here's an easy pipeline. Well, you've done HTML stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so you just post up a website, you have a little Python backend, and it just constantly plays your selected clips. And then someone buys your device, you could buy it from you, and then they plug it in their wall, and then now they're an FM transmitter too.
Yeah, that's what I would like to do. Yes, exactly.
So they just sign up the bot, the little device to your audio pipeline.
That's really interesting, but there would have to be something going all the time. I would do like, that's a really interesting idea.
You could even sell radio space.
I mean, that would be
get
amazing.
One in every
right?
major city. Try to get maybe upscale to a 5 kilometer. So I don't know how big these would have to be, but yeah.
I just think it'd be really cool. You have the internet, yes. In the day at night, AM works better. That's true. It is. I love the idea of AM. Trust me, I really like the idea of AM. But I feel like I might be. I'll look into it. I'll tell you what, Midnight Society. I love this idea of an AM. I love the idea of AM radio, but I also feel like it might be a hardware hurdle I won't overcome, but I'll look into it. I feel like there's a hardware hurdle that I will not be able to overcome, but I could be wrong. It seems like ham radio's got their own license, they got to register, they got to have a big fucking antenna. So it just seems like FM is the Earth's curve. AM, especially at night, you can hear it further. That's true. We did have a 24/7 channel before, Navia. That was pretty rad. That was fun. We did it. You funded it, most of it. You almost funded the whole thing by yourself. DIY it. It's super easy. I'll look it up. I promise you, I'll look it up because I'm very curious about this. I'm thinking when I move to Albuquerque, I could do like, because you're high up. Also, like the FM radio might get a little bit further, and AM as well, right? But I was thinking about this idea, and I could do like just a neighborhood radio station, which I think is just so like up my alley, building community through radio. And then when I'm out about in town, I'd give people, hey, listen to my radio station. I think that'd be so funny. Hey, from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. I do this radio show. You know, how cool would that be?
Business cards, you'll need business cards are supposed to have the QR scanner codes on them so they can throw them away.
Yeah, I'll put that on there.
Your YouTube and
I'll put that on there.
Channel.
Yeah, I will put the YouTube and the radio channel on there. I think that'd be so cool. Broadcasting live in Albuquerque from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. You know, Monday through Friday. Tune in, and then I could even maybe like, if somebody is 1,000 feet away, I could get them to have a relayer of FM, and you can get a crystal clear network. And people do it from house. They build FM radios around their house, like around neighborhoods, so that they can have like their own radio station. I think it's so cool. Super anarchistic. I love it.
I think there's probably Arduino kits that could do it the cheapest, like little whatchamacallits. Yeah, Arduino, you familiar with those?
Not as much. I know the word, but I don't know.
It's just a small computer chip.
It's like a Raspberry Pi or something, right? Yeah. I guess there probably is, but you'll need an FM receiver. If it's going to go over the public airwaves, you'll need a receiver and a transmitter. And an Arduino can't do that shit.
Yeah, I think Arduino can. Well, okay, like a Wemos D1 Mini, it has a Wi-Fi chip on it, and that's what you connect to your PC or whatever. But, well, yeah, they just got the FM antenna portion could be accomplished with other computer chips. I got another video if you just want to catch up on this one.
All right, one last one. Let's do it.
Just jump to. Well, you could catch the second part.
The second part.
It's got right at 1 minute and 13 seconds. It's the 9 confirmed, and then you jump to 8:15 later. I'll put that
1 minute and 13 seconds. Going now. Okay.
Health. Okay, let's review the chart. Here's what we know so far of his current medical conditions. This is his diagnosis list, the confirmed
he's definitely dying, right?
Diagnoses that have been made
got a big list.
public
He's definitely dying.
by his doctors over the last
Yeah, this is the Trump's 18 current medical diagnoses. And these are just the ones we know about that have leaked and so on.
Yeah.
few years. Number 1 is hypercholesterolemia or high cholesterol. Number 2 is obesity. He was listed as 6'3", 224 pounds on last year's examination, which would put him at class 1 obesity.
There's no fucking way that dude weighs 224 pounds.
Twig.
There's no way. I weigh 240. And Donald Trump's way fatter than me.
I have him more like 6'1", 265.
Yes, exactly. We know how tall the guy is standing next to him. Look at this. 6'1", 265.
How petty do you have to be to lie about your height?
Well, I bet he probably used to be 6'3", but look how he slouches. He's like
compression.
Yeah, spinal compression, but also just like hunched over all the fucking time. He's a hunching, slouching beast, rough beast slouching toward Bethlehem. The center cannot hold.
Which would put him at a BMI of 35, which is class 2 obesity. He has chronic venous insufficiency, the swollen ankles that we've all seen.
Hold on a second. You don't use antenna? That's pretty amazing. I would love to know. I wish I knew. I hope you're subscribed because I'd love to know more about this. The FCC, I don't want to fuck with. So this FM solution that I've been studying or reading about at least seems like a really cool way to get into radio, and maybe I'll learn and I'll graduate to what you're talking about. But I feel like I don't know why I'm intimidated. I'm intimidated by the ham radio thing. That's all. I fucked with ham radios in the past with the little handheld thing and all that, but it just seems like it seems rough. It seems tough to do, but I could be completely wrong, and I'd love to know more.
He's also been diagnosed with rosacea, which is an inflammatory skin condition. He was diagnosed with diverticulosis last year. No, the year before last year.
He's got diverticulosis
and colon polyps.
Ah, motherfucker, man. That is my ex-girlfriend's father. That's why he spent months on my couch, because he couldn't move because he had diverticulitis or diverticulosis, and then you get diverticulitis. Oh shit, bro. This is what people get when you eat too many animals. There's diverticulosis. They think that this is caused by the pressure, like cuz you got to push out, you got to really push when you shit. Like if you're really pushing when you shit, you're getting these little nodules in your oh no.
Found that on his 2024 colonoscopy. Also on that colonoscopy was benign polyps that were found.
Is that a picture of Donald Trump's
He has
butthole?
actinic keratoses, which is a skin condition from sun damage.
You can see the tent hole from the Epstein files.
I mean, these things are normal though. These little sun damage thing. I mean, I have those on the backs of my
keratosis or something.
I have those on the back of my on the backs of my calves, because I've just got, sun damage on the back of my calves, but from running in the sun without sunscreen. And he plays golf. That's pretty normal at his age to have on his face, I think. Okay.
And age.
I think it's a side effect of the zombie virus.
I mean, look at this shit. This is not normal. Like, I don't know what the hell causes this.
Remember the neck rash that he had a few months back, where
you tell me this guy, look at his neck. You're telling me he weighs 225? I'm sorry. No. Look at his waddle, which is fine. He's an 80-year-old man, but don't lie to me.
He likely took a topical chemotherapy cream called fluorouracil, or 5FU.
Oh.
I made a video about that here. You can check that out. He has balding. It's not a very exciting diagnosis. However, he has been prescribed a medication for it, so it needs to be on his problem list.
He has a medication for balding? What's wrong with it? You think that wasn't psoriasis? That is like psoriasis.
Hair loss. Yeah.
No, like Sweet Havoc says he thinks that's psoriasis. I don't know, man. That doesn't look like psoriasis to me. It could be, I suppose, but psoriasis is usually like kind of spotty and flaky. But he does wear heels.
We've never seen his elbows. He might not have them.
He might not have elbows. Yes. TDS, you're right. TDS is a real thing. People are deranged to think that he's 225. 225 chemotherapy rash. I think they might be right, but that's kind of scary if you think about it. He's having chemo. That might be why he keeps on having to go to the hospital.
That will be unspecified non-scarring hair loss. And so these are the only
actinic keratosis.
Yeah, it's the buildup of skin a little on his cheek.
On his cheek, yeah.
That was yeah. Layered of dry skin, basically, kind of like acne.
Rosacea. We know he has rosacea. He's got that rhino, that thing on his nose.
only conditions that have been made public so far. However, there are numerous unofficial diagnoses. These have not been publicly
so you can go
reported.
through this segment 2, or you can jump to 813 and just look at the list.
Oh, in 815 there's a list. Okay. I'm not seeing the timestamps for some reason. Oh,
Keep going until you see 2 vertical lists, horizontal. There it is.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, there's the confirmed diagnoses on the left, and then the potential medical diagnoses on the right. So insomnia, of course, he's just sleeping all the time. That's also part of the stroke. We don't have a confirmed stroke on any of these in this whole video, which I'm just wondering. These are medical diagnoses. He's not mental. So insomnia is he's falling asleep all the time. Daytime hypersomnolence, sleeping during the day all the time. They have the emergency breaking news in the White House.
Nodding off, yeah.
War. Tiredest war hero ever. Senile purpura. What's that one?
I don't know. What is senile purpura?
Maybe that's the only thing. Sarcopenia, inactive diet, sedentary, narcissistic personality disorder, fecal incontinence, and dementia.
Senile purpura is age-related condition characterized by dark purple bruises that appear spontaneously on the arms and hands.
Okay, old skin bruising, handshakes, heavy metal shakes from Russian diplomats.
God. Sedentary lifestyle, is that a medical diagnosis? Narcissistic personality disorder, fecal incontinence, and dementia, 3 question marks. I don't think that's a question mark. I think it's very clear that he has dementia.
Which type of dementia?
He's got sundowners, man.
I guess probably the same as his dad, probably the same kind. But
well, his dad had Alzheimer's, but he was old. He was like
it could
90.
be a little different, like if it's some other ischemic disease or one of these other diseases, or the medications are causing the brain damage. But I think it was a fat shot. He actually did lose 20 pounds near like election time or something like that, or shortly after that. Remember, he's talking about the fat shot. He says, "Yeah."
But I mean, like, a lot of this is him being, he clearly has dementia. I don't know why that's even a question. It's just too obvious.
Yeah, he's technically drunk all the time.
Yes.
He's no impulse control.
No.
Yeah, that's what it's getting worse. Dementia doesn't ever get better, really.
No, it only gets worse. You can
brain damage.
When I was talking to my dad's doctor, they said with dementia we treat the family more than we treat the patient.
Oh, crap. Right.
That's what he said.
So yeah, you can pick around in this video, but I think that's the main point.
George A. Romero. Night of the Living Dead, dude. He looks like Night of the Living Dead. He looks like the Grand Nagus.
I think it's the first instance of the working zombie vaccine.
The working zombie vaccine is
Or zombie virus. Sorry, not the vaccine.
the working zombie vaccine virus, whatever he gave him. I mean, the virus gave him the virus, and he's able to continue to go to work.
Every time he goes to the hospital, you gotta like, we haven't seen him for 12 hours. We haven't seen him for 18 hours. You know, at one point in time, we didn't see him for 5 days for the stroke.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
I don't think the stroke is in his diagnosis list here.
No, he shits himself instead of biting people. That's the kind of zombie he is. Indeed, that's the kind of zombie he is. He just shits himself.
Shit zombie.
He's a shit zombie. Well, I don't know. What do you think is going to happen next? Do you think he's going to make it to 2027?
Parts of him.
Parts of him. Does anybody in the chat think he's going to make it to 2027? I've been saying this for over a year now, that he is not going to make it to Melania.
Well,
just a touch.
In alignment with the we need a ballroom scenario and the UFC fight.
Yeah.
Well, I think they might try another. They might try another, not staged attempt. Well, I think he might. They know he's getting too old. They have to convert the cult. They tried to test run with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And then, well, that's what they either got to make him a martyr, because if he just fizzles out, no one's gonna go, yay. Mac.
No one. Yeah, they have to make him a martyr, so they'll blow him up or something. But you don't think he'll just like, I need to be with my family. I need to be with Melania. She wants me to quit. She's making me quit. I'm sorry, but I've got to go. I've got to go. How great would it be if he fought the King Charles at the White House? You would watch that? I wouldn't watch that. Two old people hitting themselves with hitting each other with canes? I don't think so.
Biden versus Trump UFC 2026.
Yeah, when is the UFC? I think it's January 15th, right? When is the UFC fight at the White House? I think it's June 15th. June 14th. It's on June 14th.
His birthday, or is that 2 days before?
I think his birthday is June 14th. Okay. I think his birthday is on the 14th or 15th.
So he didn't like his little tank parade?
Yeah, he didn't like that, so he wants to go UFC Freedom 250.
The squeaky tank parade. So now we're going to get manly with the UFC fight, because he's cool like Hegseth now.
Yeah, tough guy. He wants to watch. He'll be falling asleep. We'll all watch him fall asleep watching Freedom 250. Freedom 250 is what they're calling it.
Alrighty, I'm ready to jump off.
And you can watch it on Paramount Plus, which is where, formerly the home of Stephen Colbert. So that's nice. All right, thank you so much, Guy Fawkes, for all the bringing that. I love that. Thank you so much for doing that, and I'll see you next time.
Watch as many hours of Joffrey Azimuth as you can. Okay. Subscribe to Professional Douche, because he does a thing monthly, and you got to check out his other ones. He goes and he's protesting, or he's pranking ICE. It was an ICE rally. It was a rally for ICE. That was like one of his last one he did 4 months ago, and he brings a sign to them, and the cops kick him out. Because he's the rowdy one.
That's always the way it is.
All right, pieces.
All right, well, that was fun. I like that. The card sucks too. Yeah, the card also sucks. It was like let me see what the fights are. It really does not look good, but they'll be available to watch on Paramount Plus. The UFC event page. Let's see. How UFC is issuing approximately 85,000 free tickets for fans to watch the event on large screens from the nearby Ellipse Park. But the card, we looked at the card yesterday, and they have like some lightweight retitling or something. I forget what it was. Unification title or something. Title unification bout, I think is what they call it. I mean, trolling fascists. Yeah, there you go. The Professional Deuce. Zelensky versus Netanyahu. I love it. I don't know. I don't want to see these old men fight. I don't want to see these old men fight. I don't know why. Boycott UFC from now on. From now on, you're going to boycott them? Were you going to a lot of fights, Blondie? Going to a lot of fights, were you? I mean, those tickets for like the worst seats were like 8K. Yeah, you can't even get in, but you can watch it for free at the park with a large screen. You can go to the park and be with all of the people watching it in the park. That'll be cool. You're going to love it. Yes. No one wants to fight outside. That's what they're going to do. They're going to fight outside. I wouldn't want to fight in front of the White House. You get shot. I wouldn't want to do a title fight I wouldn't want to do any fights at the White House. What are you, crazy? On public property? Yeah. Trump's the throat goat. He is. He does like to suck off dudes. You're absolutely right about that. Trump is the throat goat. He blew me when I was 14. They named the horse after me. They call me Bubba. That's a whole thing. They call me Bubba. What are you going to do? Sorry, cannot boycott UFC. I don't buy it, though. Nice. I mean, I don't know. It seems like a very strange thing. All right. Well, I'm going to get out of here. By the way, everybody, buy Melania coin today. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And I hope that you enjoyed this show today. It was really fun for me. I really had a great time. I hope that you had a great time. Good times were had by all. And that's what I like about you. That's what I like about you. I think you're amazing. I think you're incredible. I think you're good people. And this is the Morning Sky Show. Let me see. Were there any other videos I had to watch? Did I get to all my stuff? Oh, I had this one. I had this, Andrew Callahan. I wanted to watch Andrew Callahan. He interviewed a bunch of ICE agents. Seemed pretty intense, but we'll watch that next time. I'm starting to flag. It's outside in January. It'll be a big success. It's outside in June, you mean? Is that what you're talking about? Action Jackson. Yeah, GMAX coin for sure. Oh, bye. Oh, bye. Air conditioning June off the Potomac. Do you know how fucking hot it is in Washington, D.C. in June? I've been to Washington, D.C. in the summer many times. It sucks. It sucks. He barely talked about Trump all show. I really didn't talk about Trump very much today. It really wasn't hardly a thing. Never under pressure. It's in June. I know. It's crazy. It's not going to be fun. I mean, I don't see how it could be fun. Do you guys see this? Like, he interviewed ICE agents.
When he was shot, his hands were on the ground. He did not have a firearm in his hand. Border Patrol should not have been there. Border Patrol should be patrolling the border.
I feel like our administration wanted this type of escalation. I don't think Renee Good deserved to be killed. We sometimes feel like they're waiting for one of us to be shot and killed.
What did you think about the Alex Preddy shooting?
That one was also particularly traumatic.
Was Renee Good a criminal? No. Was she acting like a bitch? Yeah.
How do you feel about the phrase ICE?
I try not to take it personally.
Call your homophobia, call your racism, call your transphobia, call your xenophobia. Everyone go f yourself. Yo, family, yo, kids. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
I just feel like we've been...
Man, that was a fun one. When he said, I saw you at fucking Chipotle or something. What did he say? I saw you at Luna Grill, motherfucker. I like that one. That was a good one. I remember that one. We'll retard the rest of the day in your honor. You're going to retard, Max? Don't retard back so much.
In the pocket of the administration, kind of doing their bidding and wrapping up as many people as possible.
We've been mislabeled as Nazis, homophobes, as racist in law enforcement. That's just not true.
They're doing exactly what the Gestapo did back in the Nazi regime.
We are not deportation officers, and we are not people who go out and grab people, round them up, and then deport them. That is not what we do.
Unnecessary violence has been happening since the Metro surges began, and HSI had to back up investigations of assaults against officers where there was no assault, and they started it.
So you think there's a critical misunderstanding on behalf of the public as to what ICE actually is?
I think so. We have child exploitation, which is a huge component of what we do.
Kidnapping kids, buying and selling kids, bribing officials, killing people, all for the purpose of exploiting underage kids.
The internet has opened some doors for the world. Watching the Artemis mission live, coolest shit ever. Knowing that you can just jump on the internet and meet with a child and them terrible.
Since Trump got into office, there's been 33% less federal agent hours spent pursuing child predators than there was beforehand.
33% less FBI agents looking for child predators since before. Why is Donald Trump cutting the number of hours spent looking for child predators? Why?
There have been child exploitation cases that have been basically thrown out as a result of moving HS.
Thank you for spelling your incorrectly. You know I love you, May. I love it when you spell incorrectly. I actually used to work the UFC fights, so I've met a lot of those guys. I've met Dana White. I've met Conor McGregor. I've met those guys, and I've worked alongside a lot of those because I worked the fights. I ran the beverage. I was a beverage manager at MGM Grand. I met Joe Rogan. So, like, I know a lot about these fights. Sure, I do. Thanks for asking.
Side manpower over to places like Minneapolis to enforce immigration. There have absolutely been leads that have been uninvestigated or closed out prematurely because we don't have the manpower or the priority to focus on them.
The immigration enforcement and now our criminal enforcement, that's all merged. It makes our job a lot more difficult.
It definitely feels like my purpose has...
Yeah, I was a beverage manager, then I was general manager. It's true. Gave people drinks. Yeah, if that's what you think management does. Yeah. You must be a child. If you think that's what a beverage manager does, yes, that's what I did. I gave people drinks. That totally. Yeah, that's what I did.
Has been destroyed. I have no doubt that the American people have lost their faith in us. I lost their faith in us.
You got fired from ICE for something you said about Israel. What was the process like?
No grant right to rent.
Do you guys know who Andrew Callahan is? I think this guy does such good work. I know that, like, I don't know. I think this guy does really good work. He asks interesting questions, and he gets people talking that you wouldn't really expect. Have you seen his stuff with fucking what's his name? With Hunter Biden? His Hunter Biden stuff was pretty cool. Yeah. I managed the drinks. Exactly. That's what beverage managers do. We manage the beverage.
They didn't ask me about my side of the answer, just like you're being terminated for misconduct.
I had 500 employees under me, but yeah, I gave people drinks. You must be a very small child. Yeah, I was selling drinks. Who wants drinks? Drinks, cocktails, drinks. Yeah, but at some point, if you were in the largest casino in the world at the time, or at the pool, and you had a drink in your hand, you got it from someone who worked under me.
Which is weird to me because being a cop from other agencies, usually IA is supposed to like take a sworn statement from you regardless of whether or not you're being fired.
Do you think race played a role in you actually getting fired and singled out?
I'm pretty positive because I've seen officers commit actual misconduct on camera, say things they're not supposed to, and they didn't get fired or written up.
The termination letter quotes, "I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel."
Yeah.
You never sent anything remotely.
No, that was a different officer that said that.
What's up, guys? Andrew Callahan here, Channel 5 News. We got a pretty...
That was a different officer.
...hot one coming down the pipeline today. It's officially been about 4 months since Operation Metro Surge wrapped up in Minneapolis, Minnesota. During the operation, nearly 4,000 people were arrested and 2 people were killed by either DHS, Border Patrol, or ICE agents. Metro Surge was likely carried out to make good on Trump's second-term campaign promise of mass deportations and likely to appease his campaign donors over at Core Civic and Geo Group, who are yielding astronomical profits as we speak from private detention contracts.
I mean, that's the thing. GEO, I don't know about the other one, but GEO, they're doing crazy numbers, and they're putting people in concentration camps for monies. That's how it works.
And have a vested interest in filling as many beds as humanly possible at all times. And with how fast things move in the news cycle nowadays, it's hard for the operation to not feel like ancient history. If you can recall, last February, we were on the 1 yard line of a watershed Epstein moment that threatened to expose the inner workings of an elite circle of pedophile billionaires at the very top, who many suggest control our media and politicians through coercive blackmail. But then, Renee Good and Alex Petty were killed. Operation Metro Surge wrapped up. Then we had the war in Iran, the kidnapping of President Maduro in Venezuela, perhaps the upcoming invasion of Cuba, the new
Civic Group. I don't even know. Like, that's just basically another GEO, right? They're just a prison company, right? They're probably the same as, I don't really feel like looking it up right now. I'll look it up later.
Season of Euphoria and an endless array of meaningless culture war issues sprinkled on top of it all by the mainstream press to keep us divided, distracted, docile, and drowning in dog shit. But what happened back in Metro Surge is important. It represents a massive waste of taxpayer money and federal resources. Minneapolis is not in a better place than it was before Metro Surge. In fact, it's in a worse place. DHS's shenanigans in Minnesota over the winter cost the city of Minneapolis approximately $200 million in losses, $5 million in police overtime hours, $81 million in lost revenue for local businesses. And
that's more than... If you add all that up, that's way more than the fraud case. The fraud case was only $250 million. $250 million. Poor Amy Bach went to jail for 42 years for stealing $250 million. And yet it looks like they stole... How much money did they steal? $500 million is how much it cost them to do the ICE shit? Great job.
Workers lost over $47 million in wages. For a look back, here was the scene on the ground less than 2 days after the killing of Renee Good.
Workers lost $47 million in wages. We don't care about the workers.
To come outside, what are you waiting for next? American citizens are being shot in the street. This administration is not following court orders. They're sending citizens out of the country. Are you waiting for them to come knock on your door like JD Vance said?
Minneapolis public schools have canceled classes for the next 2 days.
The teachers union says this comes after ICE showed up to the campus of one.
I love this. People always, the fraud case didn't get close to the actual amount. Says you, motherfucker. Then prove it. Put it through the courts. Like, you can only claim what you can prove. And this is, the proven amount was $250 million is a plenty of money. The lady went to jail for 41 years. More people will go to jail. How many people should go to jail? Donald Trump stole $2 billion from the taxpayer this week, and you don't care. But the fraud case that sold $250 million, she's going to do 41 years. But Donald Trump stealing money and being a fraudster, and he's convicted of fraud, 34 counts of fraud, he should be in jail for 41 years. He stole money from people, and he committed fraud. Amy Bach went to jail for 41 and a half years.
Other Minneapolis schools.
What else are you fucking waiting for?
So throughout that operation, a lot of journalists who aren't me also did some fantastic interviews capturing the passionate perspective of protesters. And on the right-wing side of things, high-up government officials were also barking and making a lot of noise as well, especially Christy No. Shout out to Brian. Bimbo's on top. But one perspective left out entirely is the perspective
Bimbo's
of
up top. That's so funny. Charity, you talking about Donald Trump's charity that he was caught defrauding when he defrauded his charity, and he was caught stealing money, and he was convicted of that, and he had to pay some money back, but he never did time, never had to do time. $2 billion. When it's clearly a crime, it's going to go through the courts. It's clearly a crime that Donald Trump runs the country and is suing himself. He levied a claim. How do you claim loss? Oh, the IRS was mean to me because someone leaked to the IRS my tax returns. How were you harmed? What were your damages? $2 billion? $2 billion in damages? A crime has been committed, and it's done right in front of your fucking face, but you're too stupid because you're just a cultist. Thank you, Jackie Boyle. Jackie Boyle! Can I get some green hearts of courage for Jackie Boyle, please? Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Cite your sources. The Senate hearings with Todd Blanche, where everything was fucking laid there, and even Todd Blanche can't believe he's fucking getting away with it. Todd Blanche knows he's going to jail someday. Todd Blanche is probably... wait till he pardons Todd Blanche. And then you could be like, well, he had to pardon him because, oh my gosh, he had to. Like, what are you? Do you guys just love Donald Trump so much you don't care that he just stole $1.8 billion of your money, and it's worse because he also stole all that money in tariffs, all his fucking tariff money that you had to pay for, you dumb shits, and now it turns out it was illegal, so now we have to pay the companies back that paid the terrorists, but we paid the terrorists when we bought their shit, but we're gonna have to pay them again through our taxes. So you just got double dipped on like Stormy Daniels. You're the sloppy second. You fools. When they say the taxpayers paying it and the consumers paying it, that's you. Both of those people are you. You are the consumer. You are the taxpayer. And you're being wrecked. You're getting reamed out, man. You're an anal scream queen.
ICE agents themselves. From what I've been told, today's interview with 3 different agents is the first time that individual ICE agents who are masked in the field have gotten on camera to speak their minds since the operation concluded. I should note.
Jesus, I forgot about the peace board. Now he wants everybody to join the Abraham Accord because he loves Israel so much, and he wants to they owe it to us. They got to do it. I wish I only had to pay $750 in tax too. I wish that were, I had to pay $5,000. Getting fucked over here, man. And we're supposed to be like, oh yeah, well, it's perfectly fine because he's Donald Trump. We love him.
These interviews were only made possible because of the assistance of our buddy Carl, who you'll meet in a minute. Now, before proceeding, I just want to establish one important fact. There is no such thing as an ICE agent.
So under DHS, there's lots of different agencies. ICE itself, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is made up of enforcement and removal operations, ERO.
ICE is made up of ERO, which is enforcement and removal operations. They handle the immigration and detention side of our agency. And then ICE is also made up of HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigations.
So which department exactly are you employed by?
I'm Homeland Security Investigations.
And what sort of work do you guys do?
I mentioned we have a really broad scope of federal statutes that we investigate. We are the investigative arm under DHS. ERO is responsible for enforcement and removal. They work a lot with other countries when red notices are issued and fugitives need to be found who don't have status, things like that.
HSI has handled a lot of very famous cases in the last couple of years. The Shunk.
Yes, Donald Trump is convicted. He was convicted by, you don't remember he got convicted? You're trying to say that he wasn't convicted now too? He was convicted of fraud and he was an adjudicated rapist. And yes, he's also a throat goat. He loves sucking cock.
Cohen's case, that was...
He loves slizzing the glizzy. He loves slizzing the glizzy.
Pretty famous. HSI has also been involved in the El Chapo and currently the President Maduro case out of Venezuela.
What was internal dialogue like at HSI after the release of the redacted Epstein files?
As law enforcement officers, we want to believe that the people who were investigating those looked at that stuff and did what they could. If I don't believe that, I don't know what to do.
This must be a weird feeling. You're working for the government, then you see the government release these files that they had been gatekeeping for years, which seem to implicate a lot of connected,
funny,
powerful people to pedophilia, which is the exact thing that you were fighting
Look at that. That was Prince Andrew right there. That was Donald Trump in the same...
against, among other things. Did you feel betrayed?
A little bit. I'm not surprised. It's not the first time I've heard that people in Hollywood or the music industry are like kids. The eating kids thing, that was bad. I wanted to throw up at that one. Yeah, I feel betrayed.
The raping kids was gross, but eating them...
I feel like, why?
So hot dog is boy, pizza is girl, cheese is little girl, pasta is little boy, ice cream is male something, male... Map is sauce. Jeez, how do you guys keep up with all this stuff? Pizza party was great. Barf.
Why are we holding on to this? Why are we keeping this?
As I mentioned, these interviews were only possible because of my boy Carl. You guys want to meet Carl? I have fantastic news. Here he is.
My name's Carl. I'm an investigative journalist. I've been labeled the Ice Whisperer by Wired. I didn't give myself that name, but I've been interviewing ICE agents for the past 2 months straight.
How did you establish such close contact with ICE?
I don't think I do anything special other than offer a voice of neutrality, but more importantly, I'll listen. My questions are to keep them talking. That's my whole goal. I don't hit them with any gotcha stuff or try to prove a point. And I've received a lot of hate for it. A tremendous amount of hate for just interviewing them in the first place.
What people say?
You shouldn't be platforming people, which I think is total fucking bullshit. A lot of heat for you need to dox these people. You need to dox these agents. These people are monsters. But also beyond that, a lot of support. So I get messages from people I fucking hate ICE. I'm the most anti-ICE person, but these interviews are eye-opening.
What is the security risk for the agents who are participating in this piece?
I mean, the security risk is if they talk to the media, they can get fired, basically. That's it. There's also a risk for us. Keeping the identities anonymous doesn't only protect them, it protects us as well. So if there's some crazy group that's give me their info, we don't know their info.
I hope every one of those lawless you call ICE officers get doxxed one by one and they get the public shaming they deserve.
I do all my interviews through an encrypted texting app called Signal, which hopefully you guys can put out my info. Keep messaging me. It's on That's an end-to-end encrypted app. From that app, the interviews move to another app that's also end-to-end encrypted, but it is not a US-based company. So there is no way a US warrant or subpoena could ever get into that chat. So that's my double layer of security, just how I make contact and how I make interviews.
What can you tell us about our first interviewee?
So our first interviewee is an HSI agent.
Gangs, drugs, firearms, human trafficking, human smuggling, intellectual property rights, the logo on the movies before when we watched Do.
Remember this? You wouldn't steal a purse. You wouldn't steal. Remember this? Remember this? I mean, this video. I remember these ads before the DVD. They used to show this before every DVD. You had to watch this. Don't pirate this. You're a pirate. Yarg. Why is everything anal with Jack? Only when we talk about Donald Trump. Because he's got a leaky ass. What do you want? I mean, he's got a leaky asshole.
VHS, don't copy this, that type of stuff, or it's an antiquities theft, repatriating stolen artwork from grave robbers or, back to their home country. There's such a large scope of things that we can investigate under HSI.
The second one is also HSI. This interview is kind of sensitive, but this agent also combats child trafficking, amongst other things, in a more hands-on manner.
We are not deportation officers who go out and grab people, round them up, and then deport them. That is not our primary function. That is not what we do. Since January, February of last year, that is what our agency has been pushing us to do. That has put a halt to our criminal investigations.
And you're going to conduct that second interview because you have a pretty good rapport with this person.
Yeah.
There is no criminal investigations. They're just cracking skulls.
Yes, I've been building a relationship with all these agents for a very long time now. I put hundreds and hundreds of hours into just building and keeping this trust.
You're down to wear a brown suit, right?
Whatever I need to do, man.
You need aesthetic consistency.
Whatever I need to do.
I have an extra tie for you, too.
Do you think that HSI and ERO should be separated?
Yes. At one point, there was a huge push to separate ERO and HSI. At one point, ERO was called DRO, which was Detention and Removal Operations, and HSI was called OI, which is Office of Investigations. That split up to what we know now as ERO and HSI. A lot of managers and a lot of people in Washington, D.C. were pushing to have those two agencies completely separate, and there was
They love changing the names, the new management. Just change the names of everything.
There's great momentum in doing that. And then all of a sudden, that all fell apart when we, as HSI, were merged once again with ERO to go pick up illegal immigrants who were working as landscapers or working at restaurants.
That arrest went viral on social media. It shows the 48-year-old pinned to the ground and punched before being taken into custody. Authorities say Barranco assaulted federal agents with a weed whacker, but no such charge was ever filed.
So you feel like Operation Metro Surge was...
He ran away with the weed whacker. Let's talk about poop in his diapers. I don't want to talk about poop right now. Thank you. We're coming to the end of the show. The scatological humor is a bit much, May. I know you really like talking about Donald Trump's butthole, but I know because you got to take your tongue out of it in order for you to talk about it. But if you want, you can come on the show, May, and we'll talk about whatever you want. Here you go. The link is in the chat. If you want, you can come on the show. We've got only about 10 more minutes left, and I'm going to call it quits. So
Bad optics. Definitely bad optics. It's not new that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states have a different type of crime problem. That's not new information. We learn how to work in those areas. Then we have systems in place with our partner agencies to make things happen. And I think that Metro Surge probably single-handedly destroyed a lot of those relationships in these sanctuary cities and states and have set us up for probably another decade of trying to rebuild that relationship.
What are some major mistakes that you think
were made?
Maybe going too hard, too fast. There are problems that need to be solved, but you just can't come in like a wrecking ball and change everything in a heartbeat. There has to be some consensus among leadership and some consideration of the front line, the ones who are doing the work.
How did you feel about the killing of Renee Good?
Made me sick. I know that you guys have heard it before, that we sometimes feel like they're waiting for one of us to be shot and killed, as an example.
Yep.
Again, another person who didn't deserve to die.
So you feel like...
I think that was the hope, actually. I think that they were trying to get one of these guys killed, and no one killed them. Nobody shot any of them. I think they really thought that someone was going to shoot. I think Stephen Miller thought someone was going to shoot an ICE agent, but never happened. No one ever shot an ICE agent. Funny. No one ever shot one.
The agents that were involved in that situation did the wrong thing.
We are held to some case law that makes determinations about when uses of force are right or wrong or objectively reasonable. While I am not in a place to make that determination for each of the agents involved, it definitely feels wrong to me.
How did incidents like that impact morale within ICE?
There's some division amongst law.
Keep America straight. How could you do that? You'd have to deport Donald Trump because he's a lot of things, but straight is not the thing. Also, Marco Rubio and Scott Bessent and Benny Johnson and Jesse Waters. I don't know what you mean. Like who do you think isn't straight? I mean, like almost no one in the cabinet is straight. You think Pam Bondi's straight? No.
Enforcement in general as well with those. Everybody.
You think Mark Wayne Mullen is straight? I'm going to put it in your butt. Oh, you put it up your butt. I'm going to put it up your butt.
Has their opinions. It was right. It was wrong. He should have done this. He should have done that. We're human. We have divisions amongst all of us. And I think both of those came at a time where we were already in such a low morale situation. There is some compassion amongst all of us. We're all in a position where we were working 6-7 days a week, 12-hour shifts, didn't really have a say in how.
Epstein was a Democrat. So was Donald Trump. Donald Trump was a Democrat too. These people are not Democrat or Republican. Rich people are not Democratic or Republican. They give money to both sides. They go whichever way the power is. If the Republicans are in power, they're Republicans. If the Democrats are in power, they're Democrats. They don't give a shit. Smart people do not, and rich people do not care about Republican and Democrat. If you are so crazy about Democrats or Republicans, you're in a cult. If you think Democrats are ruining the country, no, it's Republicans ruining, you're in a cult.
How much we're working, and even people who are not law enforcement can understand that when you're being driven that hard, decision-making gets worse, emotions get heightened, things like that. So I think it just kind of illustrated and exacerbated the state we were already in.
You mentioned a couple different times the political goals of the Trump administration in deploying all of these federal agents and employees to Minneapolis at the same time. Why do you think the Trump administration did that?
I love this. Shows evidence that Trump is a pedophile. You look up, I already played the... not today, but you can look up what he said on the Howard Stern show where he talks about how he would date a 13-year-old. That's pretty cool. That's a great place to start. Only homosexuals cry about Trump being bad. That's not true. A lot of people cry about Trump being bad, but I'm not crying about Trump being bad. I mean, I think low-T men follow people like Donald Trump. You've got to have no testosterone in your blood if you're sitting there like, oh, he's the best. He's the greatest. What can I do for you, boss? What can I do for you, boss? You're the best. You're the best. You're fucking gay for Trump, homie. You need to let it go, man.
They weren't secretive in their platforms before election.
The Republican platform promise.
That's not evidence, like his own words, him talking about how he wants to fuck children. That's evidence. I don't know how, if somebody says that they want to fuck children and you then call them a pedophile, that's because the evidence points to them being a pedophile, you see. He admitted it. That's evidence. It's a confession.
To launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
When they were on the circuit, he was very clear. So I think, when people come in under asylum or trying to get asylum hearings, they're waiting 7 years for a hearing.
So you feel like increasing the amount of judges in the immigration courts
would be great.
Expediting the asylum seeking process would have been a way to avoid the situation.
Yeah, I think those would be great plans. I think our administration is just not thinking through the best way to tackle the problem and is just throwing resources in particular places and making a fool of us.
So you feel like a lot of the showmanship of Operation Metro Surge was what caused public trust to be lost?
Yeah. And Border Patrol is at the front of that. I don't think it turned out well.
So you don't like Bobino?
He's a figurehead. I don't know him, but no. Just the way Border Patrol is operating is vigilante-ish. It feels lawless. It feels aggressive. It feels unnecessary.
So you feel like the CBP Border Patrol guys who basically got deputized as ICE agents in Minneapolis were way out of line?
Yeah.
The fact that a lot of CBP Border Patrol agents are like working these borderlands where they're having to sort of like do snatch and grabs of people that have immediately hopped the border. Do you think that played a factor in how they behaved on the streets of Minneapolis?
Yes, it affects Minneapolis in the optics because they're operating as if anyone who looks like they may have crossed the border or didn't come from here is here illegally, because that's what they're used to. Like in Los Angeles, where they're just nabbing people off the street, trying to clean up a Home Depot parking lot for all the people waiting for work. Why do that? Those aren't the people we want. They just assume that everyone who's not white came across the border at some point in time. And they're coming from an area where everybody coming across the border was coming across illegally. So I don't know that they're properly educated on the laws. I don't know that they're properly guided by their leadership on how to handle encounters with people. Like, what is a consensual encounter? What is not? Yeah, they treated it like the border, and it's not the case. You can't just see somebody walking on the street and assume that because they're in a Hispanic neighborhood that they are here legally.
According to our third ICE whistleblower source, this kind of racism is also endemic within HSI itself, not just among Border Patrol agents being deputized to Minneapolis, LA, and elsewhere.
I know when I first got into ICE, my supervisor had let me know hey, we've had guys get grabbed by other officers, be it local police or other ICE officers, just assuming they're a detainee based on how they look like. So he's stick close to me if you ever go deep south or any of those weird facilities.
So you're Hispanic and Native American. Can you tell us?
Oh my God, we've had ICE agents nab other ICE agents because you're in one of those weird southern states. Oh my God.
A little bit about the racism that you did face.
So the discrimination kind of came when I was visiting Charlotte office, which wasn't my home office. I was the sole officer that people were kind of focusing in on with making jokes or just making out random comments. I had one recruit come up to me and be like, hey, I bet I could take you in jiu-jitsu random. And I just had another white officer point directly at me hey, get his brown ass in line with the other detainees. So I literally turned and looked at him and I literally just lift up my hoodie to show my credentials, my ID, hey, I'm not a detainee. And that's where it kind of dawned on me oh, these guys kind of have something against individuals of color, or at least a few.
Yeah, that's some racism right there down there in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Staff members do.
Despite keeping quiet about these incidents on an HR level, this officer was fired very shortly after for apparently making an anti-Semitic comment that he says he never made to a different officer during an ERO operation.
Like I said, I wasn't pulled aside by anybody. I wasn't asked a question. I wasn't told hey, this person claimed you said this. It was just one day they just pulled me aside. They're just hey, you're being fired for officer misconduct, and they hand me that letter, no names on it, just a vague quote.
Yeah, what does that quote say?
Something to the effect of,
they're often brown because they were offering a $50,000 signing bonus. Do you remember? But you had to work there for 5 years. It's $10,000 every year. So yeah, a lot of people signed it. They signed up. People thought that they were going to catch bad guys. They believed that they were going to go catch bad guys.
I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel.
The termination letter quotes, I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel.
Yeah.
So you never sent anything remotely?
No, that was a different officer that said that. In that moment during the transportation operation, I was out of pocket because we were all in a van. Just everyone was talking. I wasn't talking. I was just quiet. I was sitting in the middle. But nobody was saying anything when the guy blurted out. So everyone just kept it pushing to get the objective done.
Despite this, he was reported shortly after and immediately fired.
Did anything happen to them?
I have no idea if that recruit was fired or nothing was told to me of any of the other officers facing disciplinary or even my side being asked hey, do you hear any other officer engagement?
You're not allowed to talk about other people's disciplinary action.
Conduct. No right to read. They didn't ask me about my side of events. They're just you're being terminated for misconduct.
Are you pursuing any sort of legal action?
I'm pursuing right now an EEO claim, which sadly, as a legal matter, can take at best a year, sometimes longer because the government contracts out to investigate that. And I do have a lawyer on standby. And lawyers just wait for their ROI results before you pursue this fully in court because it costs money. So that's where I'm at right now.
Most people don't know that Border Patrol is
what
over
sucks is that when that happens,
Hispanic.
you're not allowed to have a job because you have to prove that you were harmed. You have to prove that you have damages. So you can't get a job with those EEO claims. It's fucked up.
And ICE is roughly 30% Hispanic, and nearly half of ICE is non-white. Why do you think so many Hispanic people decide to take jobs in immigration enforcement?
I think it has a lot to do with the communities growing up on the borders and seeing the issues. And then for the people that weren't on the borders, they kind of have families that are down in Mexico and they're affected by crimes regarding the cartel. So a lot of people typically from those communities join law enforcement with noble intentions of I want my community to be better. I don't want to just say.
Yeah, I think that happens a lot. You think I'm going to become a cop and law enforcement because I want to help out. I've seen the damage. I want to do something good. But then they get, because that's what's sold to you, right? Look how many people today said the cops are the good guys and the cops are so great. They believe it. They believe like, oh, I can make a difference. That what we really need is just more Hispanic people involved, and we can make a difference. They don't realize they're signing up to be part of one of the most odious machines in the history of the world.
I want to be a part of that change. So when you have these young people from these communities coming to these agencies, they're trying to change it for the better.
What do you think like they see in these communities that have them like enlist or join?
In those communities, you see a lot of cartel come through the border. Like there's a lot of cartel and narco-terrorists that are in the United States that operate within it, and they see people get kidnapped from the community. They see people get murdered. They have family members that get murdered, harassed, or overseas by cartel members. So because of them being either directly affected by it or just seeing it, they're like, I want to protect people and go after these very, very bad men that think they could get away with it.
Hey, what's up, you guys? As I'm sure you know, in today's episode, we spoke to ICE and DHS agents about the nuances and divisions within the actual organization itself. But what about current ICE news today? More specifically, how is the mainstream media covering now through my link, which is ground.news/channel 5, currently available.
Trump's gripe was with Minneapolis and Minnesota's connected to the riots. Nick Shirley definitely made a fool out of him, or out of law enforcement in general, by highlighting all that fraud. And he just saw probably Tim Waltz, his opponent, another petty nonsense, and look at this mess you're in. I'm going to come clean it up for you. It feels very petty. I don't see righteous motives.
Do you think it was public pressure from the protesters and the media that led to Metro Surge ending?
Probably. I would think that some leaders felt that pressure and got...
You missed the thing about retard maxing DS King of Kings. That was like hours ago.
The top to agree to dial it back.
We've had great success with this operation, and we're leaving Minnesota safer.
So in a way, the protest aims were somewhat effective.
I don't generally feel like protests do that much, but I think the visibility of all of it definitely helped move things along.
One of the biggest things they need to take in mind is that immigration and the immigration politics are very nuanced. It's not black and white, and people need to find kind of a middle ground, because you have to have a key focus of safety for the community and how you let people in and out of this country. But you also can't let standards slip to where you start seeing these instances of officers.
This was so messed up. This guy was in his 70s. He was the business owner. He wasn't an illegal or anything like that. He was like, hey, what are you doing with my employees? And they fucking, look what they did to this guy. This was so messed up.
Too much force, not understanding.
Look at that shit.
Was Renee Good a criminal?
Just a business owner getting fucked with.
No. Was she acting like a bitch? Yeah. Was she blocking the street, antagonizing cops, chasing them, preventing them from doing their job? Sure. Should she have gone to jail? Sure. Should she have been whipped out of that car and probably beat the fuck out of? Sure. But there's so many different ways to skin that cat, and she could have been dealt with a lot differently. And everyone in that conga line of vehicles that were actively hindering the job of ICE that day, they could have been dealt with a lot different. And that comes down to experience, that comes down to training, and that comes down to leadership. And there was no leadership. In the Renee Good shooting, you had an officer who found himself in the same exact situation, same exact predicament, and was not only hit, but dragged by a vehicle. And now in the Renee Good shooting, he's found himself in the same exact position.
So
yeah, why would he find himself in the same position, the same guy? Interesting.
That officer was just hit and dragged by a car, went through this traumatic event. Why was he out there in Minneapolis in the most heated part of the country?
Because the agency needed numbers and was sending everyone. He should not have been on the street. He should have been doing something else.
Yep, you heard that right. The officer who killed Renee Good was in the exact same situation a year prior, making a routine traffic stop, after which he was dragged by a car and ended up in the hospital. He was then put back on the street to fill a quota, and it cost an American citizen their life. For our interviewees, this sort of thing doesn't only erode public trust, it threatens the future funding for HSI.
He's a murderer. He should be on trial. It's fucking unbelievable. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you missed out about retard maxing, but it was stupid anyway.
Which they all joined to combat human and or child trafficking one way or another.
Growing up, I see people be impacted by human trafficking and the destruction it does to their lives, how long it takes to get back to normal.
I think people don't realize what they're under.
You saw Trump steal your mail last night? I know, probably, sometimes really big possums kind of look like Donald Trump at night, like a real big possum.
Probably is, until they see it, and then they're, holy shit, right?
Well, for those unaware, how big is the child exploitation industry?
There are thousands of cyber tips reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, thousands a month. It may be something as simple as someone sharing child pornography. It may be something like they're chatting with someone who might be a minor, or it might be so big that law enforcement needs to act immediately. Before COVID, before everybody got sent home to do everything.
Like a really dirty possum, like a really dirty, gross possum. Not like the cute ones, like the big, fat, gross possums, the nighttime ones that kind of scary looking. That's kind of like what Donald Trump looks like.
Everything online, it wasn't so significant. It doesn't mean that the crime wasn't as prevalent. It just changed dramatically to this online platform during COVID. People don't realize that
exactly.
Every time a child is on a digital device unmonitored, they're going to be contacted by someone with nefarious intent. And hopefully we've had those conversations with our children and they know how to handle stranger danger online. And then there's, the aspect of people known to us. The majority of kidnappings, child, hands-on offenses are adults known to them.
When talking to agents,
right.
their emphasis on the sheer scale of the booming child exploitation industry is constant.
It's always someone you know. You're far more likely to be harmed by your grandma than you are from an immigrant. An immigrant! Look out for the immigrants!
And it's due to this that so many of them have become disillusioned with the Trump administration. As I mentioned in the intro of this piece, a recent lawsuit revealed that Trump diverting HSI manpower over to ERO deportation work has resulted in 33% fewer hours being spent by ICE on child exploitation cases. Additionally, indictments have dropped by 28%, child rescues have dropped by 17%, and the DOJ recently slashed funding and training resources for law enforcement working on investigations and prosecutions of sex crimes against children. What's morale like in HSI?
We feel somewhat defeated, disappointed, frustrated, like our time is being wasted. You know, for most of my career, immigration enforcement was a tool that could be used to remove people involved in criminal activity where there wasn't another way to get them. It was a tool, a resource, something that could be used. It wasn't the focus of the investigation. The focus of the investigation was criminal charges, federal crimes, jail time, saving victims, and...
How has today been treating you? So far, so good. It's Friday. I'm going to meet with an old friend tonight. I'm going to go meet with an old friend tonight. I'm really looking forward to it.
Now, 2025 and forward, it is the mission. The mission is wrapping up as many people as possible for immigration violations.
Was HSI involved in the prosecution of a group known as 764?
We do have some investigations in that.
And for those who don't know, that was a Discord server of child porn consumers and creators. And it was really a sextortion ring led by actually high schoolers. The leader of it is a life sentence now, but I think he was 15 or 16 when it started. Basically, they'd use Roblox, like you said, to get someone involved in this extortion ring process. And then they would encourage them to self-harm, sometimes even commit suicide, eat their own hair, kill their own cats, and then produce child porn of their own to feed back to the same people who extorted them in the first place. So it's just about the darkest thing I've ever heard or read about in my entire life. So I was wondering, in this job, have you seen things that you've had a hard time coping with?
Absolutely. Secondhand PTSD is legit. I have a particular case, a particular video that lives rent-free in my head that at times, you know, will be triggered. I'm just like emotionally unable to continue whatever task it is that I'm doing.
When you said the video that bothered you, was it a child pornography video?
Yes, the child pornography case, child video.
It's one thing to just like investigate the criminals, but you're actually having to sift through probably hours of this content. Cumulatively, how much child sex abuse material do you think you've had to ingest?
I personally would say I've seen millions. There are resources available.
Man, I knew a cop who had to do that, man. Oh, so horrible. The stuff,
Well, to us as investigators, you know, mental health support, things like that, but it is woefully insufficient for the damage that this job does.
Jared Fogle, the spokesperson for Subway, is set to be released this year. He was convicted on possessing and distributing child pornography. He was very famous. He was an influential person, and now he's going to be released. The chances of him going back to viewing and distributing images of child exploitation are pretty high. The recidivism rate for these child predators and the people who consume this type of material is pretty high, and we always see them again.
Do you think that people like
Jared's getting out of jail?
That can be rehabilitated?
No. I don't. The best they can hope for is to be controlled.
Are there any
wood chipper? Child harmers, wood chipper. That's why Donald Trump belongs in the wood chipper. I don't know why people are so cool with Donald Trump being a child molester. I can't believe, like, if there's any of that, wood chipper, immediately wood chipper. I don't know why everyone's cool with even a little bit of joking about it. I think it's crazy that people are okay with Donald Trump joking about his pedophilia on the Howard Stern show. Oh, he was just joking. That's a fucking problem. That's a disqualification. It's immediate disqualifier, man. No, well, I like him though, because he hates immigrants. It's like, dude, you hate immigrants more than you hate pedophiles? Crazy.
particular multiplayer video games? Or
like, I don't think anyone, I'm against the death penalty, but shit, pedophiles? I can make an exception. Jesus Christ. Wood chipper. Immediate wood chipper.
Social media platforms that predators prefer to use?
If it's there, they will use it. Obviously, the less monitoring that there is, the more they'll use it. Roblox being a huge one, Discord, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of those social medias are a risky place.
I don't have any of those on my phone.
And then they often will try to divert conversations to an encrypted platform like Signal, Kik, WhatsApp, things like that. So if you're seeing those things on a child's phone, it's a red flag immediately.
And what is the usual process of approach?
It depends. If it's, say, a teenage male.
Why would a kid be on Kik or Signal? That's crazy. Why does a kid have Signal?
They will often create profiles that appear to be a cute female, high school age, strike up a relationship, prey on their raging teenage hormones, and get them to send something that's inappropriate. And maybe the intent is just for sextortion. They're just trying to get money and not necessarily child porn. But then you have the ones coming after the females who are going to speak to their need for validation, tell them that they're beautiful, or start a relationship that way. But with all offenders, grooming is what happens. It's the same. So whatever it is that the child responds to and considers their currency, that's what they're going to use. So in Roblox.
So like when Donald Trump said, "Oh, that 9-year-old looks good. I'll be dating her in 10 years." That's like that. Like when he did that on camera and on tape, when he looked at a 9-year-old and he said that.
They're offering Robux.
And you mentioned the process of sextortion. Could you explain what that means, how it works?
Sextortion is the act of soliciting sexual images for the purpose of then threatening to release them if they don't pay. So just like any kind of extortion, give me your lunch money or I'll beat you up. They get them to send an image or video or live stream or something, and they record it, and then they threaten to send it to their families, their friends, news outlets, law enforcement.
The era that we're in with new technology, with AI, with 100 different new applications coming out on your devices every single day makes it extremely difficult for us to combat these predators. I believe child exploitation investigations are underfunded. If we were to see an increase in funding nationwide for these types of cases, you would see a significant decrease in the amount of CSAM going around, and you would see a significant increase in people being arrested, prosecuted, and jailed because they're conducting these types of crimes.
Can you explain what CSAM is for anyone who doesn't know, and why trying to combat that versus narcotics is such a different game?
CSAM is child sexual abuse material. Combating CSAM as opposed to combating the narco trafficking is very sensitive. The United States is widely known as the major consumer of narcotics and illicit substances, and we lose hundreds of thousands of U.S. citizens a year.
What if you hate immigrant pedos? Again, statistically, if you are going to be a victim, it's going to be from someone you know, not some random immigrant coming over the border. It's just not a real thing. This idea that people are coming over the border and committing sex crimes against young white girls or something, it's just not really a thing. It's usually someone you know. Almost always someone you know.
Or to narcotic overdoses. One of the big ones that we're trying to combat now is fentanyl. On the flip side, CSAM, the child sexual abuse material, these are little kids. They're not voluntarily having sex with adults. They're not voluntarily taking off their clothes and masturbating at 6 years old. They don't know what they're doing. They're afraid. They're being forced to do these things. These are the real victims. They're waking up in the morning in the hands of a trafficker, and they're being exploited. And they're being fucked. Even before all this started blowing up on social media, you would see it in these shows like Dance Moms or Cheer Moms, and these little girls dancing and cheerleading, and the moms all over, national televised shows. And every Thursday night you can tune into the Dance Moms or Cheer Moms, and you have a little 8-year-old girl doing splits on national TV, and she's wearing extremely tight clothes. And these parents, they don't care. They think it's cool to exploit their kids for fame or for money or whatever it is. But you can see how it is.
Man, I remember. So one of the Dance moms came into my bar in Las Vegas, and everyone was going, "Oh my God, do you know who that is?" I'm like, "No, I don't know who that is." And they told me it was one of the Dance moms, like one of the main people from that show. I've never seen that show. And I'm like, "Well, you guys watch that fucking show? What are you you guys watch that show? Who the fuck watches Dance Moms? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?"
The exploitation of these kids already. That Cheer Mom has that same mentality. "Oh, my daughter, she's fine. She's not doing anything inappropriate." Doing splits on national TV, showing her ass, twerking. Millions of people watching this. It's the same concept now as the guy in his house asking, Girl Scouts to pose for child erotica type pictures in there.
I'm going to say this once again. I always come back to this. If we had health care in this country, people could go to doctors for free, and they could tell the doctor, my pee-pee hurts, and the doctor could say, "Holy shit, this kid has been assaulted." But we don't. There's no one to talk to. There's no mental health in this country. There's no health care. There's a reason why we have these problems and other countries don't. It's because they have single-payer health care. They have universal health care. We have these problems in this country, not because of immigration, not because of we're weird in America. It's because we don't have health care. Most people notice, "Hey, my kid's acting weird. I wonder what's going on." Oh, it's just a phase. You think we should bring him to a doctor or a shrink? Nah, you know how much money that costs? We don't have the money. What do you want to pay, $5,000 to find out that your kid's just going through a phase? Yeah, I guess you're right. That's seriously what happens.
Bikinis and showing their Girl Scout cookies, and as long as they're not showing their vagina, they're good to go. But the Girl Scout cookies are covering their nipples.
So you think child exploitation has become basically a part of American pop culture?
I believe so. Back in the day, you had Dateline to catch a predator. Everyone, the entire country would watch that 1 hour of Dateline, and it was coming out
I'm not going to move back to the UK, but thank you. I lived in the UK for a while, but thank you. I appreciate that. May, I don't believe you're American. At least I'm American. And what are you talking about? What is this show talk about? It's ICE. These are interviews with ICE agents. These are interviews with ICE agents, May. I thought you knew that. But thank you. Thanks. Republicans stole half your taxes, sent the other half to the military in Israel, and you got nothing. Yeah, that's it. We get no services. That's exactly right. They take my money, but they give me nothing in return. They give it to their buddies in the military industrial complex and Israel, which there's a lot of overlap there as well. And the tech bros, the number one component, the number one piece, tranche, if you will, of the Israeli GDP is tech and AI. So, yeah. Yeah. May is very tired. I know. May is very, very tired. I get it. I get it. I know.
Every week, just people wanting to see predators get caught.
What can you tell me about sex tourism and what HSI does to combat that?
HSI is on the forefront of combating sex tourism all across the globe. The main consumers are going to be United States citizens. They travel to countries that are usually poor because the American dollar goes a long way. These sex tourists can buy under.
That's it. The immigrants that are pedos are American tourists overseas.
Kids to fuck them, and they produce child pornography, and then they distribute it amongst themselves and amongst their community.
So to go full circle back to immigration.
God, that makes me sick to my. Oh, I want to vomit. Americans are going to places like Thailand and the Philippines to do child porn, and then they videotape it and show it to their friends back in the USA and distribute it. God damn it. What is wrong with you, America?
Now we can see how devastating it could be if an HSI agent was pulled off one of these cases that you just explained to go deport a non-violent criminal.
Do you have any colleagues who quit? Yes. I have colleagues who have changed agencies. I have colleagues who've quit altogether.
Have you considered quitting?
I have. I stay here in this job and keep doing my job because someone has to do it. When this particular pendulum swings back, there has to be good agents, good AUSAs, good whatever left to do the work.
I have considered quitting multiple times. However, I am extremely passionate about protecting our children.
And after all of this, do you ever regret joining?
Same as I did when I left my police department. I never regret being in law enforcement because I've been blessed to actually help save lives. I've handled child abuse cases. I've gotten very bad people off the street. And that's kind of the goal as police officers, really getting bad people off the streets that harm our community. So I will never regret joining it because at the end of the day, I help people be where they are today. And if it wasn't for me, they might not even be here still.
And you joined ICE because of the Shadow Wolves. So can you tell me a little bit about what that is?
Shadow Wolves for a long time was a component of HSI, but they weren't 1811s when they started out. They were 1801s.
So for those who don't know, the Shadow Wolves are a Department of Homeland Security and I guess ICE who work on the U.S.-Mexico border, particularly the Tohono O'odham Reservation, which borders the U.S. and Mexico. And they use ancient pre-colonial tribal tracking techniques to stalk mostly narcos through the Sonora Desert and arrest them.
That's kind of cool.
Mostly human traffickers. Shadow Wolves are an all-native special sector of ICE that combats human trafficking on reservations and borderlands.
So Shadow Wolves primarily work the border where it connects to the reservations. So having Native Americans work the res, you have someone that's familiar with the community. They might not give you as much grift as they would an outsider because they kind of know you. And then you have the elements of understanding the locals' language and the land. You're always going to have a home field advantage working in your hometown versus somebody that's never been in your hometown because you know the little shortcuts. So that's kind of the idea behind why you'll have a person targeting Native Americans for that unit is that if you're working on the reservation, you're
Shadow Wolf
able to do some amount of effective work when it comes to drug trafficking, human trafficking, weapons trafficking. And the reservations, there's a lot of issues. It is a hot pot when you go down that road.
Man, every time I've driven through reservations, there's these billboards that are anti-child trafficking and hey, call this number and stuff. Everywhere you go, every time I go to a reservation, I'm always hit with those billboards. Why here? And it's because they're vulnerable communities. They're always being attacked. The indigenous people in America, they're always being attacked. It's crazy.
You have issues regarding law enforcement and the fact that they never always handle case well. You also have the factor of how the government set it up for the FBI and other federal agencies where legal powers of jurisdiction comes into play so heavily, whether or not FBI can investigate or if the death is a rule of homicide, if it rules natural causes from the elements, if it goes to the U.S. Marshals. Because the U.S. Marshals just started their program where they help assist with murder of missing individuals because they can cross the federal and state lines on the reservation to another state. Also, the reservation tribe.
Yeah, the healthcare is a right. It is in Israel. It is in Iran. They have constitutional rights to healthcare, but not in this country. Not in this country. They don't care about it in this country. We don't care about it.
Where the tribe leaders are corrupt and they kind of don't want to admit where they kind of have their own people playing an issue because when it comes to child abuse, sex trafficking, much like the Tim Brown Foundation I talked about, a lot of the offenders are typically family members or people know within the community. As much as it's sad to say, a lot of times a child-based sex offender is someone that you know.
Did your heritage play a part in your...
It's almost always someone you know. That's what's so the thing that really pisses me off is they want to denigrate the immigrant and say the immigrant is someone who's going to harm your children. But it's far more likely that it's your sister or your brother or your uncle or your cousin.
Decision to join ICE?
Yes, Yaqui tribe plays a role in the Shadow Wolves and the element of ICE because of the reservation location to the border.
There's a huge cartel presence on reservations, particularly here in Arizona, but also in Montana.
Yes, of course. The cartel, that's where a lot of this trafficking comes from. But this has been reported before. Human trafficking and child exploitation amongst native women is a huge issue.
Human trafficking of Native women is one of the most unreported cases in the country. You know why that is?
Medicare is subsidized and it's very popular, but the problem is with it's not a single payer, so it's extremely expensive. And what we do is we take money from everybody and then give it to corporations so that they can promise to bring the cost down. It's subsidizing businesses. It's subsidizing large corporations that are very, very evil. And so Medicare and Medicaid, all these programs we have, they're all going to break. They're bound. They're built to break. The ACA is a similar thing. It's built to break a similar scheme. Tax people, take tax dollars, give it to the rich. The rich will bring down the prices. That won't work for very long, especially because they'll whittle it away, and no one likes paying taxes. And so if you don't see what you're getting out of it, it doesn't really work. Now, if everyone had the right to go see a doctor, that'd be pretty great, right? But how are you going to pay for it? Well, so most of the main schemes for single-payer healthcare. Now, imagine we're spending $3 trillion a year in healthcare in America and getting shit for it. But if you got rid of all that and did single-payer, it'd be about $50 billion a year, which is a tremendous savings to the taxpayer. It would cost us less, we would get more. Sounds crazy, but look at the math. It really works, and it's interesting where they find those savings.
A lot of it has to do, like the community doesn't really trust law enforcement in the United States government, which you can't really blame them because you have a lot of abuse, racism, and mistreatment throughout the years by the government towards them. But then you also have the elements of, much like the Tim Bow Foundation talked about, like sometimes offenders are people that you know in the community, and having that hard conversation of like looking at people where people don't want to have that hard conversation, be like, hey, sometimes the people that are trafficking these women and children within this community are people that we know within the tribes themselves. So I think that also plays a role in why it's not as recorded, because you'll have tribal members that are the criminals that don't want that information to get out, so they'll try to suppress it by kind of like playing the game of messing with politics, where they'll target the tribal leaders and go after them.
In your original interview,
you're exactly right, Eric. It's not actually even that hard. We could just nationalize all these companies, nationalize Kaiser and United Health, just nationalize them, streamline their billing practices, and streamline their information, streamline everything, and take them. It actually isn't that tough. They've done it in other countries. It's a pretty easy fix, but there's just no political will to do it because Americans are afraid of black people or brown people, or they think that the immigrant is to blame. The poor immigrant, the politically powerless immigrant, they're the ones to blame for shitty health care. It's insane, but that's really what they believe. Yeah. We have universal health insurance and education in Israel. We paid for it. I know. We have it. We had it in Iraq, too. Theirs, we paid for theirs for years and years and years. Afghanistan, for 20 years, they all had health insurance. We paid for it. We are able to pay for health care in all these other countries, but not here. It's fucking insane. It's insane.
With Carl, you mentioned that the government is a rite of passage for Native people, a way off the reservation, a path to leadership. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So usually, like every tribe's different, but like for a lot of tribes to kind of get to that chief role or a leadership role, you have to meet certain objectives that your tribe sets out in order for you to get to those spots. So a lot of tribe members usually go into the military, not usually law enforcement, but law enforcement, you do have us there. And in the military, it gives you that life experience. You're able to complete a certain amount of the tax that your tribe is set out for you. It is a way off the reservation because a lot of times, like, you're so poor and there's not a lot of resources easily close to the reservation that you're usually stuck there. You don't take the opportunity for the government to get off.
And is there other ways to accomplish like that same amount of rite of passage?
When there's a will, there's a way. It's just harder because the resources aren't entirely there. And based on where your reservation is, it can be even harder reaching outside of it to find jobs and work the areas you need to work on.
Again, like a big theme of this trip is that we're learning what ICE really is and what ICE does, and that's like a perfect example. ICE has an all Native American, anti-human trafficking group that's like using ancient tracking techniques to like take down the bad guys. Like that's pretty fucking cool.
I see this piece as being pretty much totally nonpartisan. Because whether you're like a close the border, stop the immigration guy, or if you're like a no one's illegal and stolen land guy, it's beneficial to everybody to understand exactly what ICE is, how the departments are divided, and what they do. No matter what side you're on. If you're the most fuck ICE person ever, if you're the most pro law enforcement person ever, like very important that we understand what we're talking about before we take such strong opinions.
I totally agree with that statement. All right. That's the show. I hope that you enjoyed it. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. I'm also a crypto coin entrepreneur. I am Maxi on Melania Coin. Please buy Melania Coin today. In fact, do me a favor and just do me a solid and reach out on Skyjack23 on Venmo, Skyjack Morgan on Cash App. I am buying all the Melania Coin I can get because Melania Coin is for the future prosperity of America. It's endorsed by the First Lady and Donald Trump, the president, who has never told a lie. And he said that this is the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of the United States of America, United States of America, and to the republic in which it stands. So please consider making a donation to Skyjack Morgan. Support the channel with the super chat. And yes, Elon Musk is somebody who is trying to look like me. I am extremely flattered that Donald Trump and Elon Musk keeps trying to make themselves look like me. It's pretty cool, you know. It's nice. Melania coin's up to 9 cents today. Fuck yeah, man. It's going to the moon, Leaf. It's going to the moon. Every time you give me money on this channel, I am buying more Melania coin and coffee. So please help me. Haha, never told a lie. He's never told a lie, which is why Melania coin is the most important thing that's ever happening. 100 likes. Let's go. Yeah, 100 likes. That's pretty good. Always on here begging for money. Stuck a few more dicks. You might make a few more dollars. I get my dick sucked. Donald Trump called me Bubba. They named the horse after me even. So I'm in the Epstein files. Donald Trump's the throat goat. I do take money for that. When I was 14, I was a victim. You know, I was 14 years old. I needed the money. And they gave me lots of money because of my obvious endowment. It's pretty cool. Yes. Care culty man. Yes, Donald Trump is a cult of personality. You're absolutely right. But that doesn't mean he's a liar. Yes, it's a cult. And I love my cult leader. Donald Trump is my cult leader. And I am buying Melania coin because he said it was the greatest investment I could make. He said it's better than gold. It's better than gold. So I'm buying Melania coin. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. Because I need you. We need each other. And the animals need us most of all. Godspeed, rebels. Thank you to my Sky City rebels. And thank to everybody who donated today with Super Chats, WhatsApp, and Venmo. Thank you very much. I'll be back on Sunday for the Ethical Underground and back on Monday with the Morning Sky Show. Thanks, everybody. Godspeed, rebels.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.